Welcome back, everybody, to another great day of LCK Live here at the Nexon Arena. We're going to start off with SKT versus the Afreeca Freecs, and one of the most star-studded lineups we got here. So many fans of both of these teams coming to the studio tonight, Crumbs.
Yes, and for good reason. Both these teams are on a bit of a streak. SKT recently played against MVP, and they took the liberty to flex all over them, subbing in both Untara and Blank to play in a game where Blank got Baron stolen 3 times, yet still they were able to win. And to top things off, in the previous game, they showed that they have Cassiopeia and Lucian as flex picks for their solo lane. So preparing against this team now is something that no other team is really capable of doing. How do you plan for this when the meta is so much about Galio and Zac? And for some reason, on the other side of the coin, you have Afreeca Freecs, the only team to have let Galio and Zac go through for the same team. They're all over the place.
I'm glad you bring some attention to the top lane, too. I think the Huni versus Marin matchup is going to be a big one, especially after all those flex picks and just those weird picks that Huni is capable of bringing to the top lane. We've seen some weird stuff out of Marin himself, that AP Kennen we've seen a couple of times that he lost with both times. I hope we don't see that tonight. And but should be a cool matchup in the top lane.
We've seen him also have some affinity for tanking turrets. For some reason, Marin just absolutely cannot handle not dying to turret shots throughout games. But regardless, his play still remains at the top, and one of the reasons why the Freecs are on this 4-game winning streak.
Yeah, it definitely is. And another thing we can say about the Freecs is that I actually saw the stat that we had up there. They are on a 4-game streak of winning the first game and then losing the second game. In a couple of those games, they did lose the series. In the next couple, they did win them against the weaker teams. So it's going to be interesting if we could see some more consistency out of Afreeca, regardless of if that's winning twice in a row or perhaps losing twice in a row tonight against SKT.
And so many of those first games are actually perfect games from them. However, all the perfect games have been on blue side, and I think we can agree that blue side has shown prevalence in the winning team. And we're going to just jump right into the picks and ban with SKT being on the blue side.
Yeah, we're doing this right away. As you said, SKT on the blue side, definitely an advantage for them going into this series. I'm going to start off with the Renekton ban.
He had a great showing against the Rocks Tigers there on that game that seemingly was escaping their grasp when it came to the late game. Somehow Marin kept making Renekton look like a late game animal, and a well-respected ban, and that's going to be targeting the guy that has been such a pillar for this Afreeca team. So I love the bans coming out from SKT, but I am slightly worried about Galio and Zac having gone through. Afreeca did let Rocks have both those champions, and they took advantage of Mighty Bear not having practiced him until he definitely showed that he was not very comfortable on that pick, and those 2 picks still remain up, so we might have a lot of tanks this game.
Here we go again. I don't know what to say. Afreeca definitely seems to be the team with the weirdest idea of what the meta is right now, letting those 2 picks go through and just overall trying weird things, such as that AP Cannon, although we haven't seen that in a while.
SKT did let the Galio go through, and they went with the Lucian mid lane into it in their last match against MVP. Granted, that was a match where they took the opportunity to try out new things. MVP, not the strongest team in the league right now. Them and BBQ and Everate kind of lingering towards the bottom, so understandably so, but still, they have to respect it, and Galio will be the remaining champion. Afreeca not looking to trade Galio for Zac.
Yeah, at least they will ban one of them tonight, Crumbs, and I would be very surprised if SKT does not pick up the Galio right away. Definitely the obvious pick. So far, Faker is 2-1 on that.
And there we go, the blue side Galio once again. I believe a couple of days ago, Galio still remained in an 11-game winning streak on Galio mid blue side. A lot of those game stomps, lots of them perfect games as well. But the Elise and the Tam Kents get locked in right away from Afreeca, so they have a lot of gang potential, lots of roaming power there, and already their lineup is set to have physical damage everywhere. And this could be the beginnings of a Lucian middle taking just what Faker brought against Ian mid lane and taking it for themselves.
That's a pretty nice picture that guy made. I think that's a Faker.
No, it's not a Faker. That's a poster.
And then the camera goes directly to Bang, and I'm like, I don't really know what's going on.
It must have been Bang.
Could have been.
Well, I like the takeaway here from Caitlyn. Combo it with Galio, such a classic combination. Bang's only played 3 AD carries, a standard 3 so far, which are the Caitlyn, Varus, and the Ashe. So making sure that you have that long-range AD carry, who's such an incredible threat in the late game, will not only mean that you have the scaling power, but you deny the Tahm Kench being even more effective. When you have to dive Caitlyn with a Kench, it's such a nightmare to deal with. That is a cool post.
That's pretty legit. I think that's inside the booth, actually. I saw a bunch of those on the Afreeca side. And you were talking about diving a Caitlyn. Well, Jarvan is definitely going to help out with that. Still is left to be seen, you know, will that work out in this game? I think that's definitely going to be for Marin in the top lane. So we already do have the Elise picked. And we're jumping into our second ban phase. Fiora coming out.
And it likely is that Jarvan in the top side, because when you pair Jarvan with Elise and the remaining top laners that are available, mean that you have a lot of kill pressure in the top lane. Jarvan, we have seen him even be capable of killing down Shen's. Go SKT, what does that say?
I don't know what language that is, actually. It's not English.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not English.
But everybody can understand
That
Go
guy
SKT.
that guy said hello to me, so.
He gave you a little wink, I saw that.
There you go.
Just checking crumbs out on the desk.
But the Cassiopeia as well, getting denied from the Freaks. So already their game plan is about the top side, and Afreeca have been denied their 2 AD carries without Varus and Ashe. With no Caitlyn available, you have Kalista being a possible Lucian that maybe they could put into the bottom lane, but Kramer hasn't been stellar. His main picks are the Kate and the Ashe, and without those 2 available, it's going to be that Xayah combination. So incredible skirmish power from the Freaks so far, and they're going to have to really fight hard in the early game if they want to stand up to what already SKT is packing in the late game.
Yeah, and as that fan sign just showed also, we do have Lee Sin for Peanut, and they just made a little pun on one of his Korean lines about that. Now I'm trying to read this. It seems like left side is Afreeca fan, right side is SKT fan. But he says, can we still
love each other,
play together? Can we still go together? I think they can. Seems like it's working out.
Well, they're here, so absolutely. And Wolf will take his most valued support so far, which has been that Lulu. And with Camille in the top lane, it's only been Cuve, I believe, the Camille that we've seen so far. And the pick still is viable. It's not that the pick is not possible to play. It's still a very strong pick in the right hands. Remember that if you get locked down in, it's all about the Cataclysm and the Hextech Ultimatum. Nobody can leave the 2 areas in the top side, so attention in the top lane is the name of the game. And
ooh, okay. We're on 7-11, and Malzahar is going to come out here.
Okay, so this pick right now is all about the pushing power. He has been changed so that the Voidling spawn now relies on you hitting your abilities. And Malzahar, if he can get going in the pushing game, it creates endless pressure from the mid lane. And if they can get away with that, couple it with Marin pushing the top side the way you know he wants to play, because against the Camille, it's nerfed. So she's going to be struggling early on, and we'll always have to respect the Elise threat with the protection from the Tahm Kench in the bottom lane. This is a lineup that can benefit Freaks if they play the top side well.
Look at Tushin's KDA. I just want to point this out. Average is 2.5. His is 17. How the hell did he make that work?
Totally not inflated.
But this is really interesting, too. We're having a Malzahar and a Camille come out, 2 picks we don't see all too often. And Huni showing that his champion pool is as deep as Max's is on supports.
Well, when you play Cassiopeia and Lucian top, I believe you've already flexed that there are no limits to what you want to play in the top side. And this dual lane from Bang and Wolf will be pushing relentlessly into the bottom lane against Xayah and Tahm Kench. So whatever bot lane advantage they can get, Afreeca must answer in the top side.
You guys are getting one last look at all the compositions here from both of these teams. Lots of ganking power, especially level 6 for mid, but Jarvan Elise up top will be rough to deal with as well. We'll see if they can help out that Zaya Tom Kent's lane in the bottom lane as well. But either way, guys, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 right away. It's going to be SKT versus the Afreeca Freecs for game number 1. There we go. Everybody coming down to the studio tonight.
I'd say we have a full house, much like the 2 hands that won me big in poker a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's true. Crumbs had a big night at the casino the other night. Oh, but you won both of those hands against the same guy, too.
One
poor guy.
Double full house on the turn and flop. Must have been real mad, but I was glad. Afreeca, in the meantime, they're just looking for something cheeky in the early game, stacking in the brush, thinking that maybe there was an invade for the Raptor camp, and we have seen teams take advantage of that earlier today. I believe it was H2K waiting in that same spot on blue side, saw the rise coming in from Roccat, and got taken out with a flash Braum. So a dangerous place. Teams are catching on to the patterns that both top laners, junglers, and mid laners are trying to achieve in denying and slowing down the jungler. So it's always important in League to not stick to a pattern and make yourself exploitable.
Well, regardless of the pattern, they do get the wards down over here at the Raptors. They do see Peanut starting this.
Look at this. This is beautiful. They're helping him out. What a dream. Wow. What an amazing leash for Peanut there. And he's going to hit level 2, and it looks like he's going to go for a level 2 invade on the blue side. He skipped
the big Raptor, and they saw it with the ward, so they know what's going on here.
They know, but they don't know entirely what he's up to, so he just went right back around it. He could have gone for the invade. I believe you were right. They pointed out, okay, you've been spotted anyway, so it was a great ward on the Raptor camp. And had the intention been to invade, it would have made sense to skip the Raptor camp because you would not have hit level 3 on that. So instead, he'll just continue to jungle and still a little bit faster than Spirit, but a cool interaction to see that. We might see teams try that out in the future and make full advantage of an early jungler like Lee Sin.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the bottom lane for SKT missed all that much. Even on CS right now are both of the 80 carries. But it looks like Tom Kent was able to pick up 3 with the shield.
Looking at this mid lane, the one thing about Malzahar's Voidlings is now that they die really quickly. The punch from Galio is enough to take him down. Most abilities can make quick work of them, and yep, there it is. One died right away.
Oh, the cannon.
Yep, they're so fragile.
Yeah, especially against the Galio. He's going to be spamming a bunch of his abilities and also that passive that you mentioned.
Meantime, it looks like Huni has created a bit of an advantage in the top side. Peanut is gesturing towards that side of the map, but there is no kill pressure between Malzahar and Elise in the mid lane, at least not this early on. And once Magic really starts coming out, this lane will not be that impressive for the Freecs to visit. So Spirit looks like he's moving to the bottom side while Peanut mimics top side.
You can see that Peanut, he cleared out everything except his Krugs. Went over to the left side, did Wolves, Blue, Gromp, went over to Scuttle Crab, so really just a full clear. It looks like Spirit did something very similar.
Wow, and what a bold move by him. They're purchasing a Dark Seal, so he's trying to have a lot of action, but so far from this early game, the laners are playing safe. There's not a whole lot of kill pressure anywhere, and it seems like the purchase, while it does help your regeneration with your potion, you obviously want to be getting those stacks going, and I'm not so sure if he's been having the games that warrant going with such a snowball item.
Well, you were talking about the pressure in the top side, and Spirit immediately goes up there with the control ward, denies vision, and you can see that Huni was eating a bit of damage early on in that lane, and definitely going to make things a little bit scary for him up there.
He's going to be under sight once again. The wards that were saved from Peanut early on are paying dividends now. He will be looking for those Raptor camps, but Faker shouldn't be afraid of the mid lane. Without level 6 on Kuro and Elise not being so strong to take down these heavy magic damage tanks, aka Galio and what was known as the remains of Maokai, you will have no issues with staying overextended in this lane and not giving too much respect to what Elise can do.
Taking a look at this bot lane, you were talking about just how well they would be able to push. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, but Kramer is definitely keeping up nearly exactly with the CS of Bang, so it seems like they're not too concerned with that right now. And actually, Spirit's making his way down. There's no ward here. Let's see if they can make something happen.
I think SKT is aware that something is up, but Elise is going behind. Now that Tuzen is moving up. Yep, here it comes.
Now they know the exhaust comes down. Can he land that cocoon? They're looking for it. They're waiting, trying to bait it out. The exhaust, though, onto Spirit will be enough to save Bang's life. Now they're trying to push it back. Tushin will get away, and that will be a failed gank in the bot lane.
And SKT read the lane out so well. If you notice the way that Tuzen was playing before, just really far back, not quite in range of hitting that tongue lick, but the second he moves up, SKT sniff it out. They know Peanut is not on their side. Both junglers have been mirroring each other for the past 5 minutes, and as such, they think something is up. They back off intelligently, and while they do lose 3 summoners, the time commitment means that now Peanut can move to the bottom side of the map, provide backup, and no gank attempt will come back in this lane without their jungler being there to help them out.
Also notice that the second they see Elise down in bot lane, Faker immediately goes into the red side jungle of the red team and puts down a control ward and just a regular ward. So they have full vision there. And I do love that, excuse me, that control ward spot is really good. Often doesn't get scouted out. Here comes Peanut into the bottom lane.
Is Galio ultimate available? Here comes a 5-man.
Oh, here we go again. This is what we see all the time. The miscue, though, from Peanut. Will it matter, though? Here comes Huni, the TP in from Marin, and they're not really making anything happen. A canceled TP, rather. Kuro is making his way down, but that's going to be 0 kills down the bot lane.
What a botched attempt there from SKT. I love the idea, though. They see the timing, they know what the tools they have, but unfortunately, as soon as Peanut's Q misses, they're hesitant in the engage. They don't have quite the damage to commit to it, and the dive is completely botched, and now Afreeca gets a bit of breathing room. They unfortunately did use their own TP, and we'll take another look right there. Here it comes. They're both low, no mana, while they still have most summoners. Peanut's trying to set everything up, but it's his initial Q that misses that really thwarts the entire attempt.
Yeah, and after that comes in, he tanks a bit of tower damage, 2 shots, so he's already at half health. Huni misses as well. Faker comes in, and he's all alone. He has to back off. No mana either for Bang and Wolf, so they couldn't really follow up.
I get the feeling teams are letting Gallia and Zach go through because they've lost faith in teams being able to play them effectively. That's what we saw Afreeca do to Rocks Tigers, where they let Mighty Bear play Zach, and he essentially ended up throwing the game. And then you have this time around where Gallia, even though Faker has shown it, it seems like the ability for going for these dives is still not quite there, as the mechanical prowess of the champion, while it is not very high skills of a skill ceiling, it still requires enough coordination for everybody to be on their game.
Yeah, very true. And it's also interesting that you mentioned the patterns, because when you see the Galio mid on blue side, you just know that that's coming once Galio hits 6. So if you know that it's coming 100%, you can prepare for it 100%. I'm no doubt these teams have come up with ideas and scrims about how to prepare against something like that.
And that's a great point too, the preparation, because if you're SKT and you're reviewing that, right, that will be a critical point for you to look at the game. You'll see the dive, but you won't change much about it. You'll know, okay, our execution was poor, but the vision there was excellent for this dive. And Peanut's hoping for a counter gank to wait in the brush, and while Elise does have mobility boots, there is a chance of this. But back on this setup, the vision that SKT had was perfect. There were control wards in the river. Galio wasn't really spotted, while they could sniff it out from him being Mia. Lee Sin was also not spotted. It was off the back of a failed gank, so you know they were low. And as such, the entire play, the orchestration around it was great.
Oh, look at this. Going on in is the Camille, trying to get out there with the Cataclysm. Now going to turn it around here onto Peanut, who's forced to run away after the cocoon does land. Oh, he's going in.
There's Justice. There it is. There's Galio.
Okay, comes on in, but good read by Afreeca to just back off in time. And Kuro's coming up here. He is 6. Gonna lock down Faker into the cocoon. This might be our first kill of the game. First blood does go over to Marin. And there's more where that's coming from. The flag and drag. That's gonna be 2 kills now going over to Afreeca. as Huni sticks around. And wow, they turned that one around real fast.
Yeah, SKT read there was action coming into the top side. That's why initially Lee Sin was gesturing towards that side of the map, but the roam from Malzahar, he came straight from the lane, and look at his purchase. Straight with boots. He doesn't have teleport, so he can't match the speed at which Galio can rotate, but this is the best he can do. Going with tier 2 boots early on will allow him to make these moves, and as such, he picks up 2 assists, and now Afreeca with a gold lead.
Well, I said it before these games started, Afreeca is kind of on a roll 4 games in a row, winning the first game of the series. But you know, we've seen SKT get behind before. We'll see if they can actually execute after this. We're going to take another look at the replay and how this all goes down.
And this was well played by Marin. As soon as they come out, he walks away, playing on the outside, and I believe he dodged the kick with his Cataclysm, or at least dodged the initial interaction, so the kick still remains, and he knows there's Galio to come in, but look at Malzahar coming through the middle of the lane, so he didn't come through the lane straight from River, but there is no sight of him, and he gets greedy, thinking of maybe throwing for a flash onto Marin, but as soon as he gets here, there's no chance of a counterplay, and here's Huni where he just misses that stun on the very edge. The hook wall shot, the hook shot.
So now we got Tushin coming up here with Spirit. We see this all the time. I think more often than not on red side too out of Afreeca. They love to come together, especially when Tushin plays these tanky supports and just lay down that deep vision in the red side. And okay, Faker's gonna get locked up again, the flag and drag. He does flash, but there's the Cataclysm. Will there be a follow-up? Tanky is the Galio, but he will go down in the end. And that's Faker now at 0-2.
Great timing there from Kura. As soon as he casts Silence, Faker recognizes it. Okay, uses his own dash to get away from it, but immediately decides to use another grasp on it. And with the collapse from Marin, who now has pressure in this lane, Afreeca's poised to take a tier 1 in under 15 minutes without the use of Rip Herald.
Afreeca showing up big tonight and really just pouncing on SKT's mistakes. You know, we can definitely point out all the mistakes, but Afreeca making the best of it. And
we know they can close, right? We know they can close, but can they do 2 games in a row? It's still early to say for this one, as SKT scaling Caitlyn, Galio with Lulu is going to be always a threat. But so far, Afreeca has been making proactive moves around the map and reading what SKT is trying to do and responding well.
See Pang bullying down here in the bot lane with the help of Wolf. And you could see that Afreeca, they were thinking about maybe going for the Cloud Drake, but again, it's just a Cloud Drake, and they did get the mid tier 1. Got to be careful not to get too greedy. Rift Herald still does remain.
Spirit will not find the controller that Faker placed long before, but he does have mobility boots, and it's a difficult task to account for the speed at which an Elise with mobility boots can catch you. She gets increased speed from her spider form. The mobility boots means that she's just even swifter, and on top of the range in which she can gank, she's one of the strongest threats in the game. It's a great pick and solo too for that.
Oh, look at this, Kuro turning it around. The heroic entrance, but Peanut, he's ticking down. That's going to be another kill. Going over to Afreeca off the back of an outplay there by Kuro onto Peanut. Now look at this, coming up is Tushin and Kramer. Faker in a really bad spot. Nice taunt, but he will go down again. 0-3 is the Faker. Cataclysm comes down onto Wolf. No flash onto this Lulu, and SKT is being swept off of the Rift right now.
Wow, he just got Syndra'd. Lee Sin tries to go for Kuro. He does still have his flash, and while Galio wasn't quite in range to follow up, commits to it and gets 100-0 off the attempt on the blue buff invade, and immediately the rotation from Tusin's Abyssal Voyage brings in Kramer, the teleport from Marin. The collapse is just something that SKT was not accounting for. You were talking about Tusin and Spirit going into the red side jungle together, setting up that vision. Those wards that they set up allow the teleport to come in from Marin, and we'll take another look right here. No protection there on Kramer, just gets voided out. He tried to flash for the save, but the teleport from Marin is already here. Abyssal Voyage is committed to the play, and this is just all too easy for Afreeca to clean this up.
SKT really trying to go deep, really looking for those kills. Peanut perhaps going a little bit too deep, baiting his team into this one, and a perfect response out of Afreeca. And you mentioned that Dark Seal on the Elise. We got 7 stacks already on the 2-0-3 Elise for Spirit And Malzahar coming into LCK 3-0-3.
And Malzahar is similar to Syndra, where as a laner, Malzahar is never your biggest threat. It's easy to read when he's going to engage on you. You can always stay far. He doesn't have crazy moves. Unless his flash is up, he's never going to catch you by surprise. But as a jungler, where your itemization can't be proper to respond to the Malzahar's 100-0 potential, where you're always thinking about something else and your range against him is never as linear as it is standing in the lane, he's always a huge threat to you. And Kuro plays full advantage of that, and it deletes Peanut.
Well, we have SKT committing to the Cloud Drake. We don't see any response out of Afreeca. Looks like the bot lane is coming in for a couple of wards, but I think they'll be happy to just give that one up.
But Afreeca is going to be even happier for this. Now that it's an Infernal Dragon coming up next, if they can get control back in the jungle, that means that they'll be poised to get a much more valuable dragon 6 minutes from now. However, the reason why SKT go for that dragon is there's no advantages for them to take right now. Committing for a push into the bottom lane will likely result in them getting killed as they are behind in gold. And going for Rift Herald is too risky. So the only advantage that they can really grab is going to be that Cloud Dragon, which it might end up helping them out in the future. It's something that, while you don't see the immediate returns, it's at least an advantage.
Something small to slowly bring them back into this one.
Like when you're hungry and you just have a couple nuts to get yourself ready for the future, like almonds.
Just a couple of nuts, Crumbs?
Yeah.
Let's see. Not my snack of choice, but
really,
you know, to each their own.
You don't.
I don't judge. It's okay
if
you want to just have a couple nuts before you go to bed. It's fine.
Almonds are great for you. Walnuts are too.
It's true. Well, Faker, this doesn't look too good for him as Abyssal Voyage is coming in. He commits to the flash, and it looks like he will get out with the heroic entrance, or in this case, the heroic exit, although it wasn't all that heroic.
They do trade a power in return, and a positive gain for SKT. Burning only the flash out of Faker and the ultimate when they're not in a position to make any moves still results in them getting the gold that is much needed, especially when it starts getting funneled into that Caitlyn, getting that lane farm bottom side. So Faker going with a worthy sacrifice, but you saw the quickness at which Afreeca reacted to that. Tucson, you were saying how his KDA is at 17. Well, we're starting to see why. He's hard to kill, and he's fast on the trigger finger.
Oh boy, oh, there's not too much vision in here for SKT. They do not see this one coming. Peanut gonna get locked down, and nothing can save him at this point. That's going to be our resident Lee Sin going down once again. And Afreeca seems like they don't really want to go for this Rift Herald.
They need to get control of the lanes first. You gotta push out the lanes before they set it up. They haven't seen anybody on the map. They just see Caitlyn.
Wow. Okay, Wolf trying to lay down that vision that I said was desperately needed. Looks like he will escape with the help of the heal from Bang.
And he also has to burn his exhaust, and this gives Kramer some time into the top side, and they might be able to get down this turret as Caitlyn and Lulu are not too close on this. There are 2 TPs available, but only really deep ward in the red side jungle. So instead, they'll take the opportunity to start the Rift Herald with Marin taking control over the mid lane in case backup is necessary.
Should be an easy take for them. Huni does have his teleport, but I don't think SKT is really in a spot where they can challenge this. So another big objective going over to Afreeca. Generally the objective that's pretty easy to take on blue side, but not when you're this far behind.
And now they have to think about how they're going to grow their lead, because these outer turrets are not going to be enough for them. They need to accelerate the game faster. You do not want to be facing Caitlyn with Galio and Lulu in the late game, so they need to go for a tier 2 specifically. If they can crack the tier 2 into the mid lane, this means that their vision around Baron post 20 minutes will be even deeper and can buy you more time when it comes down to rushing an objective, which you can do easily with all the percent damage between Malzahar and Elise. Even though I think Malzahar's damage isn't quite percent as it got moved to the ultimate, between his Voidlings and his incredible base stats, it really burns it down.
Huni's chilling in the brush here, and it seems like they did see him there at the end. Tushin coming on in. Does land the tongue lash, but Huni here alone. You can see Faker is rotating down, but it looks like he'll just recall.
Things going on to the mid lane for SKT, and it is fancy going behind. The wave clear from Kura is tremendous to say the least, though, and Galio is still debating whether he wants to assist in the mid lane for the bottom lane. They will lose the bottom lane from that indecisiveness, and so Afreeca walk away with another objective. And 1 minute and 40 seconds from now, that Infernal Dragon comes online, and that's an objective that these teams are gonna fight for.
Well, Faker, you can see he's getting tanky now, even though he is 0-3-0. Does pick up a couple of items from here, has the Merc Treads. Makes it a lot easier to survive against the Malzahar Elise combination.
He is tanky, but the times that we have seen Galio go down is always 1v5, and nobody better to make a champion look like they're 1v5ing than Kuro's Malzahar. There are no QSSs online from anybody, or even semblances of it yet, and I like that from SKT. They recognize that they're in a position where they need to build damage if they want to have a fighting chance in this game, which means that Kuro's Flash ultimate is going to be that much more powerful.
We saw a bit of a zoom in onto Kramer, who he's helping out pushing the lanes. He is a little bit behind in the CS comparatively to Bang, but the Xayah with the Essence Reaver going to have that Featherstorm up a lot.
Well, he has participated in a couple of rotations there, taking the Abyssal Voyage from Tucson and the red side invade as well, so understandably so for him to be behind in CS. The levels are still the same, and I've always wondered, is Kramer's name a reference to Seinfeld?
Well, Crumbs, you're in luck. They're here in the studio. You can ask them later.
I sure will. I really will.
Could be. I'm not sure how popular Seinfeld was here in Korea. But could also just be his name. Kramer Kim.
All right, well, that could be the case. They will start off the Infernal, and SKT choosing not to fight it. They have no vision, and they're not strong enough to do this right now. So it gets taken down quickly, and the Dragons are all in the favor of exactly what Afreeca needs right now, where they just took the Infernal down, and a Mountain Dragon will come up next, and that will help them take down this Dragon when it hits that 30-minute mark. They're still powerful enough to solo out the Baron, my bad, and here it comes, yes. Exactly what we were talking about. Use that Rift Herald on the tier 2. It's already super low, and there's actually nobody there to defend, so...
Oh, they're going to take it out first.
Wow,
so the big charge is going to happen if they stay.
That's really anticlimactic, actually. The turret was so low already.
Okay. I mean, we've seen some bad Rift Heralds, but hold that thought. Huni getting away with the hook shot for now, but we do have the Abyssal Voyage coming in with Kuro. A flash away from Huni, and Kuro, he's coming in. The hook shot, though. Here comes Spirit from the left side. There is the Cocoon into the blasting cone, and that's going to do it. Finally, they pick up this Huni, who was running away for quite a while, but will not escape with his life.
Marin thought the Cataclysm would interrupt the hook shot. Unfortunately, it did not. Gets away easily. Has to blow his flash, and Kuro unfortunately tried to burn his flash to take that kill, but that kill onto Huni would not have resulted in any advantages from Afreeca gain, as Baron is still not an objective that can just force that easily. So an advantage that would not have normally been there. They were able to trade that tier 2 in the bottom lane for the tier 1 middle, so good for SKT to trade that objective, but Afreeca's response needs to now be focusing on the side lanes alternatively with your Abyssal Voyage again, catching out the split pusher, and here we go again. Hook shot does not get cancelled by the Cataclysm, and here comes Kuro. Not in range. I love this cheeky move right here, though. Sees he's about to hit the blast cone. Let's get him out of here.
Really
nice. Killed in the trees.
Yeah. You gotta hide the body in the trees, man. Don't want to let them find that Camille later on. And a really nice Cocoon, too.
You thought about this.
You could say I'm prepared.
Don't tell me more.
We'll just leave it at that. No vision in here for SKT.
They know Peanut's not here, and this is going down too quickly. They're going to be able to easily get this out. SKT just diddly-daddling around the mid lane, not prepared for this objective, and they'll go scot-free.
Okay, here comes Peanut. No, it's not going to happen. He gets locked down. Merc Treads will help for now, and that is one big Galio. And it does look like Afreeca was thinking about taking that fight, but after the disengage and lots of stuff used by SKT, they'll just run away with their Baron.
Well played there from Afreeca. Now they have the big objective to push down their advantage, start cracking some base turrets. It's going to be tough. Only Jarvan will likely be in a position to take a a side lane turret for a base tower between the Caitlyn traps, and now that she has a QSS, it becomes exponentially more difficult. So they're going to have to get some creative vision and rotations if they really want to get a tier 3, as now they find themselves without that Rift Herald.
You can see Huni doing his best to try to clear out the wave and make this worse, but really nice cocoon from Spirit. Unfortunately, there is no follow-up. Kuro, still no flash, no nether grasp, and he's actually in the bot lane,
So looks like they are positioning themselves for that tier 2 into the bottom side. They're going to get all the vision coverage in this red side so that they can get the inside track onto the lane. Tucson and Spirit with the buddy system once again, clearing out vision together. Standard stuff overall. If they pull this off right, then within the next couple of minutes, they should be able to get this turret. But SKT is not in a position to wait there. Gallia is nowhere to be found. Chunk damage still going down, and the turret will go easy as 1, 2, 3.
Afreeca continuing the push for now. Looking for more. Really trying to clear out this wave as fast as possible, even smiting a couple of the minions.
There is no chance they can go through this one. They are going to have to go for a dive if they really want this turret. There is no long-range engage here, but Camille is just still pushing to the mid lane. They don't want to fight this for any reason. They're not prompting Afreeca to go for a dive without any range. They're just giving up an inhibitor turret for free, and Afreeca just fully flexing in front of SKT, and they're not taking any chances.
SKT saying, okay, you can have this objective. We know that we can't win a fight right now. We'll just let you have it. Kind of not what we expect usually, but perhaps it's the right idea. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, they're so far behind right now.
I figured they would try to stall out the wave just a little bit more. However, that does funnel more gold into them, and they're just playing off the timing. They're not comfortable taking the fight by any means right now, and if they were to have lost a fight there, they would have lost the game. There is Baron still up, so it's understandable for them to do it, just uncharacteristic of SKT.
Yeah, definitely a good point. I feel like they're playing to their position in this game right now. See if it pays off for them. Baron will end pretty soon. Still got about 38 seconds on it. You can see Afreeca's kind of joining up. A couple of pings onto the last tier 2 turret remaining up in the top lane.
They're going to play the exact same card when they go for this tier 2 top side, and without the Baron, as it will run out in the next couple of minutes, it's unlikely that they'll be able to get that tier 3 and inhibitor as easily as they did that first time around. So we might just see them get the objective, go for a recall, base, acquire that new Mountain Dragon, and then go for what is going to be a new Baron. Here comes Marin joining in the fight, though.
Yeah, they're sticking around surprisingly. They don't have the Baron, as you said. They are grouped up as 5. Marin forced into a fight, and Huni will lock him up here. Faker with the follow-up. Marin eating so much damage, but he will survive for now. Does get away with his life. Faker still on the chase, but the cocoon will put an end to that. Huni not able to follow up either.
Marin overstepping his boundaries there, not respecting that Kalista or Camille can lock you down with that hexacle to make him, and you can't get out. The follow from Bang, not enough. And the face of the mountain from Tucson secures Marin's life. They will now get that Mountain Dragon that was so critical, and that means that this next Baron is going to likely be their objective to try to seal the deal. And SKT have a timer, about 5 minutes until they actually have to take a fight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about just funneling as much gold as possible into some of your carries. Try to have Bang carry from behind when they are down almost 10,000 gold. He does have a QSS. Sometimes we say when you're this far behind, you don't want to take a defensive item like that, but when you're going up against the hard CC engage out of a flash from a Malzahar, I think you just have to have that in your arsenal.
Yeah, if he gets taken out in a fight right away through the Gallia shield, it's not going to be a one fight for SKT. So Ultimatum comes out. Unfortunately, no damage members from SKT are quite there, but between Camille and Gallia, see how quickly Jarvan dies. So SKT still have the damage there to take down individual members if they give the time of day to do so. However, Caitlyn stuck on wave clear duty, not able to follow up. At least they get the flash at Marin.
Small win Still just holding on for dear life in this game. And I almost fully expect Afreeca to win this game and then lose the second one because they're on this streak of inconsistency. Every series they've played has been 2-1 in one direction or another. And as I said before, the 4-game streak of winning the first game and losing the second game. Trying to make that 5 tonight, perhaps.
They're like a Neapolitan ice cream that always has a different order in their flavors. It's like, why are they changing it up? Just keep doing what was successful.
Well, they're going to be looking for the 2-0. They've been very strong on the blue side. I think they'll have a lot of fun when they do go into game 2.
Odd for them to take vision in the bottom side right now. Maybe thinking about the inhibitor when it comes back up. But Baron is in 45 seconds. I'd imagine that objective matters more to them. And see Peanut in the top side taking full advantage of the situation, trying to clear out any control wards he can find. And unfortunately for him, most of them are just regular green wards from Afreeca. So not much vision denial coming out.
Even Wolf able to come up here, get one ward down. Should be cleared up, though, as we do have a couple of scanners about to get off cooldown. And into this fight, Marin just going to try to push in top lane a little bit more. Make the lanes a bit better in their advantage once they do go for this Baron.
10 seconds on the Baron. They haven't cleared the vision out. It just happened to right now. Lulu and Caitlyn are on the way, but Afreeca isn't rushing. SKT, nowhere to be found. They're going to lose this one again.
Yeah, with the Mountain Drake, look at how much damage that Baron takes. That is unbelievable. No steal from Faker, although he does get a 4-man taunt. This might be their one time. Dushin taking a lot of damage to gray health, though. Faker still alive, gets another gigantic taunt, and SKT looking to take this game back. Let's see if they can do it. They're 3 kills already. There's going to be the 4th. Kuro still on the run. The last member left with that Baron. And here comes Huni. There's the ace from SKT.
Are you serious? How do they keep doing this? Oh my god, they lose the Baron right away, but they're all stuck in the pit, and Faker and the Baron against MVP. He was the hero in the Baron pit. He gets so many huge taunts and knock up on his ultimate, just keeping everybody in the pit, and nobody goes on Bang. They keep focusing on using the Nether Grasp onto Peanut, but the taunt immediately cancels it, and SKT now in full, like, what?
The game just blew wide open, ladies and gentlemen. They have their bottom inhibitor back. There's no Baron on anyone on the side of Afreeca. They all got ace. The double 4-man taunt by Faker, who started this game 0-3 and is now coming back in a big way for his team.
And this is huge because it buys them so much time. You saw what Afreeca did with the first Baron. Okay, they stalled out, they took an inhibitor. It wasn't enough to crack the base. You cannot crack the base in sieging that easily, but this time around, here comes that Faker taunt. Immediately Nether Grass comes in, but the 4-man taunt. And Caitlyn's just free hitting this entire time. Here she goes, just laying down traps. Here comes Camille, but then the knockup. Caitlyn keeps attacking.
Free-man.
It's just so simple for them. Camille targets the Xayah right away, and now without Xayah, there's not enough damage. Everybody's in the back, taunted again by Faker. Just cleaning, shooting fish in the barrel for them.
Perfect play, basically, from Faker. The 4-man flash taunt into the heroic entrance, triple knockup into another 4-man taunt.
But Afreeca had flashes this entire time. You saw the first Baron, they respected, okay, we don't have to take the fight, we can just get out. Instead, they chose to try to stop the fight. I know that the Faker taunt kept them there, but they could have still gotten out. The fight lasted long enough. Instead, they chose to fight, and SKT capitalized beautifully, and now they have a new lease on life.
They definitely gave themselves a chance in this one. They still are behind. Okay, we got another engage coming in here. The heroic entrance as one member. Looks like Huni was locked up for a very long time. Now Ben getting pretty low. This time Faker gets another big taunt, but now Marin going into the back line looking for those carries, but the polymorph for so long. These 2 big tanks going 1v4 for so long. And it looks like at the end of it all, Afreeca will come out on top. Huni did have his Guardian Angel popped too. Will be forced to back off.
And the peel was so well played there from SKT between Huni, Peanut, and Wolf, recognizing how low Bang was with the AoE damage. They back away, they make sure that Marin can't one-shot Caitlyn, and they try to keep him alive as long as possible. He does get that final auto in the end, and now Afreeca will be able to walk away with the same inhibitor they cracked down earlier, but this will only mean an inhibitor once again, and that Cloud Dragon, a 35-minute Cloud Dragon. They still have to wait for that next Baron before they think about cracking the turret, and SKT's Caitlyn will only get stronger from here.
Tucson spitting Kramer over the wall. Let's see. We got the Elder Drake coming up next. About 6 minutes. So no big objectives right now. Let's take another look at this fight.
So Nether Grass Bed's used right away, comboed into the heroic entrance, and Peanut's looking for a cool kick here, but Bang steps up a little too forward, gets hit in the AoE, and look at how they play the peel against Marin. Immediate knockup, immediate Hexic Ultimatum into the flash, the trap, just everything, but Bang oversteps, gets a little too greedy, and does end up getting taken out by the Cataclysm.
Look at this, Huni trying to escape again, will not happen as Kuro locks him down with that Nether Grasp.
Not sure what he's doing on that side of the map. Probably just pushing out the lane, trying to stall out the creep wave as much as possible. Luckily for them, it is in the bottom side, which means that it is a marathon to get to the objectives that Afreeca want to take now. And you saw that Bang took advantage of Huni's overextending, pushing out the top side. And Afreeca now have 30 seconds to reestablish control into their lanes, get more control around Baron when it comes up next. And now we got ourselves a game, a real late game.
And as you said, this will eventually favor SKT. They are still behind, about 6,500 gold.
While it favors them from the Caitlyn, we thought the same when it was Afreeca versus Rox Tigers, where they had the Renekton in the late game, but Marin just made it work. This team seems impervious to what a scaling composition means and what it does. They play team fights out quite well themselves, and if Marin can zone out Bang, if they can just eliminate Caitlyn from these fights while not taking too much damage themselves, they'll be in a great position.
While we have a little bit of a lull in this game, I want to point out that Spirit, he bought 3 control wards, placed them all in certain, locations in the red side jungle, and then replaced them 3 in a row, just trying to push forward that vision and make sure SKT had no vision. Then he went back and bought 3 more, and he's looking to do the same thing once again.
At this stage in the game, it's chump change for him. An extra item on your 6 item supportive at least does not mean anything, and as such, it's completely understandable for him to do that, as prioritizing vision and the chances of you getting a pick in the later stages in the game or getting a better position for your carries or your tanks in a fight will matter way more than him having, say, a Zhonya's or a GA. Or now it would be...
It's very true. Look at this. There's no vision. No follow-up, though, here. And actually, Huni wants to fight this. He's going on to Spirit, the heroic entrance. Afreeca looking to disengage here. Marin taking a little bit of chip damage on the escape. Will they be able to turn this around? It looks like SKT doesn't want to go in. And will just back off.
They get Kuro's flash. That can matter as Baron comes up in 40 seconds. And while Bang does have his QSS, without having Kuro's summoner, not only does he become a much more vulnerable target, but his engage and ability to find somebody out of position just goes down the drain.
Look at this. Bang stepping up big time, trying to chip away at Kuro's health. Takes a bit of damage himself, but he's got that lifesteal, whereas Kuro will not.
That signature Bang for you, engaging with an AD carry, knowing that he has protection and safety between Lulu, his QSS, and own heal, that Kuro just can't turn on him, and as such, chunks him out and forces a recall from Afreeca, and this buys SKT time to get the Scuttle Crab. And this advantage means that they can have more time to buy out the wave in the bottom lane, get your vision again, establish your position, and this is the Caitlyn that is almost at a completed itemization. Only Mercurial Scimitar is really left for her.
We're reaching that 40-minute stage of the game where everybody who was in a solo lane or was a carry down in bot will be at about 6 items. Look at this again with the QSS. Will force the repel from Spirit, who is incredibly low. And Bang, as you said, he's getting near that full item Caitlyn, looking to take this game into his own hands.
And now that he burned QSS for that, he's going to be paying his thank yous to Peanut, because he was the one that was able to pop Kuro's flash. And had Kuro had flash right now, they would have had no qualms with forcing a Baron fight, just flash onto Bang and take him out immediately. But now that there's no flash on Kuro, their play still remains the same. They have to be cautious around this objective and always respect Bang.
Yeah. At the same time, though, because that poke damage came out, they force Afreeca back, so some vision going over to SKT. You could see Afreeca trying to engage here. The Baron has spawned.
They can rush it. They do have that Mountain Dragon on their side, and there is no vision for SKT, but they respect it this time around. They won't make the same mistake twice.
Look at SKT. They push in the bot lane. They push in the middle lane as well. They're forcing Afreeca into a fight. But Afreeca doesn't seem to have the option here. Marin, he's going to get jumped on. There's the kick. And even though Peanut's going to be locked down, the heroic entrance will save his life. Marin somehow at the same time to survive. But look at this in the bot lane. Huni looking to take that inhibitor turret.
He's got the Gargoyle Stone play, so he's really hard to kill. But SKT just toying with Afreeca. Are you going to start Baron or are you going to answer the call? As long as Marin isn't there, they can't decide. They don't have the tools to engage anymore. And SKT capitalize and get an inhibitor turret out of that, and if they can do that one more time, this could be an inhibitor, but Huni has to base, he doesn't have enough mana, and SKT poised to take these fights if they keep playing the way they are.
I love what they're doing here, the tenacity of SKT to stick around in this game, and look at how much Bang is chunking down Spirit in these fights, these more squishy targets on the side of Afreeca. Nobody's safe from the gun of Caitlyn right now.
And it's the late game Elise. All you are is a cocoon. The damage just isn't really there. She has to respect the range that she's at. Anytime that they get chunked, the health advantage that goes towards SKT is too much. Every inch matters in these late game fights.
Faker does have a splash.
Here's the TP.
Okay, the TP coming on in, and Marin looking for the big three-man knockup. Bang will be safe in the back line, but look at that, Faker with no support, nobody able to get close enough. He will go down. Right now it is 5 versus 4. Now Huni is the target. Will eat up Marin here is Tushin, but again, they lost Faker. They don't have that big engage. They don't have those taunts. SKT looking to respond to Baron by perhaps going to Elder Drake.
SKT getting a little bit cocky there. Faker, again, he dies in a 1v5. It's that Nethergrass that takes out your Galio immediately, but they're not going to give this Elder without a fight. Marin's in position, and there is Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, they're coming on in. Look at Bang in the back. Will he get taken out? Yes, he will. The Cataclysm does take him down in the end. And SKT, they're looking for something in this game, but Afreeca doesn't want to give them anything. Now Huni will have his GA popped. There's no support for him. Wolf will eventually go down. And with the death timer so long, Afreeca could look to end this game.
That has to be it. They don't have the wave clear. Caitlyn's not there. It's the only person they have to respect. Afreeca surely will finish the game here.
Wow, look at that. This game, it's been flipped over so many times, going from one direction to the other, but Afreeca sticking in it. As I was complimenting SKT in the beginning here. Now Faker trying to go 1v4 again on this Galio with the help of Peanut. See if they can do that, but Marin's coming back, and Faker will be taken out. With only Peanut left alone, it looks like that will be game number 1, going over to the Afreeca Freecs.
Could this be it? Have we been liberated from Afreeca's inconsistency, and they've found their traction against SKT? It's still game 1 for them, though. It's still game 1. Why is it such a curse?
What did I say? I fully expected them to take this one and then lose game 2, but I hope that perhaps I can be proven wrong tonight.
That was a great game. That was a great game. Afreeca played early game well. The collapses, using Malzahar to gain advantages, and Tucson was stellar. The rotations from him.
Yeah.
I think you could give him or Kuro are my MVPs for this time around. Just playing so well. The entire team playing the macro game well, and SKT overstepping their bounds over and over. There are looks of confusion on the side of pretty much all of them.
Yeah, this isn't what you're used to seeing when you look in the SKT booth. Huni looks the most perplexed out of all of them.
They're disjointed. That final engage, they thought they were at a position where Galio could tank and Caitlyn could dish out free damage, but you needed to protect Caitlyn more. It was only the fights where Caitlyn was successful, and this is the early game where a dive was somewhat red from the side of Afreeca, and then Huni does fail his hook shot or wall shot and does end up dying 2 for 2, and this is the big one for me, where Kuro outplays Peanut, refreshes that Malefic Visions. Galio commits to being in there, but there's a teleport already on the way from Marin. There's an Abyssal Voyage bringing everybody in, and that's a 3 for 0 advantage in the opposing side jungle without preparation on your lane. So the advantage is that Afreeca got from this, they barely let go. Their grasp was loosening when it came down to cracking down the base, but in the end, they played well. Yeah, that was... I want to get excited for
Yeah,
them.
I want to get excited for Afreeca as well, but they're turning into this team, you know.
But when
We gotta hold our breath for just one more game.
We have to wait until they play against the top team.
Well,
So you just got
I mean, you can try to predict who the MVP is going to be, but I feel like Spirit, in his own way, did a ton of small things, you know, helping out with kills, with picks like that, just vision control on the Elise, the pressure in the top lane early on.
This was well played for SKT, protecting the Caitlyn. However, look at how Marin ends up playing it out. He dashes back in, fakes that he's going in, but you always forget about the flag. It's such a minor thing to think about on when these chaotic team fights happen, so many calls, but he was aware of it, takes full advantage of it, and uses Cataclysm to get back into the fight. And 28k damage off of Xayah, almost mirroring the 32 off of Bang.
Yeah. That's why I say, you know, it's hard to choose the MVP. I feel like it was pretty much a team effort. You know, everybody on Afreeca seems to be playing as a unit, down to the timings of the TPs, the Abyssal Voyages, as you're saying, the response to everything that SK tried to do. Afreeca was always right there with the clapback. So, guys, that was game number 1, and that was an incredible game. So I hope you stick around with us. We're going to go to a small break before we get into game number 2. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for more 2017 LCK Summer. We just had Afreeca taking out SKT in game number 1 of their series. Not what we were expecting, especially from the red side of Afreeca, when they've been looking so good in their game 1s on blue side. But they managed to bring it together in a pretty long game that they almost threw at the Baron pit and take game 1.
It was a smart draft by them, smart play, and the question is, do they have more in the tank? They can perfect game 1. They always do it, and it's going to be Kuro. Yep, see? Mid lane. Malzahar opens up so many opportunities for play, catching out so many targets. The roam to the top side, and the QSSs just could not have been afforded from SKT early on, and I like this pick a lot, taking full advantage of the changes to Malzahar in 7.11, which transitioned him from that role of a support to a bit more of a mid laner as we see Kuro play him out. And another one of those catches, and so many of the picks that Kuro got snowballed in the favor of Afreeca, but now they've got to deal with the big guns. The blank is in.
The big guns. Mariano Rivera, as Ellis likes to call him, but also not just blank. We got Ntara coming in the top lane. So they're taking out both Huni and Peanut, who had kind of okay, mediocre games. I think Peanut's Lee Sin was definitely perhaps less than mediocre, but Huni played an all-right game, but they're looking to mix it up.
Well, he didn't have a very easy matchup. He also was dealing with a split pusher. He was playing Camille against Tom Kench, which is the most anti-split pushing support. You always have to respect the Abyssal Voyage, so understandably so. Subbing him out, be like, okay, if you're not on these picks, let's go have a different flavor so far. But if you play statistics, Blank is undefeated.
Yeah, and not just Blank, but also Ntara is undefeated.
Well,
he's 3-0, man.
Ntara, sure, but, you know, I would have never dreamed 2 years ago when Blank was coming in and taking a bit of Bengi's place where all the criticism was on his head. Blank, get Blank out of here. What's wrong with Blank? Like, what's wrong with Bengi? Just let Bengi play. And then Blank now establishes himself as the final boss for SKT. When it comes down to really need a win, they put him in Worlds when they needed that victory against Rocks. They put him in here, and Spirit needs a pep talk. You know who,
you
know who you're up against?
He looks stressed out. I don't know. He's like, oh, man.
Not Blank.
I know Peanut. I can handle Peanut, but Blank, oh, God. This is going to be rough.
Well, Blank's got his Nidalee as well. Well, Peanut can't play Nid. The red side, first rotation, you would never first pick Nidalee, but you could see it happen in the first 2 picks from SKT, which does make him a dangerous pick on the red side. And while we have said that blue side is so favored and so many times teams end up winning on the blue side, Afreeca took full advantage of the draft red side, and I think SKT can do so as well with all the flex picks they have so far and a new jungler and top laner.
So here we go, guys. Lots of eyes on this guy in the booth. Blank, can he come in and salvage the hopes of SKT with the help of Ntara, his sidekick in the top lane? Let's jump into pick and ban for game number 2.
Similar bans so far with Syndra and Rumble. Both were the same first bans last time around, and can expect the Renekton as well, and Tom Kent from Afreeca actually. So they're saying more of this pick is just really strong, and we got lucky that we got it in that first rotation, but we're not going to let SKT get their hands on it. And I like it because this means that teams are starting to read the meta in a way where the champions are shared, and you have to give respect to teams like SKT that they can take new picks and apply it to themselves. The most famous one was last MSI, not this year, but the previous one, where Soraka, one of the most contested supports in North America, SKT says, we recognize your pick is powerful, and we'll have no difficulty in picking it up and applying it to our own strategy.
So no hope of seeing both Galio Zac, as Afreeca does ban out the Zac. We'll see if SKT wants to commit to the Galio ban, though.
They might feel comfortable giving it up. They have shown the Lucian and maybe tempt Afreeca into playing it. Kuro has played it as well to success, so understandably so. They don't want to risk it. At least will likely be the pick from Spirit, but the support that remains is Thresh. Last time around, we didn't get to see him as he was banned out, and it's fantastic synergy with Elise. So I expect SKT to want to take it away, even though it hasn't been Wolf's priority pick. And even in an interview, he has stated how he would like to have more practice on this pick, considering the viability that it has now reached.
It's a pretty sick picture right there. People really coming together, putting their artistic skills to work. And this time we're going to see Blanks Leeson. Peanut kind of mediocre in game number 1 on the pick. And still trying to decide if they will go for that Thresh. They were hovering the Braum instead.
It is going to be that Braum. Caitlyn still remains available. Last time we saw it with Bang, it just never got to the point where it was dealing enough damage. It has fantastic synergy with Braum, but it also works well with the 3 remaining ADs, which is Ashe, which has a bit better synergy than with the Varus, as the attack speed does help a lot in proccing the passive. But Varus will get taken away from Kramer, and it has been one of his favorite picks so far. Great setup with Elise, and another pick composition coming out from Afreeca.
We've seen a lot of Kramer on the Varus. I feel like pretty much every AD has been playing this pick a bunch. And the question is, will they want to pick up their own support? Will they go for that Thresh to have that combination, or will they pick up something else? The answer is Gragas.
They banned Gragas themselves that last game, so this time they have already locked it in, and it's likely to be that top lane pick. There are plenty of champions that can lane against Gragas available, as only Renekton and Rumble have been banned out. You have Fiora, Camille, even the Jarvan, just so many picks, and that's going to be the first Xayah coming out from Bang. Xayah Braum.
I think that sign said, "Senpai, wake up."
To whom?
I would assume that's towards Faker.
I think you could say that many players on SKT are other people's senpai, so I wouldn't be so quick to jump.
But he is the senpai, right? Like that is one of his many nicknames.
I think everyone's somebody's senpai.
I suppose you're right.
Are you someone's senpai?
I'm sure I am. Someone out there. I'm their senpai.
I was looking at this thread where one of the most difficult questions that you have ever thought of, it was, are you somebody's favorite person?
Interesting thought.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I would have to assume so, yeah.
Oh, you're so cocky.
Of course, Grumps. What? Double support ban from SKT after Afreeca does decide to go for the Gragas instead of going for their own support.
This could be Gragas support as well. It would be bold, but there's not a whole lot of physical damage on the side of Afreeca yet, and you would think that to make this lineup work, they will need more physical threats. They recognized that last time around with the Jarvan combination, and it will be denied from Marin this time around, so they have a lot of early game power on the side of SKT as well. But what is Afreeca going to respond with here? I really would not want to see more magic damage, as the itemization for magic resistance is going to be all too easy between Hex Drinkers, Mercurial Scimitars, and Mercury Treads. There just wouldn't be right.
Zyra, one of these supports that's left up for Afreeca, but oh, that last second change into Rakan and then back to Zyra.
You just got dazzled by Rakan's charm and then right back out.
He just wanted to have his 1/2 second of fame show his face, but we don't actually get to see him play.
Maybe it would be the Jace here. Not the greatest into Braum, as Unbreakable will stop the Shock Blast, but magic damage is not advised here, Afreeca. Don't let us down in game 2. At least put up a fight. Oh.
That groan of disappointment out of Crumbs.
Well, they're going to have to play even faster than last time around. SKT, however, is matching their early game aggression with a composition that can go toe-to-toe early. And if they lock in this Karma, that will mean that pressure in the mid lane will be spread out evenly. One Mantra Q on the back line will be enough to dissipate the entire minion wave as the game goes on. But we've seen the builds that Faker goes for on Karma, and most of them do. It's quite supportive with Athene's Holy Grail as a likely first item, as you're dealing with 2 magic damage threats. but hopefully we see some AP damage later as opposed to the Ardent Sensor, which while it does have the Aether Wisp in it, you do not say it's an AP item. It's a support item. You're going full-on helping mode.
Yeah, definitely like to see him go for a bit more damage, although if he is going to play around that bang, perhaps they do just want to support the Xayah.
This was going to be explosive as hell. Both these comps have no business in the late game. They're all about fighting early, finding picks, and accelerating for objectives. So Herald, Dragons, Turrets, Dives, they can both do similar things, and it's going to be a matter of execution. Last time SKT took the first attempt on the dive into the bottom lane, which was botched hideously, but now they have no Peanut, no Huni, which were two of the members that kind of failed that attempt. So with Blank and Untara, maybe they can find some new excitement and adrenaline to pump into this team and get the execution right. And this time around, Afreeca will have the comp to match that early aggression.
Very interesting here. A lot on the line for both of these teams. Afreeca looking to prove a lot in the second game. They want to break that spree of always losing their second game, and they want to take the 2-0 against SKT. And SKT getting stomped in game one, trying to come back, but then eventually losing the game, looking to keep that top spot to themselves. Let's see how it goes down in game number 2 between these two teams. Here we go. If you got a friend who's not watching this game and he likes League of Legends, go ahead and get him in the stream.
Even if they don't like League of Legends, just put him in here. Force them to watch
the stream.
It's like when you go to a friend's house, hey, let me show you all these cool videos, and you sit there awkwardly, oh God, when's this video gonna finish?
He's like chuckling beside you, you're like, do I?
Did you like it? Let me show you the recommended ones, and then it just keeps going.
And it never ends.
I had a party one time when somebody is like, I'll show you a 12-minute video. It's like going to karaoke.
At a party.
And it's a different kind of party. And you go to karaoke and then some, I'm not going to say the word, but if you go to karaoke, you do not pick Bohemian Rhapsody. That is not an acceptable karaoke song. As fun as it is to sing, unless everybody's in on it, you are ruining the experience. It's a 7-minute long song that you're sitting there doing chorus and whatever sounds come out of your mouth by yourself. Involve everybody or don't do it at all. Karaoke 101.
You know what I hate more than Bohemian Rhapsody for that is actually Stairway to Heaven, because it's even longer and it's slower, and when everybody's, you know, a little bit tipsy and you're at karaoke, you're looking to have fun, don't put on the super boring long song with the giant solo at the end. Just don't do it. Hotel California is like a little bit better, but also you gotta mind the big solo at the end.
Or just pick songs that are meant to be sang along with you.
It's true.
Such as Say My Name. Destiny's
yeah,
Child.
Definitely a good one.
Well, junglers will be mirroring each other once again with Elise and Lee starting red buff or red side. Elise will finish top side, and if they can balance out this wave from pushing out, they could have an opportunity to gank Untara, but he's taking full control of this minion wave so far, so it is unlikely for him to be in a position to get ganked early game. Meanwhile, Blank will return to the Raptor camp, and that will mean that he's going to be in the top side, and we might see some battles over this Scuttle Crab.
Spirit not going there yet, just going over to the Wolves. Want to clear that out. For this game, we do have a starting Mountain Drake, which will be very, very nice for either of these early game focused teams to pick up and helping them take down turrets, take other objectives.
And as you mentioned, these Dragons just make the game that much more exciting because these two teams don't have any siege. They're all about fighting for the objectives. And if you give one of them the opportunity to rush down the Baron or find a quick siege onto a tower, this means that the game will become even more explosive.
Well, not too much happening here in the beginning of the game. Saw a nice ping there from Kuro saying, okay, I know where the ward is, just based off of Faker moving out of lane for the exact amount of time it takes to put the ward down.
Yeah, there's that ping onto the doubles as well that spotted out Blank correctly. I believe that was more of an intuition guess based off prior information.
No root there from Tushin. Actually does miss that, and they're trying to almost bait this as we do have Blank coming down the lane. Wolf eating a bunch of damage, but nothing can be done.
Good read there from SKT. They thought about maybe baiting it a little bit, waiting for Blank to make it down the lane. A counter gank would be a huge threat, but Afreeca have to respect that there are double teleports on SKT's side, and 2 TPs will always matter when it comes down to the bot lane fights. How many times have we seen teams go for 5-man dives or use Gallier and as many tools as possible to just obliterate your AD carries? It's countless, and when you have to remember the double teleports, it's such a rare summoner to take so many times that people will forget about it and almost always pay with their lives.
Got pretty morbid there at the end. Oh, it's definitely true.
It's the ultimate price.
Yeah. I love how Tushin, every single time Bang moves up to take a creep, he's always there threatening the root. He's like, okay, if you want to get this creep, you better be good at dodging my root because I'm going to be there threatening it, throwing it out every single time, especially on the cannons, particularly.
It's like good synergy. And speaking of synergy, 2 games in a row where Spirit goes for the early mobility boots, just going full gank mode. There is an opportunity in the top side, but Blank is just escorting Untara around the wave, making sure he can push the wave out safely. So any opportunities for Spirit are likely to come from perhaps mid lane before magic resistance comes online, or maybe a dive into the bottom side, as once levels start coming through without much trading into the top side, killing Jarvan is not the easiest.
Looking for that root again. See the poke coming out of Tushin, playing very far forward, especially when you're playing against this melee support. Very hard for Wolf to answer back early on.
Look at that ping. They're reading Blank like a book. A ping onto the Wolf camp. 3 seconds later, he's queuing onto the Wolf. So Afreeca just have great intuition here, and it shows. And they have an advantage that was just acquired with Untara teleporting to the top side. But instead of going for a dive themselves, they simply choose to match the teleport top side, keep pressure into the lanes. So nothing crazy happening into the bottom lane.
Yeah, not this time. Definitely. Okay, we got a bit of a fight here. The trade coming down with the Cask and the Cataclysm, but both members in the top lane are very healthy still. Very even in health.
We know what build is going to come out of Marin here. We've seen this one before. It was in their game against Rocks where you triple ring into Frozen Fist, and when you're dealing with physical jungler and a physical laner, it's one of the best builds you can do. You can't really question it and say, oh, you should have gone with something else. Fantastic itemization here so far, but Baker being the only magic damage threat and Untara getting caught out.
Oh boy, Untara. Okay, he will have the flag and drag. Will he be forced to use the flash? You could see that Kuro is chasing, but no. He will not be forced to, and Untara gets himself out of a potentially bad situation.
And that greed looking for the healing honey fruit will cost him this cannon minion. He now has to base, and Marin quickly pushes out the wave, so a bit of an advantage growing into the top side. A lane that before you would have expected the Jarvan to have pressure in. Marin's playing it well, and now with that CS lead and level lead, this means that this lane is going to take a lot longer for Untara to feel comfortable pushing in.
Yeah, when we saw the Blank sub coming in, it made a lot of sense. We see that very often when SKT loses game 1, but the Untara sub was a little bit surprising for me.
Yes, I agree. I thought the Camille pick was the bigger issue than Huni's play itself. Maybe, but we can only speculate, right? Maybe calls, maybe a player isn't feeling themselves that day. Maybe they're making poor judgment or simply just not speaking enough. There's so many reasons for teams to make sub decisions that we can only...
Okay, they're going to be jumping here onto Kramer, and He is all alone against 3 members. He will use the heal. He still has the flash. He fails it, but he gets far enough away and survives the gank.
Oh my god, and it was Blank missing the Q after the Dragon's Rage. The classic Lee Sin play. You kick, it was so well played from Wolf. Blank follows up, which was a great follow-up there. Gets a flash kick onto Kramer, but then can't follow up with the Q, and that makes the difference and allows him to get away. Now they're thinking about another dive. There's a teleport here from Faker, but they don't have enough damage. They don't have enough HP or cooldowns to go for this, and what could have been and definitely should have been first blood for SKT gets botched once again. Execution just not on their side today.
Yeah, and even just little things like that, Blank TPing back or recalling on a ward. Let's take another look at this. Flash in from Wolf.
Beautiful. And Varus can't flash because he doesn't know the direction of the Glacial Fissure.
Oh.
But he misses that one. He's trying to angle it away from the plants, but the angle was already there. Overthinking it ends up costing the kill, and Kramer didn't even have to flash over the wall. He just, oh, they don't have anything left. I'll just flash in a straight line.
Really nice Stranglethorns as well from Tushin to save Kramer's life. But pretty easy to just plop that down right when the engage does happen in an attempt to save him. Worked out. But as you said, really came down to the mistake of Blank missing that Q. And right as we were questioning Ntara's replacement, Blank with a very costly mistake.
Oh my lord. Easy steal.
Ooh, landed that cocoon. Here comes Marin with the charge on in, but misses the body slam flash. And the cask will not be enough. Faker actually able to flash away. Lots of failed ganks tonight.
So close, but just so far. You need 3-man to kill Faker right now when you have the Athene's Holy Grail. Spirit sees the opportunity, and unfortunately, it's not an opportunity that was pre-planned. Otherwise, Marin would have been in position. You see the cocoon, you just take the chance right then and there. And while you can have expected that Faker would have flashed that, I'm sure he thought the body slam would connect.
Oh, bang going on in. Featherstorm, he will get locked up, and Kramer with no of his spells left over, none of them left over. He will get taken out for first blood. Nice play there by Bang to make that happen.
And his world just got rocked there. No summoners left. Immediately SKT pounced on the opportunity. They don't burn a single summoner for that kill. Just Varus overstepping his boundaries, and a great play from Bang, utilizing that Featherstorm to make sure that he can get the root at the end. Sets up Wolf for a nice Q right at the very end. We'll take another look right here on how that one came out.
Just lines it up, and as you said, a small step forward and the Featherstorm is enough.
Great timing there on the Unbreakable. Right as they exit, make sure that there's no crazy follow-up damage from Zyra to deal even more damage under the tower.
It's kind of unfortunate that Wolf picked up that first blood. Jumping on in with his ultimate, stealing it.
True, but you can never be too picky about it, especially when you're down one game. Any kill is a good kill for them, especially when it only costs 2 ultis. A low cooldown for a great reward. They'll take that trade every day.
Well, we got Wolf being a bit active in the river, as after the pick, he had a lot of time to just leave lane, but Spirit always trying to get that vision, using the scanner, but actually another ward spotted both of them going into the brush.
Look at how smart that ward was from Wolf. Typically, you know, people like to base or ward that bush. And as such, he wards away from it. If there had been a control ward, you would have been notified as the ward would have been disabled. And it gives you the opportunity of seeing somebody enter the brush without actually having to contest it. So, smart placement when they're in a position where they fear getting ganked. As Elise with Varus and Zyra is a setup that not many champions can escape from.
Marin up in the top lane, looking to outplay one of the newer members, the sub, Ntara, up here for SKT. Although it is very even. There was just that one mistake where he went for the fruit in the river that lost him about 10 CS, but he's been keeping up.
Yeah, it's beyond that, it's hard to start trading with each other and doing so much. No matter how hard Gragas tries to push, which is what he gets out of this build, which is so heavily focused on mana. He does not have too much control because of the Tiamat purchase. So one of the reasons why Jarvan is so popular right now, the itemization makes it so easy for him to get pressure into the lane, similar to Kled. And in the meantime, without any action going on, SKT take the opportunity of blue buff being handed away for Blank to just solo out the dragon.
At the same time, though, they were handing over the blue, and that means that Spirit, seeing this dragon be started, they're looking for the Rift Herald for their team. We'll see if Spirit can actually get that down. The Mountain Drake will go over to SKT.
And this can be a good trade for Afreeca now. If they can use this Herald onto the mid lane and push Faker back, he will have to respond to most action with a teleport. And the Tier 2 purchase of boots from Kuro, which is what he did in Game 1, is going to come in handy when considering that you want to use that Weaver's Wall as often as possible. Here comes a dive.
Okay, getting that slow onto Kramer. They do see Blank.
They don't see Kuro, though.
Yeah, Kuro on the left side, and SKT deciding against it. Not 100% confident in that dive.
Not enough vision to know where Elise is. They recognize that she did buy the mobility boot, so her ability to surprise you and catch you off guard, especially when you're going for a dive that you know is going to take a while because you have to tank Chains of Corruption and Stranglethorns, means that the risk is too high for the reward.
Tara's been pretty good about just pushing in the lane against this Gragas and getting some nice vision for his team. You can see he puts down the control ward at the blue. Just checking the river for any control wards of SKT. Will make his way back up into the top lane.
Alongside Blank, who is also coming into the top side, and that little bit of a CS lead that came off from that chunking in the river is still there. So both these top laners doing their best at last hitting without giving too much away. Their teleports are going to be their biggest tools now. Here comes the Rift Herald.
Okay, you can see this tower is already pretty low, and the one charge might do it from the Rift Herald. It's going to be close. Okay, a couple more hits, and it looks like that will be the first blood turret going over to Afreeca with the Rift Herald.
You know what'd be cool?
What?
Rift Herald skins.
So when your team uses it, it has like different clothes on?
Yeah, so if all 5 members have a Rift Herald skin on, you can have Cockroach Rift Herald, so it just looks like a gross cockroach, or you can have like a beating,
oh, that sounds awesome,
like a beating ram, you know, the ones that they use to crack down castles.
That would be cool. I like that idea.
Goats, it could be a goat, mountain goat herald. The possibilities are endless. Riot loves money. Why won't they do this?
Maybe they will after your suggestion. Trying to get on top of Faker here. Blank eating a bunch of damage. And there's the Q, forcing that flash away. And there's that Dragon's Rage. Perfect play there by Blank, making up for his mistake. But he gets knocked into the wall by the cask. Afreeca looking to turn this back. And Marin, oh, the Chain of Corruption will not land onto Antara. So it will just be a 1-for-1 trade.
Close call there for SKT. They catch onto Faker between Talia and Spirit, but they know they don't have enough damage between those 2 members, so Blank collapses immediately. They are able to pick up Elise and force out the heal from Kuro, and one teleport comes out. Untara does use his teleport, whereas Marin did walk out, so top laner advantage with the teleport does go to Afreeca, and here it comes again. They're going to find Faker, but he does have that Athene's Holy Grail. Even if he couldn't hit, he likely would not have gone down. They'll commit once again onto Spirit. Ooh. This is a cool kick flash. It's just your standard kick flash there. We've seen it a million times, but a great cast there from Marin. Forces Blank into turret aggro and trades 1-for-1.
Marin, the veteran on his team, really trying to carry it by the cask, fighting against Untara, but having the presence of mind to throw the perfect cask to knock Elise in, who's by no means an easy target.
The perfect cask. It sounds like what Gragas would say regarding the alcoholic content of it, however. A monk, a Trappist spear, you know, they sit in there and make alcohol all day. That's that $80 beer we were talking about.
Yeah, the $80 beer at this one restaurant we went to. Maybe someday, with all of our dirty esports money.
I'm sure with the big bucks he's making in NA, he can afford it. meantime, take a look at the vision that SKT has presented in the river. Double control ward, a scuttle crab, as well as river or ramp entrance in the right side. So nobody from Afreeca can enter this bottom lane and go unnoticed, and this gives the opportunity for Bang to continually push up. They have already proven that they have tremendous kill pressure onto the Varus, and as such, they have to play back. They have to respect it, and there is a CS lead that is growing, as well as a turret damage advantage.
They got a control ward in this brush, looking for a pick. They were already able to catch Kramer out one time.
They need more people if they want to kill Faker.
Coming on in. Here's Marin. Can he land the cask? The answer is no. That wasn't even close.
Negative on that one.
Maybe
they are going to lose that tier 1 in the bottom lane. Xayah continues to push, and Wolf just buying some time, and here it goes down.
So, a failed gank will give up a turret in the bot lane. So now both teams have picked up a turret. This game extremely close as we enter 20 minutes.
Itemization starting to come through. Heavy magic resist for SKT so far. 5 Mercury treads. Considering the amount of CC that is on this lineup and magic damage, even Varus packs his fair share of magic damage with his Blood Quiver.
Uh-oh, Spirit in a lot of trouble coming in with the Weaver's Wall. Here is Kuro trying to go for the save, knocking back Blank, but will not save the life of his jungler. And Spirit just getting out of position, gets taken out.
Classic Elise, and this is why game 1 I was surprised to see him do so well. Buying that Dark Seal, which he has once again, but not finding the same success of that first match. And as such, that's a 0-2 Elise, and unfortunately, we want to see this guy succeed and have the great games that we've known him to have, especially when he was on Samsung Blue. Many people looked up to him as one of the best junglers in the world, period. His Rengar, his Jarvan, just so many champions, the Lee Sin. And now we want him to get to that form again, and sometimes he does, but sometimes he doesn't, and that's just a story of Afreeca. The lack of consistency starts with the players.
Especially when you get the same champion 2 times in a row. He looked so good on it in game 1, and then you come into game 2, it's like, what happened?
Blank, he got nervous. He's in the booth. Like, oh no, not the undefeated, the uncontested, unrivaled king of the jungle. Nobody else is undefeated in the jungle now.
Just our boy Blank looking to show Peanut who's the better Lee Sin. Can they lock down Kuro? There's the knockup. Easy peasy. Another wasted TP though from SKT, as Faker will lose his, but definitely a nice skill to pick up.
But when you can alternate teleports, it gives you that option of always using teleports when you make a play, so that their chance of a counter back and a counter gank or any response from the enemy lineup is just not there. Next time, it's going to be Untara using his teleport, and if he cancels it, then the next time it's going to be Faker, as Marin is the only one on Afreeca who can ever answer.
The game is slowly pushing towards SKT as Faker's let alone in the bottom lane with red buff on Karma. Picking away at that tier 2. Now Marin's winning a trade up in top, but Untara lives. That's going to be another tower going over to SKT.
And it's slipping away from Afreeca. The game 1 juice just not lasting long. And if it turns out it was only Michael Jordan's water, and now where's the magic? You get that reference?
A little bit. Are you talking about Magic Johnson?
No.
No?
No. Space Jam.
Oh.
Magic Johnson.
I wasn't close. I was throwing it out there, seeing if something stuck. Space Jam. I saw that movie when I was like 7, and I haven't watched it again. Maybe that's another rewatch. You and I aren't the biggest movie watchers.
I mean, I wouldn't rewatch Space Jam. I know exactly what happens in it, but I do remember that it
That's the thing. You remember, I don't.
It tells you the moral is that greatness is within. You don't need a special juice to make you feel like you've accomplished. It's a placebo effect.
Thanks for the spoilers. Maybe I won't watch it again now.
It's a kid's movie. It's not that complex.
Well, as we said, the reference is slipping away from me, just as this game is from Afreeca. As the push is coming in onto the mid lane, now Bang has the red buff. And there's just, okay, now they're pulling together 4 members. It looks like they do have a response, but they are able to chunk down that mid-tier 1 to half health already.
But it's likely that Faker gets left alone to the top side. Kuro is answering, but the turret is so low. Blank and Untara, or Wolf, are rotating top side to try to take down this tower.
Tether does not land.
Oh, he's
look at
gonna
the
get
damage.
so dove if he doesn't get out of there.
Oh, but look at this counter engage here from Afreeca. They find Blank and Wolf in the jungle. Both of them forced to get out of there, but here comes the Weaver's Wall, and Marin up in the top lane able to teleport in. It looks like this should be a kill onto Faker, who misses his flash and cannot pick up the kill onto Kuro.
The fail flash from Faker, a little bit on the edge there on the wall, as well as on the edge himself. In the meantime, Untara will continue to farm into the bottom side, so at least they have pressure into the lanes, but this is what Afreeca needs to be doing, using that teleport advantage. We thought it would be Untara to answer. They read what SKT is trying to do. They saw what Faker committed to doing it to the bottom side, so they say, we're not going to allow it this time around. Tucson and Spirit react quite well here. We see them just jump right into them, so makes total sense for them to pounce on the opportunity, but the teleport's already on the way here, and taking down Faker is all too easy when you combo the Weaver's Wall and separate Blank and Wolf.
Fail flash. Kuro does live. We got some pings going down onto the Baron here. Looks like Afreeca on the blue side, trying to use that advantage, clear out any of the vision, take the Scuttle Crab.
It would be a bold move. It worked game 1. That's because SKT was nowhere near in the position where they are this time around. The more magic resist that comes out of them, and as long as they continue to take fights where Kramer is not involved, the more likely they are to survive for new rotations of their cooldowns in these fights and allow them to win. It's Karma, who is a single damage spell champion, right? Not Tether does not count as a damage move. So
does a little bit.
The longer these fights go, the more benefit it will be for SKT, because just think of a fight where Faker misses his first mantra. To be fair, Faker's highly unlikely to miss his first mantra, but on the chance that it happens or somebody flashes it, you're stuck there without the ability to deal damage for a couple of seconds, and those seconds matter when the entire lineup of SKT can just rapid fire at you between Zyra, Varus, and Talia.
Very true. Although Faker is, okay, hold that thought. We got this Baron start
Blank,
here.
what are you doing down here, Blank?
That's not the Baron, that's the Scuttle Crab in the lower river, and the ward does come down, a TP in from one of the members. It looks like Untara. They're looking to, huge burst damage out of Faker on a lot of these members. Faker in the back line trying to get that kill, but he will be taken out. That's 2 kills going over to SKT. Now Kuro in the back line looking to get onto Wolf here, who's all alone. Blank getting to the party a little bit too late. Looks like maybe Wolf gets taken out. Yes, he will. On the back of that 3-for-1 and the Baron going over to Afreeca.
Blank must not have been watching game 1 and saw what Afreeca did. They took advantage of the early Baron. No vision there. Even though there was a ward in the back of the pit, the control ward disabled it. They pounce on the opportunity and immediately pick up a Baron that now remains on 4 members, and all for 1 Scuttle Crab. That was what Blank was doing at the time. You're a jungler, post 20 minutes, you gotta sit around there.
Especially after game 1, as you were saying. I mean, this is definitely a big mistake from all of SKT. It seemed like Wolf was just a little bit late on the ward, and even with all this burst damage from Faker, he gets locked up for so long, and Tara jumping into the Zyra ultimate, getting knocked up.
And so few times do we see teams do split calls onto a Baron and pull it off right. And this was the time where it was correct for Afreeca to do it. They knew how much time they had until the rest of SKT would get there. They knew that Baron was low enough for Elise to finish it by herself nearly, and as such, they do it well. They turn onto Faker, who has no cleanse, who is an easy target, combo it with the Stranglethorns, and are able to both secure Baron and kills at the same time. What a rare sight to see, but they pull it off.
Afreeca, they've got some juice left over, it seems, perhaps, from game number 1. And sneaking that Baron, getting those kills. We'll see what other advantages they can get. They pick up the Infernal Drake. Now they're looking for the bottom tier 1. Kramer gonna tank this one up.
Now they are gonna play the 1-3-1. Marin having his own teleport and no teleport on the side of Untara, so the chances of a flank engage are minimal here, as it would only be Untara going for a crazy flank out of vision, but Afreeca's vision has been great. Now they're going for that tier 2, and Untara is all tied up dealing with Marin.
Yeah, and look at that. SKT, they were going through the jungle, but they get spotted out by Tushin, so they get to this turret a little bit late. You can see just how low this tier 2 is getting. And the next push should do it.
One more wave, and whoa.
Whoa, okay, Banks going on it. He catches Kuro, and this guy is showing up finally.
Holy crap, he just flew like a jet.
Into the back line, though, is Tushin trying to knock him up. Spirit in a bit of trouble, will repel down. Blank, will he continue on to this? Looking for that energy, will jump in, the cocoon misses, and they're still on the chase. They're not letting go of this one yet. The route there onto Wolf, though, and Blank is all alone.
I gotta see that again.
That was pretty insane.
Holy, it's like a pinball machine. Yeah, clap for that guy. Oh, we're not gonna get the justice of the replay yet.
Not yet. Blank getting knocked up by that body slam. The cask going to knock them further away. They will force a TP out here. Still no Dragon's Rage onto Blank. TP will be canceled by Faker.
The classic mechanic we see so many times where Unbreakable gets to outplay the castle. We'll take another look right here. Onto the cannon, flying out. Does he even proc it? No, he doesn't. Just beautiful.
That is so cool.
So here's a little throwback, actually. The first time I believe the insect kick came out was against Yellow Pete in the exact same fashion in the bottom lane. It was insect where he throws out a Q and gets to go for the ward hop before connecting the Q, and that's what made the move so impressive, because at the time, like 5 years back, nobody was committing or didn't even know that you could ward hop out of your Q. So Blank taking notes from Insect there. But so many players before have claimed to be the original member. It doesn't matter. It was him where it started getting the fame of traction. He Thomas Edison it.
Pretty much. He made it, you know, known to the masses that, hey, you can do this, and I've got some pretty sick mechanics, and I can do it on the big stage. So, gotta hand it to him. Blank really trying to make up for his mistakes, I think, multiple times in this game. It's been kind of all over the place. One good play there, one bad play there. Trying to show Peanut how to play that Lee Sin.
He's got that abyssal mask out of all items, just trying to help out Faker as much as possible. They do need DPS, and normally you would expect the opposite item there, the name escapes me, the one that diminishes the damage 15%, but when you're going against Talia, who her Q does so much damage, look at the item.
The Abyssal Mask?
You know how there's Abyssal Mask, and then there's the new one, which I just can't remember the name right now. You know what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Because you said that you forgot, now I'm drawing a blank here as well. We say it all the time. Isn't it like Radiant Helm or something like that?
Abyssal Helm. Who knows? We know what the item is. All these new appearances, it takes time. Some trading into the bottom side, making sure that nobody can teleport into a fight if something is to break out.
Okay, the big knock up onto Bang, though. Featherstorm coming on in. Lots of damage on the backside. Stranglethorns will not land. And it doesn't look like anyone will die. Bang staying alive, forced to blow his heel.
At least he lives, and it shows the survivability of Xayah with her ultimate, something that no other AD carry can really amount for. I think Vayne is the only one that you think her ult gives her that much survivability.
Okay, Afreeca going hard onto this turret. Can Blank do it again? Locks onto Spirit here. Manticore does miss all 4 members.
Look at the respect they offer to Blank. As soon as Q connects in a dangerous position, teleport comes out right away. But they also knew that Untara was waiting on the wings. He was at the Wolf camp looking for an engage. But now SKT is not in a position to respond to this dragon. It's going to go down quickly. So they will have to answer with position in either setting up later or going up for the Baron. Wow, what a jump.
There it is, Faker. He's farming so well. You can see that damage that he offers. Now it's Marin versus the world. Trying to get onto this blasting plant. He will jump over. Can his team actually help him out? Doesn't look like it. Blank comes through again with another Dragon's Rage and kicks him over the wall.
And now they have the inside track to getting to the mid lane turret. It's going to give them some gold control over the Baron area. They can go transition into it. They can try to rush this down as they do have a Mountain Dragon on their side. Afreeca have to respond to this quickly, or they could see themselves at the losing end of a Baron fight.
This game once again is just so close. Can Afreeca challenge the Baron here 4v5 without Marin, without a significant portion of their engage?
Nay.
Crumbs channeling his inner horse says no. SKT will be able to take it out.
How is Blank such a hero consistently?
I don't know, man. This guy truly is the closer coming in for SKT.
I'm shocked.
Peanut's the big starter. Sometimes he has a good day, sometimes he doesn't. But every time Blank comes out, even through mistakes, even through giving up 3 Barons
World
in games against
MSI
MVP.
Matches against teams that are on the rise. He just seems to find a way, and now they're sitting at, well, it's still a small gold lead. Momentum is in their favor, and that's something that you cannot put in the scoreboard.
They just have so much going for them. You know, reeling off of a mistake right now is Afreeca after giving up a couple of objectives, another turret, a Baron. They do get the 2 Infernal Drakes in total after picking that one up, so that is pretty nice for their team fight, but still doesn't feel too good.
And now the magic resistance is really kicking into high gear. Jarvan with 3 magic resist items. That's the one I was talking about. You see it now?
Yeah, yeah.
The purple one.
The item that must not be.
I'm pretty sure it's Abyssal Helm.
I don't think it's Abyssal Helm.
Well,
it's
the
Abyssal
helmet,
Mask.
Mask, helm. They both look like faces. We know what they do.
It's the item that shall not be named. It's the purple one.
Now here comes the 2-man control of 2 lanes with the Baron. So they're thinking about a base. If they can hit a Mantra Q onto the back line, it should be enough to force Afreeca to retreat. Here's a wall.
Ooh, nice wall. That's 3 members all locked up. A big knock up there onto them, and the cask in the back line to knock up Bank. Here comes Intara from the left side, and a big root. Doesn't seem like anyone loses any health in the entirety of that engage. But lots of summoners and ultimate abilities used.
Just look at how little damage Afreeca does. Between the magic damage and the short range AD that is Varus, and then you have to account for the shields from Faker and the heals off the Athenes, it's just too much.
Now they're struggling to stop the Baron push. You were talking about how neither of these teams has too much siege, rather. And that tower doesn't take all too much damage.
It'll have to be a dive or a crazy attempt. We saw that Afreeca is at least capable of pulling the trigger before it gets to be too late, before they lose a base turret, which is what holds them in here and what forces SKT to look for creative ways into cracking the base. Typically, we'll see them go for just the next Baron, but this is the first Baron that they have for a couple of minutes still remaining, so not getting much out of this would mean that the next one is unlikely to yield any results, and the fight will have to be around the objective, and teams will, if they win a fight, will need to prioritize taking down base turrets and inhibitors than going for the big purple worm. There's a 3-man though. They've spread themselves out now, trying to crack the base from 3 angles, see if it works.
Right now it seems the top lane is a little bit weak, but SKT is going to rotate down into bottom. And you can see this turret here is being chunked down by Intara.
Great move there from SKT, forcing the side of Afreeca to respond to the farthest point from where they are actually getting turret damage, which is in the top side. Good communication leads to a proper rotation, and they're able to crack the base. While they didn't get the inhibitor turret, this does set them up for a next Baron siege in which they can get an inhibitor, and we might be in for the long haul here if these two teams keep playing the way they are.
It's what I want to see. Afreeca really pushing SKT to their limit. not making this easy by any means. And even if Afreeca, or rather SKT does win this game, they have to win another one. We'd be tied up at 1-1.
Keep blank in.
I think you have to. I mean,
well, we just don't know. I mean, maybe. I'd probably keep him in.
I think 100% you keep blank in.
Well,
if SKT wins this game after his performance on Lee Sin, compared to Peanuts,
you keep him in for his win rate, which, God, still 100%. What?
It's so satisfying, you know? 100%, not a single loss.
It's fun to see players that were previously so scrutinized have
well, hold that
success.
thought. Faker forced to flash away, almost gets knocked up as they're desperately trying to take out this ward around the Elder Drake.
Elder will now spawn. Control of the 2 lanes comes out from SKT as Untara pushes the bottom lane. Marin will either have to answer or position himself for a fight. There is no Tucson left, but I don't think they can crack this down before he's in at least a threatening range. Here's Marin on the side. Oh, it's going down so quick.
Getting the big zoom out here. Can Spirit come in and steal it is really the question. They're going to turn on to Marin, though. That Featherstorm will be enough. Rather, not the Featherstorm, but he does get locked down. No steal from Spirit. That will be locked up for Bang. Not going to miss the smite on this one. And now Blank trying to get onto Marin. Very, very low down there in the bottom lane. Can he actually survive? The flag and drag will be enough. And so SKT picks up Elder Drake and the kill.
And the disjointment from Afreeca leaves Marin by himself. SKT play it well. They collapse onto Marin while still remaining in aggro range of Dragon, so it doesn't lose the HP that had been so thoroughly worked before. And
okay, trying to get onto Wolf. Look at all those shields. And, I mean, his own Unbreakable. He's just not taking any damage.
It's only Varus that can really crack him. Magic resistance is through the roof, and you would imagine that these members itemize in heavy magic resistance as well, with a mixture of scaling and flat magic resistance, meaning that the late game will be even stronger.
Too much pressure in every single lane right now from SKT. They'll take down mid inhibitor, looking towards the bottom as the 3rd inhibitor turret goes down. And Tara in the top lane is pushing by himself. Look at that chunk damage onto Tushin right now. Faker's farmed out of his mind. Looks like maybe they can save this inhibitor.
Oh, there's no chance here. They just don't have enough damage. This is exactly what I was talking about. I didn't like the Talia pick.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption here and the lockdown from the Zyra, but Redemption, the shields, the heals, and Antara looks unstoppable. Marin coming from the mid lane was able to TP in, looking for a counter engage here. Bang is way up in the front.
Fighting against Elder.
Yeah, and here comes that wall. Doesn't really do all too much. Big cast. Bang is able to dodge that though with the Featherstorm. Will lock up the Marin, who's able to jump away. But this time Untara will be taken out by Kuro. And still on the chase here is Afreeca, but oh man, Spirit just disappears. That chunking damage from the Karma. In comes Blank, and he's gonna find Kuro! Once again, he'll trade his life, but that is a lot of wave clear taken away from Afreeca. And this is the fight that will just never end, as both teams still sticking around.
Baron is still an objective. If they win a fight, they can get a big bonus out of all this. Q does miss, but they're fighting against an Elder Dragon. Many cooldowns from SKT had been used, and Marin just seems to not find a way around Unbreakable. Every single time the ultimate does go wide, it gets blocked by Wolf, and one of the most difficult champions to play against when you're playing Gragas, and as such, Wolf uses his wall intelligently, and what should have been multiple knockbacks, placing members in difficult situations, ends up being just a blown ability. And now SKT just starts out that Baron. They have the Mountain Dragon, and with how much damage Xayah can do right now, this can go down quickly, but they are responding.
It's all about the bot lane for Afreeca, but Tushin just almost dies from one Mantra Q at this point, and they have to give it away. So no inhibitors left. Only the 2 Nexus turrets and the Nexus, and they're facing a Baron buffed SKT, who has finally taken the lead in this one, up about 9,000 gold.
How many times has Tucson had to base off getting hit from a Mantra Q? It's too many to count. The range of Zyra is just not there to match Karma's, and because he's always looking for angles, he's also facing Faker, who's looking for angles too, so they meet each other eye to eye, and the range battle always wins. It's like playing a short-range AD carry against Caitlyn. Caitlyn will almost always hit you first, and that's what Karma does to you.
Well, we'll see how SKT wants to crack this base. I don't think it should be too hard.
God, how grotesque there. There's the Gargoyle Stone Plate onto Wolf. He's not dying either.
He's got Locket, Redemption. He's got the Eye.
Sure,
Gargoyle.
Kramer has damage, but realistically, is he going to get in range and be able to melt down every member from SKT? Unless they do it one at a time, highly unlikely.
And you can see SKT taking this very carefully. Just trying to push in with the double super minions and all the different waves. Afreeca trying to clear it out as fast as humanly possible. The knock up here onto Bang doesn't have the Feather Storm. Chain of Corruption, though, will miss. Oh, it hits someone, but it doesn't hit Bang. And the push still coming on in. Those Nexus turrets getting lower and lower. Still 2 minutes left on the Baron as SKT looking to close this one out.
Good cooldown there from Marin to trade for Bang's ultimate. He does have Body Slam Flash, but there's no damage to follow up on any of this.
You would essentially have to catch Bang. And even then, you got Faker in the backline. And look at all that damage. They're going to be jumping on in now, looking to end this game. The big knockup from the Braum. Trying to find some targets here. Kuro still alive in the back with so little health. Spirit as well. As SKT pushing on in. Those minions getting to work on the Nexus. This is going to be all tied up 1-1.
SKT coming back with a vengeance, but I gotta say, this looks like the woes that Afreeca had in Game 2 against Rocks Tigers. A fault in the draft. There had no chance of actually winning this if they did not stop tremendously early on. You have one physical threat against a heavy amount of tanks on top of the one mid laner that builds the most magic resistance against heavy AP lineups and enhances the tankiness of your tanks even further. Just a great draft from SKT, but Afreeca's hand, they started off poor, and there's not much they could have done with what they got dealt.
Both Blank and Untara actually don't look all that happy with their play. I feel like Blank is still kicking himself, perhaps, for being out of position for the Baron that almost tipped the game too far in Afreeca's favor. So even though SKT does take the win, it's not as clean as they would have liked. I'm sure they're going to be hearing a bunch of stuff from Coma.
You may have a perfect game, but unfortunately in League, you tend to reminisce on the mistakes more than anything else. And while Blank did have some game-winning kicks, he did make some mistakes that could have been punished way worse had they been against a team that was more active, such as this one, right? This was such a freebie. This could have started the snowball right from the get-go, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones he's kicking himself for.
That's the first one. Definitely would have snowballed a little bit easier in SKT's favor had he landed that. Kramer with no summoners. Just following up for that kill. Nice unbreakable from Wolf.
Oh, he fell into the crevice. That was cool.
Nice dodge here from Faker. And this is where Blank begins to turn it on. His almost max range Q into the very nice kick flash. Good play from Marin, though, to even up the score.
Oh, I just want to see the one where he goes forward into the bottom lane. Onto the cannon. I'm sure it's got to be the next one. Oh, no. This is another catch onto Spirit. This is when we were questioning the build with the Dark Seal, where it was reminiscent of the days where Afreeca was really struggling in the jungle matchup. And this is the cool play from Blank, the biggest one of the game.
Get out your cameras, boys. Wow. Oh, that's so cool.
So well played.
And that's when Afreeca, they had the Baron, and that was the Baron that Blank out of position definitely helped Afreeca take. And he's like, no, you guys are pushing. I'm going to win this back for my team.
That's what makes it so impressive. Clutch plays and moments like that are what make the difference. And that's one of the reasons why SKT is such a team that you can never count them out. Right there, the flash tether to ensure that Marin can't escape from Faker. Clutch move every single time you stall out the game. Later and later, then, if you're in a position where you can get advantages from buying more time on the clock, it's always worthwhile.
Oh, the mid laner's damage. It's almost touching. So close.
Don't touch those swords.
At the end of it all, actually, Kura had the most damage on Talia, but a good 1-2 punch from SKT from Faker with his chunking damage and the consistent sustained damage from the Xayah.
18,000 from Varus. Like, he's not in a position to succeed. You need a hyper carry when you're dealing with 4 magic damage threats, and if you don't draft it, you're on a ticking time bomb. It exploded, and they lost.
So guys, it's all tied up 1-1. We're going to take one more short commercial break, and we'll come back with game number 3 of SKT versus the Afreeca Freecs. We are back here at the Nexon Arena for more 2017 LCK Summer. It's all tied up 1-1 between SKT and the Afreeca Freecs. And this is the 5th time in a row, the 5th series that Afreeca has won game 1, lost game 2, and SKT looking to come back with the help of this guy, Blank.
How could you not give him the MVP? Gets subbed out. He's always there when they need him. He's like the Batman, but actually successful.
Was Batman not successful?
There's still crime in the city, isn't there?
I guess
SKT
that's
keeps
true.
winning, so look at this crazy move he makes. It's so clutch when there's Baron on the side of Afreeca. When you have a player that can make plays during a Baron and completely hinder a team's ability like that, just you want to have him on all the time, but you just can't. You gotta play him slow. Don't dry him out.
Yeah, only bring him in when you absolutely need him. But if he keeps playing like that, you gotta wonder, you know, will he ever become the starter for SKT? It's definitely a topic of debate between lots of the online communities and the casters out there. But he comes in again for game 3. As I was saying, I think you have to keep him in. And we'll see if he can pull this team together to eventually win here against Afreeca.
And so is Untara. Untara is also remaining as opposed to bringing back Uni. So the duo that typically we are seeing just Blank by himself against MVP, we did see them sub out both Untara and Blank together. And this time around, 2 more times. And we're going to jump right into the picks and bans. And I think that last time around, Afreeca dropped the ball with their draft. I would have liked to see them take away the Jarvan early on. They did so on the red side before. It would have been a great combination with the Elise, and I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again.
Yeah, Afreeca on red side looked good in their draft for game 1. See if they can channel a bit of that here once again. Similar bans so far. Exact same bans so far.
Maybe Tom Kench will come out. It was taken in the first rotation from Afreeca, and I doubt that SKT will prioritize it highly enough for it to be taken away first pick.
Saying something that Faker is something
again.
better than her boyfriend that went to the army. I didn't catch the entirety of that.
You do not put that on. What?
That went on TV, young lady. So, well, now the whole world knows. I don't know exactly what she was saying, but
we don't know what kind
I
of
caught that
relationship
part.
she's in. Let's not draw judgment there.
Galio ban this time from SKT. They don't want to have Faker playing the Galio.
And hopefully just match it with the Zac. Oh, no.
Oh, the Caitlyn ban.
Zac remains. Blank can play Zac. He's no mighty bear.
The Korean commentators immediately, they're like, oh, a huge mistake. And can anyone really argue? I think Blank can definitely play Zac.
They did defeat Zac. So I think what they're saying is, we understand the value of Zac, but we need to ensure that we get the winning combination that we had before, which was Elise Tam Kench. So they must have been afraid of an Elise or TK being taken right from the get-go, and their composition that worked game 1 would have been separated. Here I expect SKT to take away that Jarvan. You know Afreeca will have no hesitation in locking it away in that final pick of the first rotation.
Lulu now, once again.
No, not going to be.
No.
No way.
No. That would be so Faker to just bring out Lux into game 3 against Afreeca, but not going to happen. At least,
Wolf
I
does
don't
not
think
look
so.
too chipper. Just give me Jarvan. Just take the Jarvan, SKT. Jarvan's the contested pick here.
Okay.
Xayah instead. She does have a 100% win rate in this series so far.
It's a good start.
And when you have Zac, the team fighting god, combo it with the Feather Storm where you can continuously root people on top of the Kidnap, your team fighting prowess goes through the roof, and they will match with what appears to be the Callista. So lots of team fighting and even more skirmish early on from both these teams.
Foregoing those 2 very popular AD carries, we haven't seen a single Ashe in the series.
I think that teams have caught on to the vulnerability of Zach, which there are few, but one of them is that if he does not get in range of you, then you can't do anything. If you miss your slingshot, which so many Galio or Zacks do, and you're not in range of hitting that Q and your flash ultimate isn't quite there, Kalista, an AD that can bounce around, dodge a few of your abilities, is one of the best picks against her. She builds a blade, she can kite you well, and stack endless amounts of spears in you that we would hope to see the spears go for a Pierce Ren transfer and then kill somebody else as a result, but that's never happened, and it's just a dream. You dream things like that when you play League so much.
Definitely have. And yeah, I think that's a really good point. I definitely am getting the feeling that Afreeca is prepared for this Zac pick. I don't think it's just going to be Zac raffle stomping the entire Rift.
But remember the last Zac they played again, it was Mighty Bear. And that was probably the worst Zac I've seen in a while. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but he rolled over and he rolled down there himself. Kennen will be that last ban, so Jarvan just makes so much sense here, and finally Marin will take it away.
I would just like leave the Kennen open in hopes that Marin plays his AP Kennen.
Well, then you face the risk that they lock in a mid laner right away. You take Jarvan, you get a Kennen as a response, and if the Kennen, let's say that Marin decides to build properly and gets out of control, you are in a heap and helping of trouble.
Okay, another Camille, this time for Ntara. So SKT liking the Camille pick on blue side this series.
So that clearly points to Camille and the picks not being the reason for the substitution of Puni. It had to have been the play, the communication, just not feeling it, and almost a complete draft. Whoa, Kuro's going to take Arya? Highly doubt it. It's going to be the Victor instead. Wave clear for days.
Yeah, you can just chill mid against that Orianna. We've seen solo kills before, but probably unlikely. As you were saying, probably just going to sit there, farm it up. Got a nice bit of wave clear. It's going to be a lot harder to see Afreeca now.
I like this draft a lot from Afreeca. This time around, they have enough physical damage, enough CC, engage tools, the ability to collapse from just insane ranges with Abyssal Voyage and the distance that both Elise with mobility boots and the flag and drag from Jarvan. But then you have SKT, Zac and Orianna, the ultimate ball delivery combo. It's so nasty, you don't even need to combo all the abilities together. Kidnap plus Shockwave will surely be more than enough to kill everybody on the team. So the team fighting from SKT has to be on point, and they have struggled with the mechanics in Game 1 and Game 2, so putting all the emphasis on mechanics on Game 3 is a huge surge of confidence that the coaches are giving to the players.
Yeah, but if they can line it up even just once, definitely would mean a huge win for SKT in that team fight at least. Blank, he gets Zac. He was looking really strong on his Lee Sin mechanics. I'm sure he himself is very confident on his Zac mechanics. We get to see Ntara's Camille as well in the top lane. And this time, we got Kuro on that Victor. He played it before. I think he did win that game. And Tushin on that Tom Kench, really excited to see him playing that as well. Him and Spirit had a lot of teamwork in game number 1 on the red side. So here we go, guys. Game 3 of SKT versus the Afreeca Freecs. Let's do it. The tiers are 100% female. I did not hear one guy.
This is such a change from the NALCS.
Oh yes, it's nice.
It's a welcome change.
The tiers have been just getting louder and louder.
Well, the games have been fire, so understandably so. More people showing up, they're hearing their friends tell them, you gotta come check this out, you're not gonna believe it. Afreeca took them down in game 1, SKT, blank 2 games in a row. Now they have Zac. Who wouldn't want to watch? If you love League of Legends, you're watching.
There's like a couple of people out there that love League of Legends and they're not watching. Those poor guys.
Oh, you'll watch the VODs.
Definitely a series to remember. we're having tonight.
As many of SKT series are.
I know some people are disappointed that Peanut lost his undefeated Lee Sin streak, but to be honest, his Lee Sin didn't look too impressive in that game.
Just same start, 3 games in a row. Raptors into mirroring each other. He's going to dodge away from the final Raptor, and instead the dual lane from SKT will be leashing that red buff, and just makes me so happy to see a bot lane help out your jungler this much, especially when it's Zach out of all picks, one that requires those early levels. If you get him ahead, he will help you back. He'll gank your lane. That's all his job is, just gank, gank, and team fight. So if you ensure that he's in a position where he can feel safe invading or not having to worry about face checking in the least, then the Zach gets to farm and gets to really abuse the late game power and mid game ganks that is this tanky blob.
Tanky blob deciding not to go for an invade, even after the big leash onto red.
Oh, no, you're not going to invade a Zach.
Yeah.
Not at this level.
And the timing is actually very similar in terms of when both the junglers do get to the opposite side of their own jungle.
The timings where shoving top lane on Untara wards the Krugs and make sure that the blast cone is no longer there, preventing Spirit from having another route to gank the top set. And in the meantime, Kramer, we saw him mirror the same thing, pushes out the bottom lane, and while he can't proc the blast cone over the Dragon Pit, he can ward for it. So he places a ward in front of the pit, and now Untara is completely protected with 2 wards into the top set, but Spirit does get pinged out. The intuition from both these teams have been on point in figuring out where the junglers start, where they finish, and where they will go next.
They can exactly ping him. 3 clears out one of those wards. And just invading a little bit, getting some deep vision. I'll put down 1 ward here. You can see the bottom lane of SKT does respond by backing off and laying down some defensive wards of their own.
Now, as soon as he goes into the jungle, you have to respect him ganking from behind, using the blast cone to get over to Krugs, or even repelling, and it's apparent with the vision that they've placed. A green ward in the try, and then another one over the wall to make sure that if Elise takes a route that does not get scouted out by the tri-rush ward, that she will still be found and buys enough time for SKT to retreat. So both teams playing well with their vision in respect to the jungle ganks. And this will only benefit SKT as their late game fighting with Zac and Orianna is something that always is a threat.
Tushin getting locked up here by Zion the bot lane. Don't want to be taking too much damage, getting too low against that kind of lane, because they definitely can have some pressure against the Tahm Kench early on.
And it's cool to see how, even though now Blank will get spotted out, they had no idea where he was before, because the wards did not scout somebody coming through the lane into the doubles. And as such, now they still have no idea where he is. Pings can simply be speculative, as they know or have an idea that he's in the blue side, but where he's warding or what he's doing is completely unknown to Afreeca. All they know is that there are no camps for him to take, so pings go onto vision, and that's about it.
Yeah, look at the positioning of Kuro too because of that. Backs all the way up. Doesn't want to pressure against Faker underneath the turret.
Kramer shoots out a Sentinel into his side of the jungle, try to get as much information on Blank.
Comes Spirit, gonna use that blasting plant. Try to get over here. Doesn't scout Blank at the Wolves. He's making his way up into the top lane. Will they try to go for this? Martin is extremely low on mana. Looks like Spirit will just recall.
Low chance of a dive succeeding here. Camille can outplay you with her stun, so going for a dive without the flag and drag from Jarvan would be risky to say the least.
Another Dark Seal for Spirit on the Elise.
Into Mobies as well.
It's almost like we've seen this before, Crumbs.
3 times exactly. 3rd time's a charm, perhaps.
Well, the first time was the charm for them. We'll see if they can make it to tonight. Well, we'll definitely have a lot of map presence with that kind of build with the Moby boots. Trying to match the Zac ganks.
It does unfortunately slow him down in the clear. Normally you'd want to have either your Tracker's Knife to start warding out, try to account for Zach, but Zach is difficult to find as his range of engage is nearly impossible to completely label. And this is where we might see the first rotation from the bottom lane. A lot of times teams like to swap out at 10 minutes, try to get a tier 1 advantage, but it'll only be Tucson, and he does get scouted out. So how is SKT going to react to this? Going for vision in the deep blue side would be my first guess. And Zach and Lulu are now pairing up, looking for something good.
Tucson coming on in, Blank trying to clear the Scuttle Crab. Wolf has been sitting in this brush for so long. There's the Polymorph onto this level 6, forced to flash the Shockwave. Is Kuro, will not have that flash for a long time.
Great patience there from Wolf, and what he does is simply a sacrifice because he has eyes on Tucson. He knows that Tucson,
Ooh, okay. Gonna force out the Ghost this time. So they get both of the summoners from Kuro.
And now Blank is in a great position to revisit this lane, has flashed, is level 6. Kuro is just a sitting duck. But we were saying how Wolf stays in that brush. Well, he does see that Tucson is also roaming, not getting any experience. And while he could have been in lane, trying to get himself ahead, decides, you know what, I'm just a supportive guy. I'm going to make sure that I can get my carries ahead in exchange for my own experience. As opposed to me getting ahead, I'll stay even and give some of the advantage over to Faker.
Ooh, Blank is going to get that smite, wins the battle against Spirit, takes the blue buff. Marn comes in, spots the blue, but Blank turning up big. Just a small advantage for his team, which is pretty nice. Taking that blue away from the Victor.
And now when Orianna gets her own blue buff, Kuro won't have his to match, so he's going to lose pressure in that lane, and that pressure can result in him getting dove. He didn't find the window there because he came from the blue side. It was too obvious, and Kuro respected, played left side.
Ooh, okay. Cataclysm forces the flash out of Untara in the top lane.
Look at the pressure they have on mid lane, just insane.
Uh-oh, Faker here. He does pop his Ghost immediately and still does have the flash, but the Cocoon comes in. Lots of burst damage coming down onto Faker, but he will get away after using both of his summoners.
And a great gank from Spirit. Trade summoners, and now Kuro, who was unable to play up, now is dealing with an Orianna who also doesn't have summoners. So at least with her own flash is in a great position to also gank this lane, and now both mid laners are going to have to account for the junglers more than anything else in this lane.
You could see Blank just hanging around. There is a ping right on top of him, but that pressure is always there until Kuro does get his summoners back. And still no first blood. 9.5 minutes into the game, and very, very even in terms of the CS score. The gold is exactly even.
As you say that, 100 off.
Yeah. Now it's not exactly even. It was for just a moment.
No math.
No math on the stream. Expand.
Well, the tension is high for this matchup. There's Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, okay. They're coming on in here. It is Tushin and Spirit. They do land that Cocoon onto Wolf. There is the heal. He will back off. Spirit does get eaten up by the Tahm Kench, and well, they just force some more summoners out.
They get 2 more, and it's good to see these teams being proactive with the tools they have. Ganks in mid, roams. They still have Fate's Call if Wolf is to overstep, so he has to play far back and still shoot to hit that level 6, as very clearly Tucson hit level 6 before him. At least when they have that, the chances of getting dove are diminished as the tankiness of your carry or yourself go through the roof.
Kuro still doesn't have his flash, but he does have Ghost. But you can see Blank lining up for that as Elise is just doing Krugs, but Kuro very, very safe.
It's just so hard to gank Victor when he went with CDR boots. So tier 2 as his first purchase. That means his flash is going to come up sooner, which is a smart pickup against the heavy engage that SKT have. And to top things off, with your laser, it becomes a breeze to just press E, clear the minion wave, sit back and relax it. The only window that SKT have of killing him is in a dive.
Basically just don't die. We'll see if Tushin can do exactly that. There's the Kidnap. Does have a lot of great health, but there's the Polymorph with the Ignite from Wolf. And even with the wild growth, they cannot pick up the kill onto the tanky Tom Kench.
The collapse from Afreeca was much sooner than what SKT can offer. Kramer can always move up, save Tucson with a Fate's Call, then you have Faker who is dealing with the minion wave, and Elise with mobility boost. So understandable for them to commit and then back off, although it is a Tom Kench, so questionable choice, as you still have squishy targets that a kill would net a significantly higher gain than just killing a Tom Kench, whose sole job later in the game is just to voyage people in and devour.
Looks like Blank was doing Ocean Drake by himself, as Wolf is nearby clearing out vision. But
yeah, that's a terrible choice.
Yeah.
Ocean is actually the toughest dragon for you to kill. And if you don't have high DPS as a jungler, you are not going to be taking it down anytime soon. So he gets punished, has to back off, and the punishment is that he's wasted some of his time. If he had an advantage, it's no longer there, and if he was at a disadvantage, then it gets even bigger.
Marin looking to proxy the wave here, trying to extend his lead in the top lane. Seems like he's been doing pretty well. He's not that far ahead, but definitely has a small lead.
The possibility in the bottom lane. They have to go in Tucson, though.
Okay, there's the Cataclysm, another forced flash from Untara, really respecting the Jarvan of Marin.
And the minion wave is what makes Untara's choice to flash easy to do. You can't trade back against Marin there when there's so many creeps that if you were to even try that, you have to deal with 7 minions attacking you at the same time. There's no chance of you winning that battle, so he flashes right away, make sure that he doesn't get chunked, and put himself in an opportunity to get dove.
We might have our first big advantage for one of these teams, as Spirit, level 8 Elise, able to solo that Rift Herald, and Blank nowhere in position. He's doing this blue buff, trying to steal this away from the Victor once again. Can he get it? No! Actually, Kuro picks up the blue, so they can't even steal the blue. And look at this Rift Herald. Spirit about to pick it up.
Great distraction from Afreeca to go for the blue buff while they're doing the Herald. However, Kuro does pick it up, and this means that the Herald power will actually be diminished because you want to use it against Victor, the lane that you need to crack down, that mid lane turret, as quickly as possible. But now that he has blue buff, the ability to spam the wave and keep himself relevant in this lane is going to be too much for lonely Herald to take it down.
Okay, we got another trade up here. Marin this time doesn't want to take it, even with the level up. Blue buff about to spawn here for Faker. Will make things a little bit easier for him against Rift Herald. And still no kill. Almost 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, all right. It's happening. Team's just going to go late into this one. Summoners are up all around.
Well, Smite's down for Blank.
Damn.
Okay, looking for something here onto
Cocoon?
Faker. He does have his flash still. There's the Abyssal Voyage too. Oh, and he gets the Cocoon. Spirit able to line that up. Showing up big this time on the Elise. Picks up first blood.
As soon as we let down, the game picks right back up, and that's going to be tier 1 going down to them. Here comes Herald taking down this objective. It's a 3-man push with only Lulu collapsing with a red buff here. There it is. Great Cocoon there from Spirit, and Faker just did not account for the mobility that Elise gets from those Moby boots. She wasn't hit, so the speed was still there, and an easy pickup leads to a big objective.
Yes, definitely massive there. Faker not even using his flash. Okay, we got a fight up here in the top lane, extremely close. Untara looks like he has the advantage, but the rest of the team of Afreeca able to rotate up into the top lane. There's that repel onto Untara. Spirit with another kill on his Elise.
Afreeca is turning up the heat now. They're going to aim for that tier 1 to the top side, and only an Ocean Dragon to answer for SKT. Blank is finally going to go for this objective, but it's already, the laning phase is over. The value of this dragon is not quite high. Here we go again on this replay. He's going to dodge downwards, but the Cocoon flash right on the edge. Great play from Spirit.
League of Legends can be a game of milliseconds at times. Inches.
Micro. Oh, I guess I forgot the unit. I don't know what the unit is in empirical. What's smaller than inches?
Inches?
Yeah. You have centimeters, meters, milliliter, or centimeters, milli-inches. That's why that system sucks.
No, it's not milli-inches. I think it's just like...
I have some ideas, but it's definitely not suitable for broadcast.
Micro-inches, perhaps.
Okay.
Going back onto Bang here. Kramer looking for this, and with the Callista, it's so hard to get away. Featherstorm not going to land, and there's the Ren. Bang, eating a ton of damage. Another trade going Afreeca's way.
Spirit in position for a counter gank, and so is Blank. They're looking for action on this map, but Blank has not been able to find anything.
Okay, we got not much happening there. Actually, both the summoners down right now for Kuro, whereas
Kuro topside.
He was hanging around. It was so funny to see the difference between Kuro and Spirit in their reaction to kills. Spirit looked super happy, whereas Kuro was just stone-faced, just like Pawn.
Yeah, about time you gank my lane. Jeez, I've been calling for help 24/7.
All those assistance pings in mid lane. I think the mid laners are just cold stone killers. Stone cold killers, rather. Faker himself, one of those. Okay, we have a collapse here onto Intara, who flashes, but the easy Cataclysm after gets the stun on Tamarin, and Spirit actually not able to get close enough to do any damage. And so Intara just gets away, has to blow his flash.
Poor layering of the CC there. Had he known Cataclysm was coming out sooner, I'm sure he would have waited onto the Cocoon. But Intara does walk away, only burning his flash for this, so not a big deal. Now Afreeca, they are 2,500 gold up, but their composition will only snowball around Dragon and Baron. There's a minute 20 on it. They can poise to go for that objective, but it would be too early, and I think it would create a window for SKT to abuse them, similar to game 1, where they go inside the pit and get collapsed on, and once again, Blank going for the blue buff invade. Just has been so on top of this timer. This time around, it seems like everybody's ready for this.
And it's so funny to see how long he sticks around. Tucson almost able to gobble him up. Blue will go to Victor once again, so Blank failing a couple of times in a row here.
Still no lane swap from the top and bottom lane, so Baron still not being considered. There is an Infernal Dragon up next, however, so Afreeca with so many carries in their lineup, understandably preparing for the objective.
Just waiting around here. You can see all of Afreeca looking for some vision. Lots of pings down in that tri-brush.
They're looking for Wolf. If Wolf face checks this and they back off right away, they don't want to commit to this crazy play. If a collapse were to happen, it would have been disaster.
Bang, being whimsy, pushing forward. Both of the bottom lanes for these teams are 0-0-0.
Whew. Get my blood rush there.
We've seen multiple attempts for the junglers to come down and make some action happen, but...
Well, it's on the knife's edge. One lost fight at this stage would mean Baron easily. Both these teams can tank it and take it down in a matter of seconds, and as such, the advantages would be too much to handle. None of them have siege, so the pressure from the side lanes, if they 1-3-1, would result in what SKT did to Afreeca last game, where the Karma and Jarvan just cracked the base with one Baron push, and that's the last thing you want to see.
Okay, they're looking to trade a kill here onto Bang for that turret. Kuro is here too. And Kramer coming on in. They will give that kill over to Kuro, who is trying to chase after Rolf here with the help of Tushin. Meanwhile, SKT just pushing the mid lane, looking to get a second turret for this trade.
Good response there. At least they get the mid-tier one. This is what happens when Kuro leaves the lane to go for a gank.
Oh, a huge trade up in the top lane. So close, but Intara with the stun in the end picks up that kill.
And he ends up outplaying the former SKT member. Even though he's a little bit down in CS and has been ganked repeatedly, he still prevails in the one-on-one matchup with the completed Trinity Force just making full use of that hook shot right at the end, but it looks like they're collapsing, and Spirit might get surprised here as there is...
Oh boy, okay, will not get knocked up, but has to use his flash.
He's got no business defending this. You're a Moby's Elise, group up.
Group up, son. Saw Kuro making his way top 2, but that's a third turret going over to SKT. Here's the trade.
See, this is exactly what happened in the previous time where Untara flashed out of the Cataclysm because there was minion advantage. This time around, Marin gets overconfident, goes on the trade where the minion advantage is in Untara's side, and they make a difference.
It's a long trade.
That game of inches does matter for every tiny little auto attack, and that might cost him the advantage in this split push matchup. And if he ends up losing pressure now, it's a window for SKT to crack open the base and start getting advantages somewhere on the map.
Afreeca easily able to take this Infernal Drake. No response from SKT.
They've got their eyes on Faker. They're playing it cool.
Faker with his own scanner. They got 3 of those on the side of SKT, just 2 on the side of Afreeca. Decide to go for 2 blue trinkets.
Blue trinket choice, always a wise one when you're dealing with Zach. Vision denial is not going to do you a whole lot of justice there. Oh, Wolf.
Wolf. He gets away with that, actually. Little Lulu running through the forest.
Luckily, Spirit was in spider form, not in position to go for a cocoon, but the whimsy keeps him safe. Just so whimsical around the map with mobility boots and such speed. Still 4 kills in 24 minutes, so that's 6 kills per minute.
6 kills per minute.
No, 1 kill every 6 minutes.
What did we say about math earlier?
Yeah.
Huge burst damage onto Kuro. Tucson forced to eat him, and that's going to be a failed gank with 4 members up in top lane for Afreeca.
That shows how dangerous Faker is right now. No magic resistance from these mid laners. They're all damaged. So if they can end up hurting each other, they're likely capable of one-shotting every single one. But I'm going to go back on the math. It was correct, by the way. 24 divided by 6.
6 kills a minute.
Yeah. No, 1 kill every 6 minutes.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
The numbers were right. It was the statement that was incorrect.
So you got it there at the end. Another turret going SKT's way down in bot lane. As you can see the macro of SKT coming out in the end of it. Nice dodge there with the Whimsy. Really helping out against the Cocoon. Marin does have that Cataclysm, doesn't decide to go onto Untara just yet.
Afreeca need to calm down and reset. Their attempt onto Faker really slowed them down, and that's what led Untara to be able to take that tier 2 into the bottom lane. They try once again to catch him out, but Faker finds a way to just push this top lane, farming off by himself. He's now sitting at a level advantage in 40 CS over Kuro, and that's going to keep him from being a monster in team fights. And if he's able to hit a shockwave on Kalista, Victor, or even Elise, this fight is sure to be won.
Look at how greedy Faker gets with that push, too. He knows the Abyssal Voyage is down. He knows that no one can really collapse, and they had enough vision and presence on the map to know exactly where Afreeca would be and how much damage they could get done onto a second tier 2 turret in the top lane.
Is that really greed if you have the knowledge?
I suppose not. Still a very close game, and Afreeca does have the better Drake for the end game.
Items are coming in hot now. Faker has yet to fight and make the most out of his Dark Seal. He sure loves the Dark Seal. I love the change that they did to it with Medjai is no longer just being your flat-out item. You have a reason to start off with the Dark Seal, and then you can decide, okay, how am I feeling this game? You know what? Yeah, I want to snowball like crazy. However, I do miss Leviathan. Do you remember Leviathan?
That was a long time ago.
So there were the 3 occult items, whereas the Sword of the Occult, Medjai, Soul Stealer, and Leviathan. So Medjai's would give you 15% or 10% cooldown reduction when you max it out.
Yeah.
Then you have Sword of the Occult, which at max it gives you AD, and at max tax it gives you movement speed for some reason. It makes sense. People loved it.
Yeah.
And then the final one was Leviathan, which built off a Ruby Crystal, and it gave you 15% damage reduction when you capped it out.
That
So
sounds pretty fair.
if you ever play a troll game, you'd always go into normals and you buy all three, and you try to, on Akali, where you can make the most out of HP, damage reduction, movement speed, cooldown reduction, and those are the days.
I guess they got rid of Leviathan first.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I think it was Sword, actually. Both at the same time.
Is saved here by Kramer, his buddy. Yeah, I remember when they got rid of the Sword, I just forgot about the Leviathan.
Yeah, I think that one must have come in first. It was just too broken.
Tara now, after getting that extra gold overall, and uh-oh, Spirit caught out once again in the jungle, just roaming by himself. Kidnap is not going to be on time as a repel comes down, but a perfect shockwave from Faker will finish off that kill. Now Tushin on the run. No Fate's calling this time around, but will get away. Bang, trying to go deep against Kuro, taking a bit of damage himself, but will survive. Trading back and forth. Here's Blank, taking up that turret, and that will be enough to take him out. So 2 kills going over the side of SKT, and Marin can't seem to deal with this Camille in the bot lane.
Well, he keeps poised to look for a collapse, but Camille is so strong after winning that 1v1. And SKT respond with a Baron right away. What's Afreeca going to do about this? They have Marin capable of teleporting in if they need it. Faker does have his flash, so I think SKT is strong enough to turn if they want.
Yeah, the members of SKT are pretty low, but at the same time, Afreeca decides to go on to the Camille.
They just have no vision.
Yeah, they can't go to the Baron, so they decide to go for this, but with the hook shot, oh man, the flash coming out from Marin, missing Untara, and they don't get the kill either.
I think he's been tilted off that 1v1 loss. It was so close, and that would have dictated the entire pace of this top lane matchup, which now is playing into the hands of SKT beautifully. Camille can deal with Jarvan under turret. She now is looking for a Guardian Angel, has a Hydra completed, Trinity Force, and we're going to take another look here at Spirit getting cut out. Unfortunate for him to be the undoing of Afreeca, but SKT punish it right away, and while the Kidnap misses, the Shockwave is on point, and Tushin commits to the flash. That forces the Fate's Call to save him. They can now engage with comfort onto Kuro, who thinks he's in safety under the turret, but you always have to account for Zach, who we still have yet to see his passive pop.
Yeah, he's been alive the entire game. Not broken up into little jelly pieces yet. Sitting at 1-0-1 is Blank on the Zach. Perhaps not as flashy as the Lee Sin, but definitely has a big part in this game.
And it's just, it's disheartening, it's heart-wrenching. You love them, but you hate them for it. Why does Afreeca do this to us all the time? Game 1, they come out swinging, but they just drop the ball in draft in a couple of moments. Then Game 3, it just looks all over the place. Here comes an engage onto Faker, it seems, and he just walks away to the right.
Yeah, we even have a TP from Marin. They want to collapse hardcore. No TP from Untara just yet. They have a lot of wards that he could TP to. Trying to get onto Marin here is Blank. There's the TP in from Untara. Will cancel it. And so Marin decides, oh, I'm going to turn around again, but he actually eats a chunk, and the engage doesn't work. They're going to lose another turret here in the top lane.
Baited and outplayed. SKT gets the engage from Afreeca. It doesn't go to anything, and they cancel out the teleport. So now Untara is able to pick up the inhibitor into the top side.
Looks like he will have to back away, but still, that is a very low inhibitor, and SKT has another really strong push into the bot lane. Afreeca just being torn apart. And you said the T word, you said tilt. It's looking a little bit like it. It's lack of consistency, and it seems like they've just fallen apart into the mid game, and SKT just doing SKT things. 2
inhibitors going down, and I have to think that the big turning point for this game was when they went for the Abyssal Voyage dive onto the bottom side, where Kuro left the mid lane and lost control, and once that mid lane turret went down, it was all over.
Yeah, Blank coming on in, gonna smack two heads together. Kidnap doesn't get anyone. But Tushin popping out, it looks like, going to be dropped down here, is extremely tanky. Marin trying to lock them in turret range. It's not going to work. Bang with a triple kill on the back of it. Faker picking up one for himself. And finally, we see that Zac passive come through as SKT looking to end this one.
They're the ultimate Cinderella story every time. Pumpkin at midnight. You want to love them.
You want to love them. They looked so good in game one, but not going to happen. Another kill comes down, and the death timers are too long. That's going to be game number 3 going to SKT, who get another 2-1 victory.
And Blank remains undefeated. Still the kingpin of SKT. Somehow, bring him in. He'll turn us around. And Captain Blank, look at him, stoic.
Captain Blank.
Can't believe they need me for this.
It's no longer Faker.
I'm not the starter, and this is what you have me do?
When will he be the starter? 13-0.
But you can't put him as a starter. You need a failure or a mixed game in the beginning for him to make sense to come in after. Otherwise,
definitely
it takes away from the charm.
A failure is not one of the nicknames I would give to Peanut.
Well,
I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say.
For the standards, right? The higher you
yeah.
hold your standard, the more opportunities you have to consider things a failure.
Very true. That game of Lee Sin in the beginning was not so good, not so clean. And you definitely say the same about the last half of that game for Afreeca. They kept things together, and they actually got a lead up until more than halfway through that game. And then all of a sudden, a couple of failed ganks, and everything falls apart. Like a house of cards. Someone blew one card over, and everything just fell. It's so crazy to see.
Yeah, this is great from them. The beautiful flashy Coon just barely clipped Faker, and we were thinking, are they going to do it? Then they rotated top right here. They're able to pick up Untara on this roam from the mid lane and jungle, and we were thinking, oh wow, could Afreeca really be breaking the curse? But no. The answer was no. This was the one that really did it for them. The attempt onto Blank, which only nets you a kill, but as a result, the response from SKT was to take down that mid lane turret, and your job as Victor is to stall that out as long as possible. And here's where Marin goes crazy.
Exactly. It's not just mid turret. I mean, Bang picked up bottom lane turret. The SKT gets mid, and then this top loss, and they lose the top turret. That's 3 turrets in a row that went to SKT. That was really the beginning of the end.
They're so close, but yet so far. But SKT still showing composure more than anything. After games and failed attempts and, oh, we're going to slow it down. You gotta see that tongue in slow motion.
That's what everybody wants to see. So SKT, they do it at the end of it all. Game 1 was kind of scary for a lot of SKT fans, but then once Blank came in, the guy who just can't seem to lose, things did turn around for SKT.
And great teamwork, and we never got to see the beloved Wombo combo that you could imagine between Zac and Orianna. Hell, even the kidnaps are actually awful, but it's just the play that SKT does. The champions never truly matter. It's the way they pressure, it's the way they play the rotations out and play as a team, and as such, they walk away victorious over the Freecs, who lack composure for game 2 and 3.
And shout out to Untara too, coming in with Blank, able to, game 2 was kind of even, had a little bit of trouble against Marin, but then did go toe-to-toe with him in the top lane, won the solo kill battle, and he was part of the reason why that huge snowball started for SKT.
You know, I'd love to hear the late night conversations between Blank and Untara, what they talk about, sharing over some KBBQ and soju.
The 2 subs. But either way, guys, we're going to go into our interview right now.
So here we have Blank for the interview for the MVP set 1. So you're the one who got the most MVP points in SK Telecom T1. Every time you play, you always get the MVP points. How do you feel about it? Well, jungler's performance defense on the liners, so yeah, I think all my teammates for me to be the better player. And also, I agree that I performed quite well. And we all just performed well and had great synergy. So Zach is your like champion, and you also got your champion's skin. So how do you like it? I really like it. The qualities are great. I really want to thank all the Riot people for making me such a great skin. And also the skin is really good, so I really appreciate everybody if they purchase it for me. Did you see the clip of me mimicking the Zac? It was on the previous show, so keep your eyes on it, please. Thank you. You made great kills in the bottom lane when you're defending the inner turret. You killed the minion, and then you kicked Kuro and made a kill. Were you sure that it was gonna be a kill? Yeah, I had my flash and I ult, so the combo went really well, so it worked out quite well. How would you like to call it, blank kick or the Katgu kick? So I prefer the Katgu kick. So who do you think should be the next MVP for today's game? Everyone performed really well, but our top laner Untara did really well. So, and overall, all my teammates were great, but I think maybe Untara will be the next MVP.
So now we're going to check out who was the MVP of game number 2, and it was Untara.
Yep, there he was. That was solo kill on Tamarin. Made a world of difference in the pressure bottom side.
And that means we will be hearing from Untara on the interview as well. The stats there on the left don't really tell the whole story, but let's hear from him now.
So congratulations, Untara. How do you feel about being the MVP? I feel really well being the MVP and also from the victory of the game. What made you think that Untara will be the MVP? I thought top laners had a hard time during this match, but he did really well. So that's how we won the game, so he should be the MVP. How would you like to rate your performance of today? Out of 180. What are the 20 points that you feel like missing? I think I should get rid of more mistakes in the laning phase. But you made solo kill versus Marin. It was really close, but were you confident? I wasn't sure that I was gonna win, but in the late games, Camille is kind of better than Zarvan, so yeah, I think I was kind of lucky. Any compliment for Untara? You did really well, and let's do better next time. Yeah, let's cheer up. And Blank has, why you're copying me, and he said he's just gonna ignore it. And your next opponent is Jinair. How are we gonna prepare it? Jinair is in a really good form right now, so we have to be aware a lot, and we're gonna prepare really a lot. As I said, yeah, I should be some better improvement on my laning phase. Any words for your fans? I will try harder to show consistent forms, and thank you for the energy. Thank you for all the love and support. I really want to thank you a lot. And this is the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
So there you have it, guys. Thanks, Jisun, for that translation. And, well, things kind of are the way we would have expected them, I suppose. SKT up top, taking the win over Afreeca, and Afreeca somewhat disappointing us once again.
But they still give us that glimmer of hope. in that game 1, this team, I want to hope that they can fix their act together by the end of the split. It's plenty of time, and if they can do so, then we actually have a pretty stacked top half of the LCK. So both these teams still with their woes, and you can hear Blank and Untara talk about their performance, and I love the fact that they think, you know what, we could have done better. We can always do better. And when you're in a position when you have such great players on SKT, it's the best motivation for you to be a sub and always have to push yourself harder to get the spotlight.
Yeah, kind of cool to see the 2 subs coming in for Afreeca, or yeah, for SKT. Even with a lineup as deep as theirs, still having both of them on the MVP interviews, pretty cool. And yeah, that was a pretty long one. We went all the way until 8 p.m. with 3 pretty long games. Afreeca, they came close to defeating the best team in the world, but weren't able to do it.
The day you almost caught Jack Sparrow, which now is Blank, still uncatchable and undefeated. I think it's 13 games now in 2017.
Yep, 13-0.
Oh.
So.
What a god.
We'll see if he can continue with that streak. But, guys, we are going to go to about a 30-minute break. When we do come back, we will have Samsung versus Ever8. Stay tuned.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just
Welcome back, everybody, to 2017 LCK Summer here at SPO TV. We're jumping into our second matchup of the night. It's going to be Samsung Galaxy versus Ever8. And our first one was very close. It went down to the wire. We had 3 games in a row. And Afreeca almost stole a series away from SKT. But this one, I feel like, should be a lot more one-sided.
Yeah, Samsung, team at the top of the table. Last time we saw them, however, fall flat towards KT, team that is really poised to be the #1 team so far, now that they've ramped up momentum. But enough about KT, it's all about Samsung, and they are going to be starting Ambition, who has seen some woes in his play. However, the veteran status, when you put him up against a relatively new team, such as Ever8, it's understandable for you to keep this player in.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, especially, as you said, going up against this team. We have some eyes on Crown, who once again getting a lot of MVP points for his team, really carrying through the mid lane. And this guy over here trying to carry his team as hard as possible, but not that easy.
It's a team effort, and while mechanically he has shown up, there have been some parts of his play which are questionable, but still those glimmers of hope are there for one of the most up-and-coming mid laners so far. It's still early in the season, early in the team, and I know that teams will have eyes on this guy as, okay, where can he go that he's not being bogged down? But it's a team effort, guys. One guy truly is not enough to carry a team that hard. There are no new fakers.
Yeah, it's definitely very hard to do it by yourself. We thought Malrong would come in through the jungle as well and kind of be the 1-2 punch for Ever8, and we've seen glimpses of that, but it has definitely not been consistent. And going up against one of the hardest teams, we'll have to see something new as we do go into pick and ban for game #1.
And I think we can expect Zach to not be allowed. It was the pick that Ambition looked good on versus KT, where they were able to take that series into 3 games. So giving that away would mean that he gets a bit of a free ride. His Gragas has been good as well. It's just the team compositions when you revolve around having losing lanes and a losing jungler don't make much sense. But respect it. There we go. And ban out the Gragas instead.
So that sign said, accepted, let's go walk on the flower path together.
Wow, that's so romantic.
He's already got some fans.
But does the flower path have Wi-Fi? Otherwise...
What is he going to be playing, some League on his phone? Or
You got to be watching the VODs, thinking about the game 24/7.
That's true. You know what they say about girlfriends in different Riot Leagues.
They ruin them. There he is, the Dignitas man himself, Core JJ. I was a teammate with him.
Seems like a cool guy.
I didn't know him too well.
Well,
Zach and Galio are up, though. Oh, boy. Okay, which one is going to be selected? I would expect Samsung to prioritize Zach over the Galio. This Crown has shown that he'll play Victor into it. There's Karma that they've tried into it as well. So, yes, ban away the Zach, and Samsung now left with the easy choice of just first picking Galio.
Scoop it up, throw it to Crown. You know he is very consistent, very solid in the mid lane. Grab him a extremely strong blue side mid laner.
What does that sign say? Read away.
The font is too weird.
I bought a... No, I can't say. I bought a phone, and I regretted it.
With the giant Samsung logo. Well, we got Lee Sin and potentially Tom Kench coming out here for Ever8.
This means that Samsung will be looking for a aggressive jungler if they want to make this Galio work. Now that there is no Gragas, and we have seen that combination work, really Graves seems to be the last remaining pick. Jarvan can be a possibility, but making Jarvan jungle work is difficult to say the least. So I expect perhaps a Graves being the jungle pick for Samsung. There's no rush in taking this pick, so maybe going away with AD carry and then top laner would make more sense, as Galio has fallen through the idea of him being a flex pick and is now just stuck in the mid lane, as that's where he's most powerful. And there it is. take away the Jarvan right from the get-go, and it can be a flex pick for Cuvée, but it can also be for Ambition. And I would sincerely hope that it's not jungle Jarvan.
Yeah, I don't really want to see that either.
What do you want to see? World peace? Hunger
Yeah,
ended?
that's definitely a couple of the things I would like to see. How about some Nocturne?
You're in the wrong region. LPL's got you covered.
Yeah, I gotta check that out perhaps. Victor comes through for Septed.
So taking away the potential of Crown having put the Victor into the mid lane and the Galio. And yeah, we have to say that Galio can be a flex top and they can be a flex in the support role.
Do we have to say it?
Well, hopefully not past this time around, but Everett going with a scaling strategy so far. They are going to lose out on a lot of pressure when you're dealing with Galio against Victor. Victor will take some time to ramp up and start answering back on that minion wave, and that opens up Samsung to invade and be as aggressive as they want into the top side if they decide to go with Jarvan and Galio as the solo laners and maybe a jungler like Graves. While their damage will be primarily physical, I think that their early game composition, and if they can protect the Caitlyn late enough into the game, armor penetration will bypass all of that. Remember that Jarvan also has armor shred.
So this sign also says, Ruler, let's walk the flower path together.
What does, is that an innuendo? Why does everybody have a flower path? All right.
I think it's just a common thing in Korea, you know, to...
Okay.
Anyway,
So,
go ahead.
The Graves ban. So it makes sense. I see Graves is the last remaining jungler that could really invade and be as aggressive as you would want with these solo lanes. And I'm starting to think that this is actually going to be a jungle Jarvan. We could see that Nocturne that you're crazy about. And
How
maybe
about some Olapu?
Oh, you're totally right, actually. Olaf could definitely work here. However, it would be a bit tougher to execute him when you're dealing with the mobility of Lee Sin. But Olaf would be a nice pick. It would still, however, be the exact same idea of just a big tank line and protect that Caitlyn.
There's a couple of Ella fans. The support for Everett that's doing a little bit better than the other one.
Which we have to talk about, actually. It's not going to be comeback starting. He had been starting most of the games past the Everett debut, but now Ella is back, the former Snake player, now taking his spot back on Everett, and we'll see if this breathes some new life into this team, as so much of it seemed to have relied on comeback and unfortunately to not much success.
So we do get that Olapu comes through.
Olapu?
Yeah. That's kind of how you say it in Korean. It's
oh,
close.
okay. I thought you were just trying to be cute and adding the word poo to it.
that doesn't seem very cute.
Really? I'm sure couples do that. It's like poopsie bear, stuff like that.
Wow, I would never call my girlfriend Poopsie Bear. I don't know, man. We have some different ideas about what is a cute nickname.
I've never done that. Trust me, no. Babe is enough for me.
I hope so. There's definitely some people out there that would enjoy that.
Yeah. Well, the Renekton is going to be the matchup against the Jarvan. So early game power for Everett topside. Maybe they can transition that and snowball into the mid lane. But overall, the draft seemed relatively even, as Samsung does rely on Caitlyn as their mid to late game major damage threat. So if she's taken out right away via either a great kick from Malrun, which we have seen him capable of doing, or some Marin-esque Renekton play, maybe even a cheeky laser from Septed, then the fights for Samsung are going to be much tougher to play out.
So, as we said, coming into this matchup, Samsung the huge favorite, but we've seen some glimpses of some strong mid lane play, some strong jungle play from the side of Everett. Really, you know, coming into LCK here for the first time, trying to make something of it, get as many wins as possible, try to stay in the LCK. And
remember, it's Ella this time around, so expectations of this team have changed. We haven't seen him play since week 1, so this could be a completely revitalized Everett.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they can put up a fight here against Samsung going into game number 1. Okay, we got a bit of a cheeky start here from over 8.
The only way they can catch out Ambition is going to be with a flash stun from Renekton, which would be a tremendous commitment, as he would just ghost and everybody has to follow through. So they'll think twice about it and simply recall, and here he goes. And nothing happens.
Nice. So this would be a good time to mention that the cheer for the Ever 8 winners is actually Winos.
What?
Yeah, they say Winos.
You know that's a body part, the weenus.
No. Really, Crumbs? I have no idea.
No, it's your elbow. This part right here, this skin is called the weenus.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke.
No, that's not a joke. That's the actual
The
name of it.
skin on the outside of your elbow is called the weenus?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether or not
I'm not messing with you, man. Google it.
Hold on, let me Google mid-cast.
Ooh, 2 laser steel.
Look at this guy.
Commander Galio's pissed off, and now Ambition's gonna have to jungle level 1. It is Olaf, so he will just get lower and jungle a little bit faster, but that would have happened nonetheless. So the advantage going over to Septon.
And knowing that the jungle will be slightly delayed, or rather, Ambition will have a harder time hitting 3. Malron coming over here, trying to steal this blue, as Ambition going for the Wolves and even going to pull them further back into a safe location. That's going to be the red buff going over to Malron.
And a very intelligent ward from Malrang there to scout out any action that might have come from Olaf if he were to try to go straight into the blue buff. And now he's going to find that there is no camp left, but is Malrang going to get scouted out, or will he make it out? He sees that Gromp is down. I have to say, it was a bit greedy from him going for that camp. Blue would have been enough, and now the advantage that he got only remains in buffs, as he is 8 level down and 6 CS down.
Yeah, kind of an interesting idea. Balrog, a very young jungler on the side of Ever 8. Definitely needs a bit more experience under his belt.
And it's too greedy. I think the logical way for him to have done that is if he expected Ambition to go for a 3 red side camp into recall, as we see it be a common route for junglers, especially if they fall behind early on, which I think he might have assumed that the double laser was sufficient damage to prompt that response from Ambition, but instead, he'll simply be jungling without blue buff, and now he's going to go for that double camp and base right after.
We've seen some other answers to the Renekton, or rather the Jarvan, I should say, up in top lane, and Renekton seems to be one of them, at least in this game. Helper showing up against QV.
His slice and dice is about to come up.
More damage. QV's ticking on that pot. So, does have the Dorn Shield. The invade comes in. Malrong will be able to pick that up with the help of Ella, who makes his way in on the Tom Kench.
It's always deceptive in the bottom lane when you can push in so well, but it also allows the red side to react quicker to the invade, and so with Ella being there, the risk of getting devoured if you commit to a fight is so high that it will likely result in you getting killed, so there's no reason for them to take it. And Ambition finds the time to have enough mana to go for one more camp before the recall.
Septa taking a lot of damage here from ground. And Malrong coming on in. Both these players do have all summoners. And looks like Malrong was actually spotted on a nice ward above that brush to the right side. So Crown did see him coming in.
This matchup is gonna end up being so reliant on the itemization that both these top laners choose to go for. We know that Jarvan's likely to go with the Tiamat and Renekton with the Black Cleaver, but post that, any magic resistance that comes out from either of these guys will result in them losing this battle. And as such, you can expect Helper to be the one to come out ahead in this one, as the only major magic threat is that Galio, and it's not significant enough for you to change your entire itemization when you're dealing with the likes of a Jarvan. Whereas Cuvée does have to deal with Victor, and that is a threat that matters.
Well, no kills just yet. We have the Ocean Drake spawning first in game number 1 here. Definitely help out if this laning phase goes pretty long, especially for both of the mid laners.
Both junglers can solo it out, but you'd prefer to see it be done after an objective or even with a completed jungle item, so not anytime soon.
Someday. Hopefully. Trading back and forth. It looks like Septed is down 3 CS. Crown in the lead.
Every advantage matters. Never give up. Never surrender.
Just like SKT versus Afreeca, game 1. SKT almost came back in that game.
Bugs, man.
there's a
Not
fly.
in-game bugs.
There's a fly hanging around our desk.
It's summer here, so understandably so. I used to open my window. Here's a dive attempt. He just used his Q. They're waiting for the wave to push up. They have time as they just spotted Olaf. They see him now.
Helper eating 2 turret shots and then ulting. Cuvée with the extremely easy escape. Meanwhile, Ambition coming over here. They're just looking to push this turret as Caitlyn, Lulu have been pushing in the entire time.
But there is no wave, and Crown's trying to get control of mid lane, and if he can rotate to the bottom side, then they will be able to take down this turret. One more wave is in the top side, but without Renekton ultimate, the second Galio or Jarvan gets here, there is not going to be a chance of taking down this first brick.
Crown now making his way up towards top lane as Cuvée makes his way back. Ambition now, he's just chilling on the blue side of Malrang.
They're just playing it slow.
Yeah. Well, looks like this should be the turret going down, and uh-oh, Everate bot lane is stuck around. The exhaust will come out. Both flashes are used, as well as the ghost of Ambition.
And the movement from Crown, while we might have questioned it, why would you not dive the bottom lane? They had eyes on Lee Sin, so there's no need to bring that extra person to the bottom side. And that's one of the most interesting concepts. Whoa! All right.
Okay, Ambition is furious at this Drake.
How could you? I think that's the first time I've seen that actually happen. That's the kind of stuff you see in solo queue where you think, oh god, this guy's gonna troll me, isn't he? I better give him everything he wants.
He's gonna hold our entire team hostage on the Rift.
You're my buff slaves. But the concept I was mentioning is the +1 idea where you, in order to make a play happen, for the most part, when the game is even, you just need a one-man advantage. So a +1, you go for a play that has one more person than what your counterpart has. So they have 2 people defending. You need 3 to make that play happen. So with Olaf, Caitlyn, and Lulu, they had enough numbers to go for it. So had they gone with Galio, a commitment of a +2 would have resulted in an over-commitment for that objective, and as such, Galio would have missed on unnecessary farm and pressure in other parts of the map. And that's a very interesting thing to always observe, because that's how you maximize the advantages that you can get throughout the map, and Samsung did it well.
So they pick up that bot lane turret pretty easily. You do see the rotation up in the top lane by the bot lane of Samsung. Bot laners. And still that turret remains. Moving those 2 up there will protect it for quite a while. You can see bot laners of Everate are trying to push into this bot lane turret, but it's totally healthy, and Ambition is waiting in the wings.
They're going to be in danger. They don't have sums.
Oh, they don't have anything. Oh, boy. This could be lights out for Ella, perhaps. At least, okay, will come in. Does Ambition. He's got that cooldown back. The axe actually hits duel here. Lee Sin making his way through, as well as both these mid laners porting in. There's the heroic entrance. Will knock up the Tom Kent, who does have the Varus inside. The flash taunt actually misses. Meanwhile, coming in from behind, the TP Helper able to pick up 2 kills, and that is going to be huge for the side of Everate, turning that around and picking up 3.
Oh my god, the Jarvan Cataclysm keeps Olaf from getting inside the fight. Just their classic Jarvan move, not dropping down the ultimate, and as such, Olaf just burns his ultimate for no reason. They kite it out well, and they buy enough time for the entire lineup of Ever 8 to collapse, and all they get in return is a tier 1, but turret exchange has already happened. This gives the advantage now towards Ever 8, and 2 kills going to the Renekton and a death for Jarvan. Not good for this split push matchup.
Let's take another look at this. I mean, as you were saying, Olaf is just left throwing one axe.
Yeah, he's trying to get away from chains.
Oh boy. Hits duel, and it's pretty sloppy. We see the Galio come in, and heroic entrance does work, but the immediate TP from Helper from behind and the faster rotation from everybody on the side of Ever 8 is enough. Nice kick there from Malron. Gets 2.
They flashed like crazy trying to get the kills, but this composition needs Caitlyn if they want to be killing people. And now that the mid game is starting to go Ever 8's way, it's going to be even more apparent how needed Ruler is for them to actually pick anybody off. They're just the lineup of crowd control, and that's why letting the Galio go through isn't such a bad idea from the side of Ever 8, because if you can put Crown on a non-carry, you're lessening the chances of there being some crazy carry lineup on the side of Samsung, and he's now stuck in being a support for a lineup that only has Ruler as your main threat.
Well, Galio does a bit of damage, but not enough. And as you were saying, it was a nice try, but did not go very well.
It was a hilarious try.
I don't know if you would really call it a nice try, actually, at the end of it all. Helper still trading, looking for a kill here on Deceptive, but he does have his cleanse, not even gonna burn it. So brave is the victor here from Septed. He's like, yeah, you got nothing. You got no damage. Just take me out.
Not even phase. He's got Malrang on the way as well. And now he's gesturing towards the bottom side of the map. There is a control ward at the Krugs and no wave. It's far, far away. So the chances of diving Cuvee here aren't there, but we are aware of how much pressure Renekton is putting on this lineup. He just used his safeguard, so he could be in trouble for the next couple of seconds.
Just going to hop to Ambition, kick him away.
Like it was never even there.
Well, we got some pings coming to the top side here, as we haven't seen them rotate into mid and begin pushing the last remaining tier 1.
Here's the swap though. Just trying to go for as much farm for the Caitlyn. Gallia and Victor don't need to move from the middle lane. All they need to do is wave clear, and they can do so safely.
We got a Cloud Drake up next, so hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen.
We're about to take off.
This wind is going to blow us away.
Speaking of wind, there's a sailing club here I'm going to hit up.
Is there really?
Yeah, the one in Dangsan, the one where we go by on the subway. I'm definitely going there. I even had a small daydream of being a sailing instructor here in Korea, speaking not a lick of English or Korean. Only.
Yeah, you don't speak any. You don't speak any English, Crumbs.
My body language and the use of my sail will communicate. You know.
You just got to go shirtless on the sailboat. Offer your services on the side of the river.
Which you saw, but my first interaction with Faker. So I'd seen him in tournaments before, casting and whatnot, but I'm changing outside, shirtless. He comes out, and that's when we lock eyes. And I don't think
what
I'd
happens
ever
next?
What happens next is
the magic begins.
Yeah, we simply bow heads and say hello and walk away.
Wow. Truly magical.
Those moments captured in time that will live forever, but the moment will never be there. Will never be the same.
I remember when Faker first said hello to me.
Were you shirtless?
Unfortunately not. But
then did it really happen?
I don't think you can say it was quite the same.
Everything that matters only happens shirtless. That's a true fact.
Never heard that, but I guess I can believe it.
Well, that's why Lee Sin just took that Cloud Dragon, and he does not have a shirt.
There you go. He's got a blindfold to make up for it, I guess. Varus is like barely wearing a shirt.
Well, he's supposed to be Cupid.
I I guess that makes sense. Both of these guys down here are heavily armored, unfortunately. No magic happening in bot lane.
What prudes.
Is Tompkins wearing anything? He's got like a little jacket
bib
on.
No, he's got one of those bibs they give you at like one of those eat with your hands places with no plates, just tables.
Ah.
Love those places. Oh, Lee Sin is going to be soloing out the Herald though, so some action is happening, and that might result in one of the tier 1 mid turrets being cracked at some point.
Look at Crown up in top lane. He's just there
just
letting Septic take the turret. He's literally just like, okay, you can have it.
All right. Well, he does complete his adaptive helm, which will help against Victor, especially against a Chaos Storm.
And there you go. Rift Herald goes over to Ever8, who can definitely use it to push into the mid lane if they want. That was just such a weird decision from Crown. I'm still thinking about that.
He really just wanted the completed helm. That's, I think, the only way you can assert it. He's not going to die to Lee Sin Victor. It's too easy to see it coming.
Just playing it extremely safe, but giving up an objective for it.
Well, I think once they botch that gank into the bot side, they are just thinking, oh man, we're going to have to wait for the hour-long game before Caitlyn's online. She doesn't have Infinity Edge yet, so it'll take a while.
I'm seeing a lot of static Shiv first recently. Saw it in the SKT Afreeca series. Didn't get to mention it, but it's good for pushing waves.
Well, now that your Runaan's Hurricane no longer stacks those headshots, it's not good on Caitlyn, so you'd rather go with a static Shiv into Rapid Fire, but always include the BF. You don't want to just have crit without any damage, so similar to before where it was Hurricane or BF into Hurricane, this time it's going to be BF into Static Shiv. So offers a similar wave clear, a little bit more damage early on, but still the same idea. So while the build looks different, the play pattern is still the same.
Finally do have this push in mid lane. Ambition helping out, making it a 3-on-2 as Malrong is just farming, but the Varus with a decent amount of wave clear. You can see that turret is still extremely healthy.
And this turret bottom still also healthy. Teams are just happy to stall it out and do nothing, really.
There's a CS deficit in both mid and top lane, and looks like a level deficit as well. So I think you're definitely right in saying that Samsung is essentially just saying, okay, we're just going to farm. If you don't want to push, you don't want to use your Rift Herald, that's fine. We can put 3 members in mid, hold off, go 1-3-1, sit in the lanes, farm up, waste time.
If you want to deal with late game Caitlyn, then that is your duty.
Yes.
They're also going to have triple stone plate, gargoyle stone plates. Olaf,
Gross.
Galio, and Jarvan all build that item.
That's pretty gross. I guess we might see it on the Renekton.
Yeah, if it hits that late stage. I think he's going with a Randuin's now. It'll help dealing with Caitlyn.
Yeah, certainly will. Just saying, okay, my job is get into the back line, deal with Caitlyn. If I can pop my Randuins on top of her, that will take away a ton of DPS. So already essentially did his job early game, preparing for the later stages. QSS picked up by Ruler.
Oh, this one's, man,
this one's a doozy.
Whew.
Get out there and tell your friends about this matchup, guys.
Look at the revert. No, why would you use it? Okay.
Well, you're just going to push Kive away, but you are missing out on the opportunity to use it mid lane, and also it's killing creeps.
No, I think this one takes the cake. Okay, finally. Redirected to the bottom side to the turret, so I'm still hating that Rift Herald use. Golf claps for it.
Yeah. The idea behind it is, okay, Samsung is putting so many members in mid. Instead of using it there, we could just get a free turret instead of only damaging the mid lane turret.
Yeah, if it's running out. The wave clear on mid lane is fantastic from the side of Samsung between Undertow, Caitlyn's static, and her own Piltover Peacemaker. And then you have Lulu to top things off to slow down the wave, buying even more time for autos. It's just no chance of actually proccing it without getting any of them out of the lane first.
Yeah. Galio can always make his way there pretty easily if a team fight breaks out. He's got some nice wave clear too. Kive pushing past that ward. You can see Malrong and Helper making their way down here looking for a 2-on-1. There's the kick into the Q and a stun from Helper. Kive looking to escape towards the river and to that Lulu with the wild growth. Meanwhile, an insta QSS and the follow-up will not kill Ruler. And it looks like actually Malrong gets away there with the war jump and the follow-up here from Ever8. Exhaust onto Ambition and nothing is gonna happen.
Back in mid lane, pushing minions.
Malrong has the least excited face of all time. Okay, we got no summoners on Ruler. How did... Oh, God, he stepped on the trap.
He could have flashed for it. Oh, no, there's Galio ultimate. There's Galio ultimate still.
That's true.
Oh. Wake me up. Wake me up when...
Should I wake you up when the when the excitement starts?
Well, they're just so close. Ever needs to be accelerating this game more. When you have flash on Lee Sin, you should feel awkward. You should feel like you're holding on to something that you should be like you stole something and you need to return it. It's that flash. You gotta get rid of it. Use kick flash on somebody, burn some summoners, but it's still available. That flash could have been utilized in mid lane long, long ago. We'll take another look here at the engage onto Ruler. He misses his net backwards, and then Septa tries to finish him off, but he's just too damn fast right now with tier 2 boots and a completed static shift.
Yep, flash for flash. So at least the Caitlyn will not have that for a while, whereas Septa still does have his cleanse. But again, they'll need Helper to get into that back line. Does have the finish Randuin's.
More pushing minions.
Oh, baby. Setting up the wall of traps here.
You know, one time, this is completely random, but I signed a baby named Jarvan.
What?
Yeah, I signed a baby.
You signed a baby?
Yeah.
And it was named Jarvan?
Yep.
Shout out to the biggest League of Legends fan of all time.
That was like 5 years ago, so now little Jarvan's going to be out there.
He could be listening to this cast for all we know.
Yeah, little Jay.
He's like 6 years old.
Those are the glory days of League,
Is that
man.
Jarvan the 5th then, I guess?
Maybe there's more.
Yeah, I guess, you know, you can't assume that there haven't been any more Jarvans.
Those were the glory days of League. We had no rules. We lived by this. We lived by our own laws.
Okay, gets on to Ruler, who still doesn't have his flash, and finally they find a kill. And as you're saying, the Lee Sin doesn't have flash anymore and shouldn't feel too awkward.
Beautiful. Exactly what we're looking for. Accelerate the game with the tools that you have. Lee Sin kick flash, one of the greatest moves out there to engage and pick a fight. Blank played it to perfection in game 2, and now Malrang's starting to get the ball rolling 24 minutes in, and finally they'll be able to crack down this mid-tier 1. Now they're poised towards Baron. They're good. Pings onto it, and Olaf is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, way far behind here, as he did have to recall, and I think this is part of the reason why they're going for this. They think they can burn this down. It's getting pretty close. You can see Ambition on the left side, still too far away. It's going to be a turret and Baron going over to Ever8.
And Ever looking a lot more composed and calculated in their actions with Ella as opposed to comeback. And so far, while the game was slow, it's going well for them. 5K up in the lead, and Ambition base checking being way too low, and Ruler thought he could cleanse out of the kick, but that no longer is the case. Will go down, and with the Caitlyn getting low and Olaf forced to recall, Baron was an easy decision.
Well, they're going to kick in Ambition. And he is extremely tanky. This isn't going to be the first time this game that Ambition has checked a brush.
But he missed the Q. He CC'd. It's like a non-moving target.
There's only one direction to throw it in.
Yeah.
It's not like the target curves. But, I mean, we've seen that out of a lot of these LCK players. I remember Peanut was doing it a couple of times in spring.
Even today he did it. Blank did it. Everyone's doing it.
You just got to follow the trend, you know? Malrong is like, oh, my idol Blank, he missed his Q. I got to miss my Q too.
Well, they say imitation is the ultimate form of flattery.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Blank is watching this game. Maybe he is.
Oh,
he probably is on the van, actually, on the way back to the team house.
You know SKT has jets. They don't take vans.
No, it's Jin Air you're thinking of. So if Samsung lose to Ever 8, and Samsung also beat SKT, does that mean that Ever 8 is better than SKT?
No, because they got obliterated harder than we've ever seen somebody lose. It wasn't with Ella.
True.
It wasn't with Ella.
Yeah, this is a new lineup, so it's like a clean slate, you know?
Yeah, so 1-3-1 with Lee Sin in the mid lane. Renekton still has pressure onto this Jarvan down bot lane. Can afford to get a little low.
Malrong blocks that, and there's the kick. Nicely done, Chain of Corruption. Unfortunately, this is Galio, and he is pretty tanky. Also has the Frozen Hurt.
You know what I just noticed? Galio is going to be a pick at Worlds, and the World winner when SKT win, when he flies into that big logo, it's just going to be the logo of the team. That's why Galio was reworked that way. It's like, where can we fit in an SKT logo in here?
Do they need any more skins? What happens if they win Worlds like 12 times in a row, all with different champions,
Well,
and
I
there's
just figured
a
they
whole
should,
lineup
if
of
you
like...
do it like that, just allow them to design their own champion. Have
Yeah, I would like that, yeah.
Or their own item.
You got to mix it up. You don't want to have 60 different SKT skins for champions. That would be pretty ridiculous. Ever 8 is actually snowballing this game. Again, I'm still reluctant to say that they're going to be able to close this one out, as we are facing Samsung.
I think they might be. It's really only Ruler that is the big threat so far, and they've played the Baron out well. They cracked down all the outer turrets, all the inner turrets, and now only base turrets remain. And while the Baron is still in their hands, and they'll likely have to wait for another Baron before they can start messing with base turrets, they've gotten Dragon so far. They're taking control over the jungle effectively, and if the vision continues the way that they are, and Samsung's ability to create a play is so reliant on Caitlyn being there that it constricts them and allows Ever to extend and control 3 lanes, where typically you would see a team that is in this position dealing with the threat of Galio and Jarvan having to stick to only 2.
Coming on in here is Septid. Malrong making his presence known, but will not engage there. The Drakes have not been all that great for Ever 8. I mean, they have double Cloud. It's nice when you can stack the Cloud Drakes, but again, you would definitely like a couple of Infernal Drakes to make sure you can get on the backline. And then the next one is Ocean Drake, so pretty useless late game.
They do have the Mountain, and that one does help them out. But I think that Samsung is reaching the spike that they're finally comfortable with, which is going to be that triple Gargoyle Stone Plate for the tanks and your armor penetration on Caitlyn. So she's about to finish her Lord Dominance already with the last Whisper. Any more should do the trick. But once those guys get tanky, the damage is going to be minimized so greatly on the side of Ever 8 that they're going to be wondering if they just don't have the lead that they thought they did.
Notice the Ardent Sensor on Lulu too. Basically just saying like, okay, we're going to make sure we have enough shields to keep this guy alive.
Also notice the 2 wards with 10 or 8 bars of HP next to each other, almost like a little factory, solar powered factory there.
You know, just handing over.
Global warming isn't real.
They're just handing Ruler some more gold. It's all part of the script. They got to give Ruler a chance here.
Here we go, kick flash onto Core JJ. So another beautiful use of the ability. While we didn't catch it on screen, we see that the flash and kick got burned, and we can infer exactly what happened. And this is what we wanted to see a little bit earlier, but I'm glad that they're doing it now, and that's why Lee Sin is such a hotly contested pick. The ability to make plays and accelerate the tempo is unrivaled, and here we go. It's going to be easy as 1, 2, 3.
Boom.
Didn't even need the Chaos Storm, really. But if you're not getting an advantage anywhere else, you might as well commit. You'll pick up a fight anyways when those cooldowns are back.
You notice that Core JJ, the second he attacked the ward once, he's like, I've been spotted. I need to run away, abort mission, but it was too late.
You get a good feeling about when you're surrounded. Smell it in the water. There's a Lord Dominix completed in the first stone plate on the side of Crown. So now they're mustering up the courage to start de-warding the blue side and get in a position to contest Baron when they get started or baited from Ever8.
Yeah, this is a really important time for Samsung because if they can delay the Baron for as long as possible, they haven't lost any inhibitor turrets. They have that late game scaling we've been talking about. And if they can get to a position where they don't take too much damage from either the Baron or they don't lose any inhibitors, and at least minimize the damage as much as possible, gain some time for your carry to get more items, more gargoyle stone plates for the tanks, then Samsung could definitely come back in this one.
Looks like they're starting it, though. Okay, no, they just clear out some vision. But so much is going to be riding on Ruler here. Him staying alive and consistently DPSing, he has to avoid the laser by all costs. And if he doesn't, it's an ult.
Yeah. To get on to Ambition. Malrong sticking to him like glue, looking for that kick. But the Wild Growth does come up here, looking to damage. Nice polymorph into the taunt. Meanwhile, in mid, Ruler has taken a bunch of damage. Still, the tanks do not die on the side of Samsung in the top lane.
Mid and AD's trading flashes there. This is going to open up Ruler to being more vulnerable during a fight, as there's still 3 flashes on the side of Ever that can punish this. Now they're starting Baron.
And they're on top of a Scuttle Crab, so SKT does, or Samsung rather, does know that this has started. Chain of Corruption onto the Olaf, who does not have his ultimate. Jumping on in is Cube, trying to burst down Septed on the left side. Helper trying to get onto Ruler, but is unsuccessful with the help of Galio. And that means that we just have Cube going down, but lots of low members on the side of Ever8.
And Helper draws the attention of Samsung back. They understand that you must protect Caitlyn, but if all she can hit is that Renekton, nothing happens.
Ooh, the Q misses Ruler from Malrong. But you can see Ruler, he's getting frisky. He's up in the front. He's pulling that bang style, saying, okay, it's my turn to carry.
He did burn that QSS. It will be back up for the next fight, but he used it on the Renekton stun, which, to me, Helper was the hero forever here. They make the call to turn, and the taunt, while it does hit Crown, or Septed, and he does survive with the shields and the help from everybody, in the backline, Helper forces out the Gallia ultimate, forces the QSS, and still finds a way to run away and enter the belly of Ella, and escapes to safety. Draws the attention of 4 members. Impressive.
And here we go, starting it once again. And this time no flash, no QSS on Ruler just yet. It's getting close, but lots of vision denied. And it looks like with that Mountain Drake, this will just be enough for Ever8 to pick up their second Baron of the game.
And that's one of the weaknesses of Olaf. You could have imagined, okay, why doesn't he just ult in there and try to steal that? Well, he would probably die immediately and melt like butter. But secondly, the path that Olaf has to take into a steal is so obvious that it becomes a simple decision to turn onto him and kill him, whereas other junglers that have more dash moves or are more creative can always find a way inside the pit that you can't account for.
Knocking up Ella here. He does take about half his health and damage, but so does Cube. And Samsung, they do have a really nice amount of wave clear, but against the Baron buff minions will make it harder. They got a big wave up in top lane. And Samsung is not in position to stop this right now. Only Galio can't do it. Here comes Cube, but the turret is going to go down. Helper actually diving on in. The follow-up stun from the Victor will keep Crown in place, and even the Wild Growth cannot save his life. Ruler alone doesn't seem to be able to do enough damage to push back Ever8. That will be the inhibitor going down. Balrog getting very low. Ambition trying to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, Ruler this time is in enough protection. But Ever8, they do want to disengage. Duel able to flash away, but here comes Ruler still on the chase, and that one undertow from Ambition is going to net them 2 extra kills. And that's what Samsung is looking for. They do lose the inhibitor, but they pick up a couple on the way out.
And the P shooter is finally shooting lead bullets, as they have to respect the Caitlyn after enough damage has been done. Helper thought he could take enough damage, but an item such as Thornmail, by the way, sucks. That item is garbage right now. It never really does a whole lot, as magic resistance is apparent on the side of Ruler, and lifesteal is as well through the Warlord. So the itemization not being optimal. We'll take another look right here. They're going to actually end up taking Crown down almost right away. He's CC'd to death. There's no real damage coming out here. Caitlyn's just hitting Renekton this entire time, and she just barely touches him. Has to dodge out of the laser, dodges out of the Chaos Storm, and while she re-engages and pops a cleanse right away, everybody else from Ever is getting greedy, thinking, oh, surely he can tank more. But Caitlyn now, when she's going forward and has that body of Olaf to protect her from any damage, she's so threatening.
Huge undertow too by Ambition to make sure that they can 100% get those kills. Probably could have with the whimsy of Lulu anyway, but they cut down on that time, and really pristine mechanics from Ruler. The insta QSS out of range of the Victor for the majority of that fight.
Speaking of pristine, that's the triple Gargoyle Stone Plate now being completed.
Look at that, the 3 Ninja Tabi and the 3 Stone Plate right in a row.
That is nasty.
Someone put that on r/oddly satisfying.
Is it?
It is. Is it not?
I find satisfaction in
Is that
other
r/mildly infuriating for you, Crumbs?
I don't think I would post that. I would
Okay.
downvote the
All right.
I'd give you a downvote GIF.
Okay, flash taunt, but Ella will not be taunted, will save Duel's life. He still is in the back, but so is Ruler. So chipping away at Helper in the front. Lots of burst damage onto Core JJ, trying to knock up a bunch of the members in the back. There is the heroic entrance. 3 people knocked up. A Crown will eventually be taken out. Balrog in the back is going to kick in Cuvee. Can they take him down? There's the follow-up. Balrog does get the kill. And still Septon and Helper in the back are still alive. Ruler trying to chip away at them. Here comes Ambition. Gonna take away that ace in the hole will be Ella. And meanwhile, these minions on the back door knocking on the turrets.
And he gets the exhaust right at the end before that shot likely would have taken Duel out. And I want to take back that he did cleanse out QSS out of that kick from Malring. So he was looking on the side. Still possible to do, just takes incredible reactions, burns QSS and flash. Whoa!
Okay. Goodbye, Victor. Get out of my base. And this is what we're talking about, that late game Caitlyn. Here we go. Can he 1v4 essentially?
Kick is still up, so he'd have to look for something crazy, not enough energy.
Look at this, pushing forward. That's a second kill for Ruler. And he's still on the chase. There's the whimsy. Can he stutter step this one? Okay, he's not going to dive the turret. Not going to go that crazy, but it's level 18, itemed to the top.
And Samsung plays the fight in a straight line. Tanks in the front, Caitlyn in the back, respect the Lee Sin, and it works out perfectly for them. Now they're on the aggressing side. They are able to take down the tier 2 now. Pushing for more could be dangerous, as there is a 15-second timer on Septed. Baron is in 2 minutes, so that's our next fight.
Nicely done here by Samsung. This is what I was saying. They're not out of this one yet. Still a lot of gold. Look at that burst damage onto Septed. He wasn't even expecting it.
Never respecting the Caitlyn auto range. She's always a threat, and when she has Lulu behind her, anybody that dives, chances are they're going to get whimsy. That is already a threat in itself, and Ella just gets popped as well with a final crit to the dome. How are they going to deal with this Caitlyn now? She just sold her boots for a Phantom Dancer. That's a 100% crit chance.
Wow. Pretty gross. 731, 731, 731.
That's how much money he's going to be taking to the bank with every kill here, pretty much.
Just
well, not
658
really, like half of it.
From Varus. 1826 with headshot. Well, there's one objective for Ever 8. It's pretty simple. Kill the Caitlyn.
It's going to be up to Malrang. That's really the guy that can do it. Septid no longer can get in range and threaten with a Chaos Storm. Laser could be possible, but respect Ruler enough to react well. Malrang looking for creative angles. He's achieved it a couple of times before.
Not able to take the red. Looks like Ruler actually takes the red, which is even more obnoxious.
And that's why they contest this objective. Normally 20 seconds before Baron, you would see teams pushing other lanes or not being in that red side, but giving away red buff to Caitlyn before a fight as important as this one can mean the difference between winning or losing, and your tank line being able to take a couple of extra shots or get hit and forced to retreat right away. Here's Renekton from the back, but there's no one in close range for this.
Yeah, he was thinking about it, but even with the Guardian Angel, you got to be careful. Can't get too out of position.
Exactly. Nobody can go in by themselves. It has to be a completely coordinated attack from Ever, and all that Samsung have to do is keep the tanks in front and protect Caitlyn. Use Wild Growth for Caitlyn pretty much all the time. If your tank dies, but Caitlyn lives, chances are they've won the fight.
Exactly, and we saw a ping down into the bottom lane. Samsung really wanted to get that lane pushing before they contested the Baron, and oh, they're going for it. There's no vision over here. Control Ward is down for Samsung, and Ever 8 isn't even close. Here comes Malrang. It's going to have to be the steal. Can he put it down? The taunt is up here. Can he get the steal? No, is the answer, and he will be taken out immediately. In comes Cuvée with a huge Wild Growth. Will be stunned down. The heroic entrance is going to be enough to save his life, and Ruler still in the back, full health. Immediately, Ever 8 has to back off.
And the attempt for this steal was way too early. Smite gets popped immediately. Too easy for Ambition to get that Smite out of the way after, but the result is even worse, as now they're forced to defend with the only real threat to Caitlyn, and the GA went down. That brand new GA just crashed.
Yeah, that's really rough. And Septid not in position right at the beginning. Oh. Look at that crit! Duel cannot get close to Caitlyn.
They're going for a game here.
I think they might be able to do it. They've delayed the game long enough. A very Samsung-esque game. Ever 8 will make one final attempt to stop this. Can they actually do it? It doesn't look like it. Gonna jump on in onto Ruler, but there's just too much support. Chaos Storm is not enough damage.
He can just simply waltz out of it with the Whimsy. The flash attempt from Septid does force Samsung to retreat so they don't lose the base.
Septid trying his best, once again, carry this team on his shoulders. But, oh, look at this.
They're eyeing Helper. If he uses Slice and Dice twice, and it's going to be Ella, perhaps?
They want the fight. Ruler in the front this time. Chain of Corruption, insta-QSS. Duel forced to flash the wall. Again, can't go toe-to-toe with Ruler. It's not going to happen. Needs to be a team effort. Is Malrang going to do it? Doesn't look like it. Ambition, good position. And now they start the Elder Drake.
Any fight that ever runs straight into them, they will lose. There is a kick flash on Malrang, but there is no angle for follow-up. This dragon is going to be Samsung's, unless a steal is to happen.
Will he try, is the question. Are they going to let it go? 4v5, he flashes in, misses it. Actually, Galio picks it up. Look at Cuvée all alone. Malrang definitely can't go toe-to-toe. But Cuvée is tanky enough and has the support of his team. That's going to be 5v4 now in favor of Samsung with the Elder Drake.
And that's surely going to be it. There's a Baron left. All Ambition can do is try to buy some time, stop the recalls, but the damage has been done. Caitlyn's hammering away at the base, and there's nobody that can do anything about it.
They're trying to burst him down. Can't actually see right now. It looks like Ruler is still alive. And here we go, we're back and alive, finally. And coming in here is Helper. He takes out the Caitlyn, but look at the Nexus. Does not matter. Samsung takes game number 1.
What a kooky ending, finishing score kill 7-11, just like the patch. And Samsung play the late game out, wait for Ruler to ramp up, wait for the tanks to get the itemization that they needed, and walk away victorious in under 45 minutes. But Ever had the tools to play the game out faster, took a little too long, and it went back and bit them in the ass.
Well, we saw them, you know, some glimpses where they came in. Malrong eventually was trying to get those picks. Ruler definitely has to cool himself off after that game.
It was way too late. It was 1-4 at maybe 30 minutes. We were talking about random stuff. If we're starting to talk about random stuff, it's because they're not doing a whole lot.
Yeah. Duel, you got to feel for him. He's not too happy, but I mean, what can he do on the Varus? He doesn't have the same kind of front line. He doesn't have the same kind of late game carry potential as the Caitlyn.
The thing about League that gets players down, even if they had a perfect game, is that it's a team game, and you can always think to yourself, what if I just made the call myself? What if I saw the play and simply told my team how to do it? There are so many levels of complexity that one can take blame for and think that they could have done better, that you're never going to be satisfied with your own play. And as such, if his score was perfect, he still would have ended up being upset because there's always something that you can do that could have spread into somebody else's play. And this is where Samsung try to get happy, try to go for the duo lane that had no summoners, but in the end it was just such a bad attempt that they get collapsed on and will end up losing 3 members for this.
This play is kind of what made the game go as long as it did, honestly, because had Samsung just converted on this play, picked up a couple of kills and backed off, then it would have accelerated everything so much more. Caitlyn would get ahead.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, Brandon, where had Samsung done this, we can expect them to have accelerated the game. But because Ever received that advantage, we wanted them to be the ones to accelerate the matchup. But instead, they failed to do so. And this is the only time where we were thinking, okay, finally, around level 12, but far too late.
Yeah, and you can see the dodging out there by Ruler. Takes out Septed with the help of QV and Core JJ. And even though they get the inhibitor, it ends up feeding a lot more gold into the pockets of Caitlyn, which made things a lot harder later on in the game.
And it's always a threat to having to play these games out where you're dealing with a team that is going to outscale you. You're on a ticking time bomb, and more importantly, you have to play cleanly. And here's where Malrang looking for the kick onto Ruler, but he's going to find a great kick. However, it will be met with a flash QSS right away. Bam, QSS out of there, whoosh, like it never even happened.
Still at full health is Ruler. Pushing them all back. Eventually crits Septed and just takes him out immediately. I can't wait to see the damage out of this Caitlyn.
48K.
48K?
My guess.
58.9K, Crumbs.
Hey, I was right on the second number.
That's true. I'll give you that.
The game went far too long, and so the damage is a result of that. When dealing with the front line of Tahm Kench, Lee Sin, and Renekton, the damage will inevitably be high, and it tells the story of what this composition plays at. Protect Caitlyn, be a front line, and the rest is history.
Yeah, Samsung, one of the few teams that's able to get to that position and have someone like Ruler who's mechanically suited for that role. And I feel like Ever8 as well, you know, one of these teams in the lower side of LCK right now just could not execute to end that game in time and allow Samsung to come back. So guys, we're going to take another short commercial break. When we come back, game number 2 of Samsung versus Ever8. Welcome back to 2017 LCK Summer here at the Nexon Arena. We are in the midst of Samsung versus Ever8, and Samsung, they took 45 minutes, or exactly 44 minutes and 44 seconds to take out Ever8 in game 1.
And they might not have been too happy with it, as now they are going to be, well, first of all, let's talk about Ruler, the guy here, just designed to shine in this composition. Caitlyn on the way to get away with the QSS and Flash here, avoiding so many times did the engage from Septid fail in taking out Caitlyn, and here once again, dodges out of the laser at the final second that surely would have taken him out of the fight. Not killed, but here with the QSS Flash just played out so well, but the team composition is always designed to have that individual member shine. He's up to the job and carries and deserves that MVP.
100% kill contribution. The team just had to play around the Caitlyn, essentially. They weren't finding solo kills anywhere else on the map. And coming into game 2, we are going to see Ambition subbed out, and we will see Haru come in.
I understand the choice. I think that both teams can look back on the game and be dissatisfied with the pace at which it went. So bring in the new blood, make sure that Haru, when he comes in, he tends to bring a bit more action into these games. And so if Samsung can play out the early game in a cleaner and quicker fashion, I think that the game should not stall out to that incredible late game stage where you have a full item Caitlyn and nearly full item triple tank.
You know, they'll be on red side too, so if they want to pick up their jungler in the first rotation, they can do that. Something aggressive, perhaps a Lee Sin for Haru.
We have to talk about Caitlyn. This champion right now is reaching levels of absurdity as it reaches the later stages in the game. With the amount of peel that you can offer to this champion, she becomes nearly impossible to deal with, especially when you couple it with guys who have great mechanics, and with the low ping, their mechanics on top of the play from the enemy, from your own team, means that she becomes nearly unkillable. And so the team composition that Samsung drafted, while it's rare, is something that I can see being repeated. Triple tanking Caitlyn, and there it goes. First ban, let's get this champion out of the way.
No more Caitlyn for Ruler.
It still means that Galio Zach available. Renekton could be a ban, even though Helper did not find much success on it. Granted, it was after a wonky early game.
Taking away CoreJJ's Zyra. Always a smart thing to do against Samsung. But again, when you're going for these targeted picks in your first banning wave, you could leave some other stuff open for the enemy team.
I like the respect ban from Samsung. Make sure that Septid doesn't get his hands on Syndra, one of the few champions that can legitimately solo carry, at least pressure-wise, in the mid lane. And he has shown that champion from the very beginning, and ever since, it's been nearly impossible for the #1 ruler.
#1 ruler fan.
Oh.
And it says NA Japan, and then some Japanese down there in the bottom right.
Nice, okay.
Can't read that, sorry.
I wish I was less ignorant in languages to understand that.
And I was going to mention it, but with the 3 slots, or rather the 2 ban slots and the 3 big picks left open, looks like Elise is going to be the one that gets through. Makes sense. I think it's a little bit less annoying to deal with compared to the Galio.
She's more flexible in the early game, especially if you're considering physical damage top laners. So I like the pick here. It does open up your opportunity topside, whereas if you have physical top on both jungle and your laner ganking a tanky member, becomes not only a time-consuming option, but one that is unlikely to yield the results that you want.
And Taru gonna just hop onto the Lee Sin, show Malrong how it's done. Seems pretty confident with that, as we get a shot of him in the booth.
And we might see him make those flash plays quick. Every single time that flash is up, just go for it. And similarly, you want to see Elise be played that way against targets that don't have cleanse. You can always use her flashes in a way to engage effectively. However, it's less reliable than the kick flash from Lee Sin, so you see it happen less, as it's way more embarrassing going for a flash cocoon that ends up getting sidestepped.
She came from Sokcho, which is all the way on the east side of Korea to watch Ella. Lots of Ella fans here.
Must be nice. He has been playing for a while, so understandably.
And he will be on the Tom Kench once again.
So Tom Kench Ash, full-on setup in your bot lane. Your jungler also provides CC, so now the rest of the members from Ever can just focus about being damage dealers as well as synergistic with the remaining 3 members. Picks like Jarvan, quite popular here, would be a great choice, and you have Cassiopeia as well, which would have great synergy with Ashe and Tom Kench, as you can always devour your Cassiopeia, get her out of danger, and it's a pick that Septed has been vocal about being confident in, very good as well. He's displayed some incredible mechanical prowess on that pick, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that champion come out. However, Crown always has his Victor available, and I believe that Samsung might be looking for a Jarvan in their first rotation here and save Crown's pick for last. Maybe Jarvan or Kled, some of QV's most played champions.
Oh, yeah, gonna ban out the Jarvan.
Make sure he doesn't take the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Gragas is still up. It can be played topside. It would offer more appeal for the side of Samsung, but it would be a wise choice if they want to go for a more defensive composition. But I think that the subbing of Haru means that they want to play it faster, and it would make more sense to finish out your composition with the style that you'd like to go with the players that you have presented.
Gonna pick up Orianna first for Crown. Line that into whatever we will see from Ever 8. You can see Septed deep in thought right now.
It could be the Cassiopeia. It could also be the Victor. I think those are the 2 most likely choices here. The Gragas makes sense. I like the idea of having multiple engage members. One of the tools that was also not as apparent last time around, even though they had crazy engage, they barely pulled the trigger, and having Gragas means that picks like Orianna and Lulu, which rely on shielding and protection, will not be that useful.
Is this for real? Are we gonna get Lucian mid?
Totally for real. It makes perfect sense with this composition.
Locked in.
And this means that you have Tom Kench with double AD carries and essentially 2 supports. Gragas just your big front line, then Elise even more CC, and Crown is going to be having to take cleanse in the mid lane. Septed is going to pack the exhaust himself, so the cleanse is going to have some value out of this. However, a heal or other summoners end up getting more out of it, but you can never truly be sure. But when you're dealing with Tom Kench, Ashe, Elise, and Gragas, it is understandable for Crown to go with the summoner of choice of Cleanse, and in the meanwhile, QV does select Kled in the top side, and this is a pick that when you combine it with Orianna can have incredible teamfight power.
Yeah, and something that we've been seeing QV play a lot more, and just get more popularity in general across LCK, and not just LCK.
I think it's the most underrated pick right now. Every other champion that's strong, I think, is universally seen and known as strong, but Kled offers so much more. He's difficult to skirmish against. I know that it might sound silly, but still teams make mistakes when dealing with his energy, when dealing with Kled coming back up, understanding what the bar does and the limits of his team fighting and skirmishing capabilities, and that results in a champion that gets advantages that normally would still not be there, as well as being a great diver and impossible to dive himself, or nearly.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna be charging on in to whatever target they deem fit, be it the Lucian or Ashe, the 2 more likely targets there. And here we do go. One last look at the compositions. And we're going to be jumping into game number 2 of Samsung Galaxy versus Ever 8. So get out there and watch this game. Let's jump into it. Let's see if the Winos can come back in this series.
The Venus always comes back.
got a couple of them. Everybody does. And well, we got another one here on the Rift.
This matchup in the mid lane, Scepted will have pressure for a while, but once the blue buff starts coming out from Crown, then we can start seeing some real danger being developed in this matchup. The exhaust means that a 2v2 skirmish will almost always go in the favor of Ever, so Samsung will have to respect where Elise is at all times. And that makes for a dangerous Elise, as it plays right into the cards that you want to have if you're this champion, and instead she's going to get a 2-man leash onto the Raptor camp. Crown perhaps attempting a steal, but just use his cooldown. Unlikely to go for more.
Yep, nice zoning here from Scepted. Going to essentially escort all these Raptors into the hands of Malra.
Notice how he just does little things like using his Q through the entire wave, making sure that it does as much damage as possible and start shoving back, because Lucian is going to be able to do this. And when you're trading against D-Shield and an auto attacker, it is nearly impossible to have a winning trade.
Crown can't do much but trade back as much as possible.
And he does so well as he hits level 2 right at the same time.
That annoying level 2 spike for the Lucian.
Yeah, CS is still relatively even, but that doesn't matter too much this early on. It's all about Lucian looking for the window to hit a piercing light onto Crown, look for an all-in, and an all-in would likely just result in Cleanse being traded for Exhaust, but that's a worthwhile trade because that would then prompt Malrang to look for a gank into the mid lane, and without Cleanse, it will definitely be a kill.
I like that they're putting that focus into the mid lane in that way, because as we said before, it's really Scepted and Malrang attempting to pick up this team by the bootstraps and get it back into contention for something, at least to stay in LCK. Gonna land that body slam here onto Cuvée. Hopping off a Skarl. Can we see the Cocoon? Will force the flash out. They do get that summoner.
Good patience out of Malrang, waiting for the dismount before committing to the Cocoon. And Cuvée now has his recall canceled. No bar there to charge this back up.
Malrang's still here.
Yeah.
Misses the Cocoon, though. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. First blood goes over to the Gragas.
Greedy play there from Cuvée, gets punished right away. Bit of a cheeky grin on his face there, knows he shouldn't have stayed. His CS is still even and will likely just get the teleport out of Cuvée as he does so right now, but a kill going over to Gragas means that now he's packing triple D rings 4 minutes in.
Yeah, definitely very obnoxious. Makes that lane a lot easier for this Gragas. And nice job by Helper, too, to just delay that recall and force that kill in.
Well, it's a great timing for the gank for him. Typically, you'd expect the Elises to gank at level 3 camps into a gank. Instead, he went for 5 camps before settling on going for a gank. And even that gank was from a wraparound, so a lot more time and enough time for the vision to have expired from Cuvée topside means that he gets surprised and has to burn the flash, and staying low under the turret. It was a good call from Helper to stall out that base, and then the dive then just became super simple because they knew that the map had been split and Haru was nowhere to be found.
Look at all those back pings towards the river. I think that was the bottom lane of Ever just saying, okay, Lulu's gone. We should know that there will be a bunch of vision around that area. Okay, a bit of a trade here. Malrang level 5 to the level 4 of Haru. He's going to spot him and essentially push him all the way back into his jungle.
He's got a level advantage, and Lucian will be able to collapse faster than Orianna in the mid lane, so it's always risky for Lee Sin to commit to that fight. Unfortunately for him, he will lose that control ward that got placed immediately into the brush.
So pushing down here in bottom lane, Varus and the ranged Lulu having an easier time of pushing that one in.
And they're comfortable doing this right now because Lee Sin's jungling on their side of the map. Elise was last scouted topside, and they know that she started in the bottom, so assuming that camps are topside is the likely outcome. So they're comfortable doing this. They ward the most likely place, and now that Lee Sin is basing, you can expect the bottom lane from Samsung to play accordingly, let the wave get pushed back, and have some more safety in this lane. As now the wave will crash into turret and will bounce back.
We got an Infernal Drake start in this game, so might see some fireworks around that. Some trading here. Helper's actually level 6 compared to the level 5 of Kive, but Kive's still looking for that trade. Helper not confident to take it.
Does miss the bear trap on the rope, so unlikely to have been able to go for more. It's that fourth auto attack that just obliterates tanks. He's gonna face check into him.
Marang so confidently just running straight into the jungle, getting those forward wards down, making this hard for Haru, but now looking for a play up into the top. There's the flash body slam, knocking him off Skarl. Can they get the cocoon? Yes, they will. And that's going to be another kill going over to Everate, this time to the Elise.
Stupendous coordination there from the duo lane from Everate. Flashing in, gets the cast back into closer into the lane, and then Malrang also commits his own flash, and those two kills continuously getting this Gragas ahead, and that more importantly will put Kled down and will not allow the split push side from Samsung to have a footing in this game. And if they choose to play it slow, they will find themselves incapable of playing similar to last time.
Just nice execution here. No potential dodge from Kive, who was very close to getting his flashback, but not quite.
And remember that they saw Elise going into the red side of the jungle. So they had an idea that there was danger there, and Juve just not respecting it enough. Trying to get greedy to push the wave back, ends up paying with his life. And now Gragas is sitting at a Glacial Shroud. Chances of him getting ganked by Lee Sin and dying as a result of it are slim.
Yeah, we'll probably have to commit more than just those two. Maybe in a potential rotation later on.
I think you just don't commit anybody anymore.
Yeah. It would have to be a very unique situation.
Just a farm fest topside. Push the wave, answer back. Gragas can do whatever he wants, and they're going to try to out-rotate them with the dual lane swapping in. He's not going to clear out this wave. And I think Juve has an idea of something going on. They're thinking about an arrow.
Okay, there's the cask. Bear trap on a rope does land, but there's the enchanted crystal arrow from Duel. Hopping off the Skarl, there's the body slam. Can they get another kill onto Juve? Helper getting really low, but will be devoured up by the Tom Kench. That's another kill in the top lane for Everate.
Beautiful execution from Ever. They wait for Juve to face check the brush, then commit the cask immediately into the arrow, waiting for the CC, and the communication was apparent between Helper and Ella. Keep tanking the turret. I have you with Devour, continues to do so, buys room for Duel to deal damage, and just gets saved right at the last second, and now they get one kill in response and that first breakthrough, poised to push for a tier 2. Unlikely to work here, but they are going to commit to it. There is red buff on Malrang, and Oriana's not going to respond. Samsung may be trying to trade 2 turrets, but Gragas is going to be a lot tougher to dive than this Kled.
Yeah, look at how far back Pive is playing. He's not getting anywhere near that turret. And in the same token, though, we do see Helper sitting back. But again, Everate able to push that in sooner. They will get the rotation off first. It looks like they're going towards mid.
So I want to criticize Septid's play there, because what Ever could have done is rotate Lucian, or at least fake a rotation to the bottom side of the map. Because if they say Lucian is coming to defend, there is no wave. As opposed to lingering in the mid lane and opening up some room, he can go down to the bottom side, force the dual lane from Samsung to back off, and as such, they can get a big turret advantage on that trade, as well as this Herald. So a bit of an oversight that could have taken all the last drops out of the advantages that they were getting, but nonetheless, they walk away with a Herald, and that will likely be that the future tier 1 for Samsung is not long for this world.
I guess the only thing I could think of is maybe they wanted to play it as safe as possible and say we need to keep Scepted nearby just in case they want to contest the Herald, or at least keep pressure in the mid lane, but I would definitely agree with you.
I think you'd rather trade the tier 2 and lose and keep your own tier 2, because from taking your own, you've already pushed the top side so much that it's unlikely that there is any vision there. You know that you have enough time for anybody else as they're already shown on the map, 3-man pushing the wave. So it's just ways to snowball a little bit cleaner.
Oh, waiting here for Haru. There's going to be that Elise combo, but of course cannot one combo, especially with Core JJ there. Just looking for the chunk. Repels away.
Now they're thinking about where to use Rift Herald. The dual lanes are matching each other in the top side, but without a Herald, this is likely to just be an opportunity for some action. There's a control ward in the back of the lane that can be used for a TP if Helper chooses to use it. However, Samsung's playing intelligently to the river. They're not going straight into the lane, and because Gragas is still in sight, chances of them getting TP'd on are not there, as Cubit can always interrupt it with his own ultimate.
Heavy pushing in mid from Scepted, who looks to back, sitting on a Cutlass for now, probably has a ton of gold saved up. See if he can one-shot that Bork. There it is, plus the boots and a dagger. You have the coming in here and the TP from 4 members of Ever8. They're looking for some kills. Can they drop this onto Ruler? There's the cast. Duel should be able to clean that one up. They want more though, and actually, no, he can't clean that up. They will take out Core JJ, but Ruler makes it interesting, actually trades back a kill.
And Samsung greed out. He had heal as well, by the way, so he could have survived that. Did not expect the damage from the final piercing arrow, the blighted quiver proc, but nonetheless, they greed out. Instead of committing for 1 kill, they go for 2, and they get punished.
Haru, will he commit onto this kill? Does have that rep buff. Okay, wanted that combo before the Grey Help popped, but not quite enough.
So you know how we were saying that Kick Flash is less embarrassing than Flash Cocoon missing? I may be changing my mind.
Well, this is the... You can see the heal comes out from Ruler right at the end, but no heal used by Duel. Not expecting that damage.
Actually, that heal wouldn't have made a difference. I think he still would have died. So just not enough commitment to the 1 kill, and they end up trading for it. What should have been a clean pickup turns out that now Ruler gets a freebie.
Oh, they're going to use this in bot lane, even with the mid-tier 1 still available. Meanwhile, Samsung pushing their own lane. Scepted looking to 1v1. Does miss that W. There's the shockwave. The cleanse coming out of Crown, looking for that last hit. Will not get it. Get some support here from Core JJ. And now, charge coming on in is Cuvée. They're looking for the kill onto Scepted. And there it will be. Can he trade back? No. But still, we got a pretty strong push in the bot lane. Nobody's responding to that right now.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. When Orianna gets the blue, while she starts going, these AD carries are not going to stand a chance. The distraction is long enough for Ever to get a tier 2, so the Herald use yields 2 towers in their favor. And now they went from 1,000 up to 2,000. And if they can continue to do this for this next dragon, while it is an Ocean Dragon, it will mean something, because this game is going to go long. And Elder always matters in long games.
Cuvée down here in bot, just pushing that in. We'll see if he can push it far enough. There's actually a lot of vision over on that side from Ever8.
The vision is scattered all throughout the red side, so defensive vision around Baron, even though it's still 5 minutes before it happens, and the game feels a lot more advanced than it really is. And I mean that in game time. Here's a trade and a good exhaust, but unfortunately the cleanse a bit too late on it. But the damage has been done. With Lulu being there for backup, cooldowns refreshed for Orianna. They're a bigger advantage than they are for Lucian, and with Clad there, it's easy.
Meanwhile on live, it looks like Helper and Scepted able to take out Crown. Didn't really get to see the full extent of that fight.
It was a flash Gragas slam with no cleanse available on Crown. The kill was just a sitting duck.
Ooh. CoreJJ baiting out the cocoon. Not sure if he knew he was there, but a nice bait regardless.
You suspect it. There's nobody on the map. It's one side that's not warded, and with the position that Ever is, the fact that they're in range to follow up on a potential engage gives you the time to think, what if there is an engage? So it's reading the body language of what Ever is doing as a team.
Oh, Haru hopping away from that arrow.
They are getting that Ocean Dragon in the meantime, so while they did not crack the mid-tier 1, they did get it significantly low. That one more visit to the lane with a well-groomed minion wave should be enough for them to finally secure one of the most coveted objectives.
Well, still waiting on that one. Looks like Duel goes bot. And okay, the Chain of Corruption comes in, Shockwave onto Helper, and it just looks like Helper wasn't expecting enough damage to come out there. Gets caught. The Chain of Corruption under turret does go down.
And the Shockwave gets well timed with the body slam, so no chance for Helper to escape. Getting revenge for that one flash kill onto him in the mid lane, and now without Gragas, Samsung is poised to get significant damage onto this wave. The wave clear is there, so they are going to have to call out more members, but Cube gets some breathing room topside.
Looking for this siege. Crown attempting to chunk down many of these members. Looks like Duel ate a little bit of that. But he is okay.
The gold is now closing, though. This worries me for Ever, as Samsung, I think, displays better fighting tools in the late game. Look at that, right on the slam. Well-timed ultimate there from Crown. Eliminates Gragas, and without your main tank, your composition of double carries can't do much.
Really nice time to go for that kill under the turret, especially when he was definitely not expecting it. We got Elise coming up towards mid, but Crown does have his cleanse and flash.
Abyssal Voyage to get back into the lane, I guess.
Yeah, that's one way to think about it. And it will get them close, looking for this mid-tier 1.
Gragas is poised for a cask or a slam. He's getting mirrored by Cube, so not as easy as it might appear.
Okay, Ella forced to flash the Chain of Corruption, but here comes Cube with a charge on it, and Duel is in the front. Big Shockwave onto the Tom Kens. That's an easy couple of kills for Samsung to pick up.
And this is exactly the threat that Kled brings to the team comp. You have to respect that if he comes into a lane, it's Saber ultimate on crack. Everybody runs straight at you, and you can't escape it. The CC is guaranteed. The knockup into Orianna means that even Tom Kench, the best protecting support, can't do anything to save you. And Ashe, while she did have flash, just simply cannot get out of that situation and dies right away. And here we go. Gets cocky. Has to blow his Chains of Corruption right away, but they're already set on the engage. Just look at how fast they run into this.
I think Duel actually wanted to block that to make sure that he could get eaten up, but again, as you were saying, there's just too much. 4 members against 2. Tom Kench can't save the world by himself.
And trying to find a balance between Ella and Comeback seems to be what is eluding Ever here, because Comeback on the one hand being too aggressive, getting caught out way too many times in questionable situations, whereas Ella here, while he did get caught out, a bit more on the passive side, less uses of ultimates and abilities that we are used to expect out of Comeback. And if both could just fuse and become the ultimate support, I think that they would be the right member for this lineup.
Well, I hope those two are talking a lot, because they definitely have some tips and tricks to learn from each other.
Oh, and they are. That's one of the reasons why when Comeback came onto Ever, started helping out the team and enlightening them in ways of macro, ways of winning, as he is an LCK winner himself.
Okay, arrow comes out onto the Kled, and even the Abyssal Voyage is committed to. They get a flash, but big moves towards the Kled.
Big moves toward the hardest target to kill. I suppose they think it's easier to kill the Kled than it is to go on the Lulu or the cleanse that Orianna has, because they can help each other, they can keep each other alive, and then there's a teleport that you always have to account for. But those attempts will simply stall out the game further, and Samsung no stranger to the late game. Even though they don't have a Caitlyn, this time around they have Orianna, who has been one of the most hotly contested picks this season in the mid lane, and for good reason, as her success, while not apparent in statistics, is definitely there for the guys that can make the most out of her.
Okay, now we got a small push coming on in, but you can see the counter engage. The cask actually knocks Ruler closer, and this is not looking good. Ruler in the back just doing a ton of damage there. Looking for the shockwave. Will get Malrong, who is easily able to repel away. So no kills just yet, but Septa getting super close. And
so many people on this side of Ever almost dying. And now Samsung without mana on Crown, they can't take a much bigger fight than this. They're committing for the turret, but too low on the side of Ever. So a tier 2 and a tier 1 off one push with no casualties. Great trade for Samsung.
See where they want to rotate from here. They know that they forced out a bunch of recalls, but as you said, low on mana.
And here's the replay right away. The Kled ultimate comes through. They time it with the Chains of Corruption. And while it does spread to the Gragas, it ends up hitting both, or to the time Kenta hits Ashe and Gragas at the same time. And they're all trying so hard to hit that crazy wombo. The flash ultimate from Lee Sin, the flash ultimate from Orianna, just not in range to connect. And had any of those abilities been multi-people, it would have wiped the side of Ever.
Extremely close. But basically close enough, as they do get 2 turrets.
If they killed anybody there and the rest were chunked, they would have had no qualms with going straight to that Baron and taking it down. Even though it's only 20 minutes in when that fight happened, they could have easily melted it because they have Blade, because they have so much percent damage and ability to tank it between all their members.
Yeah, the Infernal would help out as well. Now they're going to pick up this Cloud Drake. That's kind of just an extra bonus objective. Stacking those Drakes for the late game.
Meanwhile, just Lucian pushing into the top side. They're getting control around the red side, so Baron is being considered by these teams. Here he is, just waiting in the wings, looking for one unfortunate visitor.
Very safe is Haru. And they will clear out this vision together. So Samsung not looking to make any mistakes. Up against one of the weaker teams in Ever 8, they want to make sure that they don't drop any free games. They want to have that indicator score as high as possible.
And that's why you can understand this team for going into the late game with their comps. Earlier, they weren't playing that slow. I think ever since Worlds last year, they kind of shaked off the idea that they were a crazy late game team, but they have reverted to some of their old tendencies. But against a lower team, as you mentioned, that should be a free win. Take the approach where the win matters, as Worlds is in this team's sights, and a loss here matters just as much as one at the end stage in this tournament. So many times do people focus on the last matches, whereas it's these early ones that actually end up making the difference.
Crown on the run. Septid flashes the shockwave. Will there be enough to take him out? Yes, it will. Now, Kivya on the left side trying to get on top of Malrong. That arrow goes wide. Ruler kind of all alone here on the left side. Big body slam knocks off both Ruler and Haru. Septid able to come in, takes out the ADC. Goes down himself, though. But again, a 2-for-1 in favor of Ever will push Samsung back.
And taking down the mid lane means that now Ever can't feel that comfortable going with this Baron. They are at a one-man advantage, however, but because their main damage threat isn't alive, taking down Baron is not a viable option. And as such, they simply retreat back into the lanes, and now they're poised to take down this tier 1. When Ashe and Tahm Kench get here, it'll be their objective. And once they crack this one down, the vision will get deeper and the pressure on Baron is stronger.
Yeah, very big objective, bigger than it looks. They even up the score. What?
You're the one that said it. I don't have to say that.
The gold is actually exactly even now, again. Even in turrets, even in gold. we got ourselves a pretty close game.
Opens up with the culling. Great flash here, but still culling the heavens. But so many abilities end up missing here. The arrow misses, the cast only throws back the Lulu. However, the exhaust from Ella is still there, and Lucian dying here could have meant the difference between ever snowballing out of proportion.
Big re-engage by Helper 2 with the body slam. Doing work on that Gragas.
We have Samsung taking control back of the Baron. Every member poised to assist with vision or pushing waves around this objective now that they have Scuttle Crab. They could start a fight soon.
You can see that Helper was forced to go bottom lane just to push that out because there was a gigantic wave, but without TP, immediately groups up with his team, begins pushing some of these other lanes. Always gotta... Okay, here comes Cuve in. He's gonna run into Ella, trying to get on top of Tool, but immediately forced off a Skarl. The arrow's gonna hit Ruler here. Can they actually commit? It looks like the cast might be able to do it. Is there a follow-up? Ruler actually is gonna go down to Helper, and now Cuve getting a little bit too close. That's 2 kills over to Ever8, and the rest of Samsung on the run.
What was that engage from Cube? Every time they've gotten these engages, it comes off being grouped together. This time around, he runs straight into 5 people. Oriana's not even there. Her mana is almost full because she was just watching from the sidelines. An overcommitment from Cube, and the entire lineup from Samsung ends up losing 2 members, and now Ever can feel happy with starting a Baron here and possibly going for a bait. They are going to be moving towards that side. They haven't done their due diligences with clearing out vision just yet, so they have to scan it even if there isn't anything there. They need to be completely sure. Instead, they'll play it slow, get the advantage they got, and revisit Baron on the next base.
Yeah, I have to say, Cuve, he's definitely had better Kled games.
Yeah, this was just a terrible engage. Okay, he dodges the cocoon, but there is nobody here to follow up. Look at Oriana on the minimap. She's just barely getting to the fight there without any position to engage.
Doesn't hit a single skill and forced to just back away. Cuve in full vision, charging into 5.
That's trolling right there.
Can we get like a 9-man report on that guy? Thanks. Obvious troll. But
Come
yeah,
on, Cube. He was responsible for so many of the good engages, too.
Yeah.
Getting overzealous is all.
I guess he expected the rest of his team to charge in with him, but I think he started it, and everybody else was like, no, 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 no. And he just ran in alone, and then they tried to salvage it, and that's never a good idea.
Here's an attempt onto Crown.
Oh, he's all alone. Here comes Septed. Oh, the flash shockwave in from Crown. Actually, it does delay a lot of the damage. Meanwhile, we got a fight, and Duel and Ella coming in from behind with the Abyssal Voyage will take Crown down. And they get that very important Oriana pick.
Cool ballerina moves, but nobody there to actually capitalize on it. The exhaust still diminishes a lot of the damage. The Abyssal Voyage ends up surrounding him, and instead of waiting for the wave to crash at the turret, gets greedy and gets punished right away. And now with the double AD carry, this is certainly going to be the inhibitors going down forever for Samsung.
Yeah, this is not what Samsung won right now, and you can see they have to give up this inhibitor. If they don't have Oriana, take away a lot of that first damage that comes up after the engage.
He's just trying to mimic Cuve there. It's like, oh, you're going to do this? You're going to go for such a bad play? Watch this.
Hold my beer, I'm going in.
Take the wheel, Jesus. Flash shockwave with absolutely nothing in return, because he can't kill Septed. With the Phantom Dancer, the damage reduction is too huge for Oriana at this itemization to take down the Lucian.
Get a replay of this.
Yeah, just wait for the wave.
I mean, it looks cool, but again, and then he just gets stuck between a rock and a hard place between Malrong and the Abyssal Voids. Nice play by Ella.
Yeah, it's a good arrow there, following up, bringing Duel into the mix, but Crown and the rest of Samsung need to reevaluate what has allowed them to win these fights. But Ever taking full advantage of the opportunities that are being presented in front of them. And so far, while the lead has been back and forth, now is the time that one more of these fights means a Baron, and it might just be the final nail in the coffin for Samsung.
You can definitely see the story that could form where, you know, Samsung, they try to contest a Baron, but someone gets caught again by an arrow or something like that, and they have to give up the Baron, and eventually Everate pushes into an inhibitor and wins the game.
Well, now they have the top lane inhibitor, so finding somebody to pick could be a bit tougher, as the vision is likely to be well established for Samsung to allow them to push into the side.
Ooh, looking for the arrow, goes wide. Everybody able to dodge.
Here comes Kled.
Okay, here we go. Charge on in with everybody, and oh man, it hits Duel. That chain of corruption, but he does get eaten up. Cube knocked in, and look at Haru just trying to run away desperately. Helper able to tank a ton of that damage here for Ever8. Doesn't look like they're confident to continue engaging though.
Only major cooldown burn from Ever was LS Flash. Flash Devour is an important skill, but not nearly as important as the flashes from the carry. So Lee Sin did burn his own flash, which will be a huge skill for this next fight. Baron is still alive, and the engage, it's a good idea from Samsung. They went back to the routes that worked for them before, but Ever adapted and learned, and now they're going for a Baron, and if these guys finish the recall, it'll be free.
Okay, blue trinket used. They know this is happening. Here comes Haru from the top side. Can he be zoned out? Helper trying to do his best. Gets hit by the Q. In comes Haru, and the body slam will stun him down. Haru not able to get close enough, but 2 kills with the shockwave on top of that bot lane duo. Samsung looking for more and more kills here. Trying to get on top of Helper, who's all alone. The rest of Ever just on the run. And it looks like Helper is going to flash the wall. In comes Cuvée, but he doesn't have Skarl. Malrong's still alive. Doesn't look like he'll commit to it. So Ever8 do get away with 3 of the members after taking that Baron.
He gets over the wall, decides to go back to get Gragas, but then he just flashes away. So a comical series of events there for Cuvée, but 1 kill would have been a pretty important one, considering that it's going to be on the teleport, and that's going to mean that Ever will have more pressure when this 1-3-1 ends up happening between Lucian, Elise, and Gragas. They can easily execute the exact same game plan, smiting the red away. Only a Cloud Dragon available, so they won't lose that objective just yet, and Ever have to be poised to go for something bigger. Here you go on the Baron again. He will try to steal. Quirky interaction there, but faster on the finger there for Malrang, and in the end, only Ashe ends up dying with Lucian over the wall. Just call it quits and recall.
Yeah, nice job by Crown to get in there on time. Lay down that shockwave to follow up with the damage. Got to pick up as many kills as possible off the back of losing Baron.
He's got his Void Staff now, so that's going to help with dealing damage to Helper and a little bit to Malrang. For the most part, just none of the targets that are actually worthwhile killing, which are Ashe and Lucian. If those 2 die, the fight becomes a lot easier, but both must go down as they are both stacked in DPS with Infinity Edge completed, Phantom Dancers, and Black Cleavers all around.
It's not going to be the easiest 2 to take out. I mean, you got Ella to eat one of them, you got the dash on the Lucian, and once they pick up a couple more items and maybe even some, you know, survivability items, if they do want to go down that route, it'll be even harder. We'll be hitting even harder later on in this game.
And in that route, Samsung wants to look for a 5v5. They need Ever to group up together, go for the charge, hit a shockwave, hit a great ultimate into a wild growth, and that'll be it. But Ever playing the map split out. You have Elise in the mid lane. Lucian will take to the top side as he does have Baron. And if they can stall out this wave well enough without getting engaged until Lucian is in a position to threaten an inhibitor, then that's the golden position. Here we go.
Chain of Corruption does miss, but they do lock onto Helper here. Everybody coming in. The counter-engaged arrow does hit Haru. And Samsung is forced back. Meanwhile, Septed all alone up in the top lane. You can see the rotation here from Samsung. They're trying to collapse. But it looks like Septed should get out in time.
They're not going to make it there just yet to pick him off. And a good timing on the engage from Samsung because there was nobody in a position to really get anything out of it. Scepter was too far from the inhibitor to seriously cause any harm, and now Orianna can defend it safely. And this means that they can stall out, wait for more cooldowns, and this turret is still yet to go down.
Yeah, definitely looking for that turret down there. Blade, the Rune King will keep Cuvée away from Duel, who does fire back. Some body slams onto members of Samsung, but you can see this split push that they're going for, like you were saying, is getting some chip damage onto a bunch of these turrets.
It's quite interesting, the 1-3-1 that Ever is employing. Typically, you'd see the jungler being grouped up with the dual lane, but this time they've chosen the Gragas because he's a bigger appeal and can self and protect himself, whereas had it been Elise with this dual lane, she would have not been capable of defending against an engage such as what Samsung just threw at them.
Looking for the pick here onto Cuvée, it looks like. He is off of Skarl. Cass is going to push him away. Maybe they just want to burst down this turret. They will get the mid inhibitor turret with that play.
They get turrets, but no inhibitor, and that's where the real money's at, because that offers you pressure, and that'll allow them to set up and put Samsung in a difficult situation when the Baron spawns. And so far, they did a good job in defending, and back to the point where you have Gragas and Elise taking each other's spots. I like the decision on the fly, one that we rarely see, and typically other junglers such as Rek'Sai, even Kha'Zix before were the ones that you'd see, maybe even Graves, that have bigger tools in defending themselves and getting out of sticky situations. You'd see them split pushing, but doing the Elise is more for the Gragas being there to offer the disengage, as the cask is an invaluable skill in deterring the engage from the charge.
You notice that actually Ever8 lost about 1,200 gold compared to Samsung with that Baron. So even though they did take out one of the turrets, I suppose the kills that they gave up were more important.
It's the jungle gold, and stalling out the game is important for them, as now they've reached the point where Orianna has a death cap. Only the Zhonya is her last item, which isn't a crazy spike in DPS. She's almost maxed out in that regard, and without magic resistance being built on these AD carries, if they don't get to hit Orianna and Phantom Dancer isn't proc, they're going to get one-shot. And that means that Orianna has a huge target on her head when it comes to the Ash Arrow and the Body Slam.
Yep, that cleanse, extremely important for Crown.
And the Lulu, but Malrang might get caught out here.
Oh, he's all alone. Even with Banshee's Veil, what are you going to do? On the run right now. Crown going to speed himself up. Attempting to get back on top of him, but that's going to be the end of that Spider. Crushed like a bug, and not much that Ever could do in the meantime.
Just so out of position. This is a good play if Ever is in a position to take an inhibitor out of it, right? One death for it, not the biggest deal in the world when you have 50 seconds, but now it's just a freebie for Samsung. It's just stalling out the game even further. Now they have to go ahead and clean out the vision once again. Now they have to get control of the minion waves on a 4-on-5, which is a lot tougher than it was as a 5-on-5, and Malrang just helping out Samsung in this regard, and they get blue buff for free, completely uncontested, and this all points towards Samsung being poised to be able to take a good 5-on-5, as he burned his flash on top of everything. At least don't burn the flash, actually. Just accept you made a mistake.
Just accept your death, yeah, just deal with it, you know? If you need that flash for later fights, you will respawn, but yeah, it'll definitely be very disappointing for Ever8 if they get really close against Samsung twice in a row, but Samsung is just good enough and Ever8 not good enough to execute.
Well, Samsung still has shown troubles in their engage with the last one with Cuvée, and Helper can still disengage even from a 5-man if he throws a well-timed barrel. So there's still a difficult assignment on the table for Samsung, winning a fight against these double AD carries when they're protected so heavily by Tahm Kench and Gragas.
Okay, they're going to speed themselves up here. Cuvée still up in the top, and Ruler is going to be stunned down with that casket. Look at Haru on the right side, all alone, forced to flash away. In goes Duel. Will pick off that Lee Sin, and that is a huge pick. No more smite on the side of Samsung. What will Ever8 do?
What is up with the junglers today? That's going to be a freebie of a Baron forever. Now they don't have Lee Sin to get in position to even threaten this steal. Gragas is looking for a TP. He's going to be basing, so they have plans of turning this.
They are going to delay the Baron for now, as Everett is not confident enough. Okay, there we go. It is started. In comes the TP. We're just waiting for Gragas. They want to turn onto Gragas, actually. You can see, going to push him out and then charge in. But again, no smite. Nothing here. They're just trying to push out Balrog, but they can't. Septed up on the top left. Actually, Cuvée will go down. And you can see Helper all by himself trying to trade in here. And actually, a bunch of them are going down. So much action. Helper trying to go in, but it looks like Ruler all alone with the help of Crown.
Holy, the engage there from Gragas. While it did get the Orianna, the Shockwave came through, and Ruler was just freely auto-attacking. This guy is also decked out in damage, untouched, still with Flash, Infinity Edge, full HP, and that's going to be inhibitors. Do they have teleports? No, they don't. 24 seconds? I think he can do it. Lee Sin's here. That's going to be it.
It's so... Oh, man. That is so unfortunate. One Baron fight at 40 minutes in might be the end of the game here.
Or 2 inhibitors.
I think they're
2 inhibitors. Oh, it's risky to go for it.
They're going for it.
7 seconds, 15 on the carries.
Only Tom Kent alone can't stop this. They got a decent wave in mid. And Haru taking up these turrets. Okay, 7 seconds here on Ashe. Ella trying to delay this as much as possible. The kick away. Will they go for the Nexus? Yes, they will. Flashing on in from Ella. And look at this Ruler on the left side. Guess who would be chunking that down? Wow. That will be the Nexus. Samsung off the back of that fight will take game number 2.
And they won with a deficit in gold. Kills are even, but they won the game. One fight was all it took. An overcommitment to the Baron results in Ever losing the entire game. And somehow Haru gets caught out, but the rest of Samsung finds a way to clean up the house. 3 for 0, 3 for 2, or 2 for 5 on that Baron.
Yeah. And fighting 4v5, Samsung able to win that fight too without the Lee Sin.
Baron, their ally on that one. But I gotta see the replay of that fight.
So much stuff was happening. It was hard for me to even call.
Ruler was doing so much work because it forced Helper to body slam over the wall, so he didn't have the cooldown soon enough to re-engage onto the fight. And we're seeing it here on our screen, just seeing what went down. They're tanking the Baron, so there's just so much to see. We'll get to see it later. We're just getting a quick glimpse.
Oh, me and Crown are me and Crumbs are getting the previewing here on our monitor.
It was just Crown and Haru. Ruler. Why do I keep saying Haru?
Crown and Ruler. Pretty insane. A very, very hectic fight, but Samsung able to get that one. And I mean, those were 2 uncomfortable games for Samsung.
On the edge of their seats, to say the least. They're happy that they won, but you gotta air yourself out. They were in situations where they should not have been in. The face of Ever, just disappointment. They almost had Samsung.
I hope they show this to you guys in slow motion, that last fight, because it was all Crown with this ball actually staying calm and landing the Shockwave, and Septed and Duel both ran into the ball. They both ate the Shockwave. But we're taking a look at some other replays first.
Yeah, the good engages there from Samsung. Straight line, Orianna, Kled, and here's another one. I believe nobody ended up dying in this. This was close, where they're all trying to go for the crazy play. Kick Flash, Flash Shockwave. Nothing really comes out of it. Even Flash Polymorph onto the Lucian here. Or, yeah, I think he already actually hit the poly, so he just flashed for the exhaust.
And they push on in. Get a couple of turrets out of that play. So even though they didn't kill anyone, they got some objectives.
And junglers today have been showing some polarizing performances, making some game-winning moves, but at the same time, game-losing moves, and forcing the rest of the team to play in situations where they're at a disadvantage. But hey, if the circumstances are right, so be it. And here's Cuvée going with a patented 1v5, 1v4 actually, so I guess not that bad, but it does result in a lot of members of Samsung paying with their lives there, with Ruler going down and Cuvée going down as well.
Yeah, and that was one of the moments where I was like, are we actually going to game 3 here? Is Samsung going to have this much trouble to close these games out? Everett had some nice plays like these ones. But
they did. And some of them were off the back of the mistakes of Samsung, or And here's where it counts. Look at Ruler. Actually, no, this is the first
This is
Baron.
the first Baron, yeah.
Oh, they're just showing, we're getting a full tour of the entire game.
They better show the whole game because if they just stop and go to interview now, I will be severely disappointed.
If you make highlight reels, just take what we're showing you. You don't need to show anything else. This is the story of the game. All right, here. Oh, good. Yeah, they're actually just showing every play. 14 kills. We got a long ways to go. Here's our
Spider
Malrang
chase.
getting caught out, burns his own flash, and that flash could have made a difference in future battles. Here it is.
Okay.
Watch Ruler. Watch Crown. He flashes away. The QSS comes out with the ball.
Watch the ball. Look at this.
Oh.
And then Crown just walks forward past the Gragas, picks up the kill that matters, and as you were saying, Ruler totally protected during the entirety of that fight.
And Cube also created so much space for Ruler because he drew Lucian to the back of the pit, to the farther corners of the Baron side, and that opens up Varus to just kill the Tahm Kench immediately. The biggest peel for the carries wasn't present in that fight. It was the commitment to both peel and finish the Baron, and anytime you make a split call, it almost always goes wrong. We praised Afreeca for doing a good job in game 1, but that was an incredibly rare scenario where a team makes the right call of both peeling and finishing the Baron. This was not the time, and Samsung punishes heavily, and from 1-1 fight, game's over.
Yeah, just ends the game from there. So it was a couple of slow wins for Samsung tonight. Every definitely putting up a pretty nice fight, but we are going to jump straight into the interview right now.
And we have Ruler here for the MVP interview. So you saw the highlight records, and how do you feel about it? There are a lot of videos of us losing the team fight, but yeah, we won the game, so I think it's okay. So you turned the game around, which was 10,000 gold behind. And you showed that Caitlyn in the late games are like, there's no enemy for her. Were you sure that you're gonna win? Where our combination of champions were really good in the late game, so we trusted on ourselves and concentrated more. Were you quite nervous in the earlier mid games, having a lot of trouble and death? I thought if I just play safely and go to the late games, I think our whole team can win, so it was quite hard, but we made it. So you finally became the Summer Split MVP. How do you feel about it? I think I missed some MVP points in the last matches, but what I care more is the victory, not the MVP. So yeah, I feel okay. And who do you think should be the MVP for the last set? To be honest, I'm not sure. Maybe me. And let's check out the MVP for the set 2.
Let's see who it is for game 2. It was Ruler again.
Understandably so. Lots of good plays from him here, cleaning up what should have been just his own death. Gets to outplay Ash, picks up a kill. Great chains of corruption overall, looking for picks. Team fighting went relatively unnoticed until the final moment where it matters. And here it is at zoom and just auto. What? All right, well, trust me, he autoed a lot.
Back to the interview.
So how do you feel about getting MVP points 2 times in a row? So I've never done this before, so I feel good. What do you think you became the MVP for the all sets? To be honest, our team wasn't really playing at their highest form, so I think that's how I got it. You always put so many damage. What is your tip? I try not to get hit, and also at the same time I try to hit them a lot, so that's how I put a lot of damage. And any message for your teammates? And let's practice more. And you guys are back in the first place. And you guys are showing outstanding performance. What is your goal for the Summer Split? Yeah, we're thinking about winning the whole season, but there's a lot of competitive teams, so it may be hard, but we're gonna try harder. Yeah, you look really nervous and sweating a lot. Doesn't mean you practice a lot. Yeah, I think I performed too hard. And last message for the teammates. Let's cheer up, practice more, and for the fans, thank you for all the love and support. And we'll try to show better performance on our next match. Thank you so much. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the translation, Jisun. And man, Rulers, he's sweating after having to carry his team a couple of times.
All of Samsung ought to be sweating for that one. What we expected to be a swift victory for them, considering that they are at the top of the standings against a team that is mirroring their win-loss record, but in the opposite regard. They struggled, and it was honestly up to Ever to close out many of these games, and it was off their mistakes that Samsung ended up winning. So the board needs to be revisited from this team when it comes to playing out the early game, playing out these compositions, that another team that is higher in the standings is not going to let them get away with triple tank Caitlyn only threat.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot to think about after that one. I think they can definitely learn a lot from that game, as funny as it sounds when you take a 2-0 versus Ever 8. There's a lot to think about, you know. Some certain mistakes made by multiple different members. You know, Kive running in by himself. It seems like there were some slight communication issues, and it feels weird to really criticize Samsung after taking the 2-0, but it's because we hold them to such a high standard.
Well, to be fair, using Cataclysm and blocking out your Ola from getting inside the fight, chasing Benny Hill type into 5 members of the opposing team and then stalling out for an hour. I think there's a lot to harp them on.
Yeah, that's true.
They do walk away with the victory and remain at the top of the standings, but for the rest of the teams at the top of the standings, they can feel with a little bit more ease when they come into these matchups against Samsung, which is a team that seems to struggle the most when it comes to dealing with these bottom teams. Even against MVP, they were dealing with early game deficits that just nobody would have ever guessed that they were there. And while they are claiming that winning the split would be great, they have a lot of work ahead of themselves.
Yeah, for sure. So guys, that's going to do it for us. It was a bit of a longer one tonight. I hope you enjoyed the show. As always, we'll see you next time here at SPO TV on Tuesday for more LCK. So until then, we'll see you next time.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane. Stay and play that Blink 182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Okay.